wizards of Hogwarts who registered in Middle-earth. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 176 Flame Creatures. DUI pulled out the mithril box containing the flame crystals. The mere act of opening the lid sent a wave of heat emanating from within. The flame crystals within radiated intense heat, like red-hot crystals, transforming the space within the box into a scorching furnace, distorting the air as if it were being melted. Feeling the temperature rapidly rising, DUI quickly closed the mithril box. Fortunately, the mithril box had become incredibly heat-resistant after being forged, otherwise, if it had been made of other metals or stone, it would have melted. Before closing the lid, DUI removed a small piece of the flame crystal. Though only the size of a baby's fist, it unleashed thousands of degrees Celsius of heat. For a moment, the spacious laboratory felt like a scorching summer. DUI tried placing it on a block of iron, but it quickly burned through it. He then placed it on thick stone bricks, which cracked and melted, transforming into molten lava. Finally, he placed it on the body of the Balrog, and there was no harm. To DUI's astonishment, the Balrog's body had transformed into molten lava since its death. Especially after the magic crystal was removed, it had turned into cold, hard stone. However, after placing the flame crystal on the Balrog's body, the areas of the Balrog that touched it gradually softened. This softening wasn't caused by melting due to the flame crystal's high temperature, but rather by a revitalizing effect, returning it to elasticity. DUI's eyes lit up. This transformation was beyond his expectations. The revitalized Balrog's body had become even more interesting for research. Curious, he opened the mithril box once again, used his wand to double the volume, and then stuffed a Balrog's body inside. The flame crystals within the mithril box were hot enough to instantly melt the hardest metal, yet the Balrog didn't burn. Instead, its entire body regained its vitality, ablaze with flames, as if it had come back to life. DUI was also startled, but only felt relieved once he confirmed that the Balrog hadn't revived. Seeing the Balrog intact and even more alive within the flame crystal, DUI simply placed it alongside the crystal. A Balrog is essentially an elemental body condensed from flame and shadow. The longer it dies, the more the fire element within it dissipates, eventually transforming into a worthless pile of stone. Now preserved within the flame crystal, DUI was naturally delighted. From the wound in the chest of the revived Balrog, blood flowed like magma. DUI collected this blood and placed it in another mithril bottle, adding a grain-sized piece of flame crystal to prevent it from solidifying into stone again. He gazed at the Balrog's blood in the bottle, intrigued. This must be considered divine blood. What effects would it have? Acting on his idea, DUI went on an unexpected trip to find some test subjects. These included common birds, reptiles, lizards, snakes, and several orcs, wargs, and ogres. He experimented with injecting the Balrog's blood into the test subjects, observing the effects. The results were either immediate incineration into a pile of ash or exploding into death. Clearly, none of these test subjects could withstand the molten-like heat of the fire demon's blood. Then, DUI remembered a vial of fire demon's heart fragments he had collected. He resumed his experiment. DUI stared at the lizard before him and attempted to implant a dust-sized fragment of magic crystal into its heart. He then observed carefully. Initially, the lizard showed no reaction. As time wore on, DUI began to wonder if the fragment was too small to have any effect. The lizard, a cold-blooded creature, began to glow crimson, its entire body scorching. Seeing this, DUI injected a drop of fire demon's blood into the lizard. The lizard began to writhe in agony, struggling relentlessly until it began to die. Then, suddenly, flames erupted from its body. Just as DUI expected the lizard to be reduced to ash, it suddenly leaped from the test bench, darting towards the nearby burning fireplace and plunging headfirst into the flames. Then, a scene astonished DUI. The lizard, far from being incinerated, underwent a transformation within the flames, becoming a dazzling array of colors and ablaze with fire. The lizard remained within the flames, its expression comfortable and emitting the magical energy of a magical creature. DUI was overjoyed at this unexpected result. A lizard, once a mere creature, had transformed into a magical being after being implanted with a fragment of the fire demon's heart and its blood. He walked over to the fireplace and observed the lizard in the flames with great curiosity. The lizard, evidently remembering DUI, tensed its body in alertness, sending a small shower of sparks towards him. DUI waved his hand to block the flames, then looked down at it and chuckled, "Wow, you seem quite vindictive, little one." Then, with a flick of his finger, he lifted the fire lizard from the flames, preparing to take it to the test bench for further study. Unexpectedly, once out of the flames, the fire lizard became listless, its flames gradually extinguished, and it grew weak. DUI, surprised, returned the salamander to the flames. It recovered, full of life. After several more attempts, he finally confirmed that the salamander truly couldn't leave the flames. The longer it stayed away, the weaker it grew, eventually dying. Seeing this, DUI summoned a flame, enveloped the salamander in it, and moved it to the lab table, preventing the salamander from weakening and dying. DUI used his wand to examine the salamander, confirming that it had indeed transformed into a magical lizard capable of living only in flames. The salamander's attack power was modest, its flames only a small wisp easily extinguished by an ordinary person. However, DUI wasn't disappointed. The unexpected birth of a new magical creature was a real surprise. He used a syringe to draw a small amount of the salamander's blood, preserving it before returning it to the fireplace. Since there was only one salamander left, DUI decided to find it a companion. He then followed the same method, using the fragments of the fire demon's heart and its blood to transform another lizard into a salamander. DUI was stunned to see the two salamanders in the fireplace flames, and after a brief encounter, they actually began to simmer. But then he began to look forward to it. If the salamanders could reproduce, then his painstaking experiment would be worthwhile. DUI then ignored the two salamanders busy producing offspring and continued with his experiment. After all, the salamanders would die without the flames, so he didn't have to worry about them running around or setting the room on fire. The unexpected birth of the salamander filled DUI with anticipation for the next experiment. He set his sights on a venomous snake. His gaze chilled the snake, its body tensing and attacking, but its words were full of threats that DUI could understand. "Human, don't come near me. I'm scared. I told you I'm very poisonous. Don't push me." DUI couldn't help but laugh at the creature. He spoke in Parseltongue, "Little one, don't say I didn't give you a chance. You're just an ordinary venomous snake with a short lifespan. Don't you want to become more powerful and live longer? Look at those two lizards. They're so powerful now, they can even live in flames." DUI directly deceived the venomous snake. The small-brained venomous snake was dazed and unable to remember anything except the promise of becoming stronger. Then, for some reason, it nodded and agreed. Then, watching the human before it sharpened its knife and approach, it was too late to regret. All it could do was cry and think, "My life is over." For the larger venomous snake, DUI chose a larger fragment of the magic crystal. He implanted the fragment into the venomous snake's heart, then injected it with the blood of the Balrog, and waited quietly for the transformation to occur. The venomous snake writhed and twisted in agony on the lab table, its body bulging and cracked, revealing a fiery red hue, as if lava were hidden within. "Fire, I want fire." Snake language, the snake cried out to DUI like a thirsty person seeking water. DUI, upon hearing this, unleashed a burst of flames directly at the snake. Enveloped in flames, the snake, like a thirsty person encountering a downpour, began to gulp down the flames. Then, within the flames, the snake shed its skin, consumed by the flames, and replaced with grayish-white scales. Its eyes glowed red, as if ignited with flames. DUI, observing the transformed snake, observed it with curiosity. "What abilities do you have?" The snake surveyed its body with curiosity, then hesitantly replied, "I think I can make my body explode, generating immense heat to incinerate my enemies." DUI choked up at this, unsure how to assess such an ability. Was this what they called self-destructing for your own enjoyment? "My venom seems different too," the snake asked again, puzzled. "How is it different?" DUI grew curious. The snake opened its mouth and bit a nearby mouse, injecting its venom. The mouse let out a scream before its body spontaneously combusted from the inside out, quickly burning to a pile of ash. DUI's eyes lit up at the sight. The snake's transformed abilities weren't entirely useless. "One more thing, The snake continued. What is it? DUI grew even more excited. Could the snake possess other abilities? The snake said hesitantly, I think I'm giving birth. What? DUI thought he'd misheard. I'm laying eggs, the snake said. DUI was momentarily incredulous. You were pregnant before. This is my first time. I have no experience. I just had a chance encounter with a beautiful male snake. Who knew I'd get pregnant? The snake replied sheepishly, twisting its body shyly. DUI was speechless. Catching a pregnant female snake, his luck was unbelievable. Venomous snakes, no. Fire snakes now, like salamanders, need to live in flames. However, unlike salamanders, which cannot leave the fire for even a moment, fire snakes can leave it for about an hour. The fire snake, about to give birth, quickly crawled to a dark corner without any fire and then forcefully laid 7 eggs. These eggs were red and emitted an intense heat. Fire snakes cannot lay eggs in flames, otherwise the eggs would explode like a firebomb. Therefore, fire snakes need to lay their eggs in a cool, dark corner away from the fire, and then quickly crawl back into the flames within an hour to avoid death. Chapter 177 Pet Kraken. Looking at the 7 fire snake eggs, emitting an extremely hot atmosphere, DUI carefully moved them to the test bench. These fire eggs were no different from bombs. If not handled with care, they could explode and set the entire room on fire. As for the mother snake, who had just laid the eggs, she crawled back into the flames, as if she had completed a mission, without looking back, to recover her strength. DUI felt helpless, as if he had created a problem for himself. At least the fire lizards couldn't leave the flames and wouldn't cause too much trouble. But this fire snake could stay away from the flames for an hour and still lay scorching eggs, making it a mobile fire source. If no one was watching, he feared that the castle he had worked so hard to build would be burned down by the fire snake. But now that it was born, he couldn't just destroy the fire snake and its eggs. DUI waved his hand and used a freezing spell to freeze one of the eggs into dormancy. This fire snake resembled the fire ash snake of the magical world, and its eggs were a valuable ingredient in potions such as aphrodisiac, Idris potion, which enhances the drinker's defenses, and felicity potion. He wondered if the eggs of this fire snake could be a substitute. The remaining 6 eggs suddenly spontaneously combusted, engulfed in flames. 6 slender, grayish-white snakes hatched from the flames. After devouring the flames, they instinctively crawled toward the fire, leaving a trail of ash wherever they crawled. 3 of them crawled over to the mother snake, comfortably nestling in the flames. But the mother snake showed no maternal awareness. Instead, she bared her teeth at the 3 little snakes, as if their territory had been invaded. Had she not recognized them as her own children, she would have devoured them. Even without attacking the little snakes, she still attempted to drive them out of her territory. The other 3 simply seized the fire in the hearth, disrupting the 2 salamanders' birthing and forcing them to the edge of the flames, where they lay helpless and afraid to approach. Then the little snakes bared their teeth at each other, trying to drive their siblings out and occupy the fire for themselves. Seeing this, DUI became troubled. He quickly summoned 6 flames and distributed them among the newborn fire snakes, preventing them from fighting each other. He considered building a separate, sealed room to house the fire snakes. Otherwise, if the fire snakes were allowed to run loose, his castle would be in jeopardy. Even if they escaped, Hogsmeade below and the surrounding woods would be in jeopardy. To avoid any accidents, DUI found a room and left it bare, devoid of any flammable materials. After using the invisible extension charm to expand the space, he carved out a dozen small fireplaces along the walls, lit them, and distributed them among the mother and 6 little fire snakes. As for the 2 salamanders, they weren't as threatening as the fire snakes and would quickly die if removed from the fire. So, DUI left them in the fireplace, a unique Hogwarts mantelpiece. After cultivating the salamanders and fire snakes with the fragments of the Balrog's heart and its blood, DUI stopped. He could see that the fragments of the Balrog's heart played a leading role in transforming ordinary lizards and snakes into magical creatures, while the Balrog's blood served as a catalyst. Both were limited, and he couldn't afford to waste them on these animal experiments. He planned to save them for future use. His experiments paused, and DUI turned his attention to another matter. In the days since his return, the petrified water watcher had still not been dealt with. Leaving it in its space chest wasn't going to cut it. So, DUI prepared a restoration potion to restore the water monster and subdue it. He made his way to the herb garden level and entered the room where the king's grass was planted. Upon entering, a warm, moist breeze greeted him. The room was like a small world. The sky-high, azure ceiling was dotted with countless clouds and shone brightly. Across the rolling hills, a small stream weaved through a hollow, emptying into a clear lake. Where once there were only a few hundred king's plants, they now grew like weeds, blooming pure white flowers. The air was filled with a sweet, rich fragrance that soothed and comforted the senses. Dui had also transplanted some of the king's into the garden. With the presence of the holy white tree, even in the unsuitable environment of Windcloud Summit, the king's thrived. This herb was now quite common on Windcloud Summit. Whenever a resident of the mountain came seeking medicine for a serious illness, Dui allowed his steward, Edward, to gather king's from the garden to treat the patient. However, Dui's purpose for this visit wasn't the king's. He made his way to the lake, which was filled with the golden berries and the water lilies Tom had given him. Water lilies originate from the Willow River, imbued with the blessing and power of the River Maiden, the golden berry, possessing healing powers even more miraculous than the king's herb. He circled the lake's edge and reached the other side, where he saw a dozen broad-leaved plants animate in the grassy meadows. Their roots buried in the ground, they formed a circle, as if whispering something beneath the surface. Upon sensing a stranger's approach, most of them instantly fell silent, pretending to be ordinary, motionless plants. Others, however, instantly pulled themselves out of the soil and scurried off into the distance on tiny feet. They were mandrakes. Dui looked at the fastest mandrake and raised his hand to summon it. "You're so fast, it must be you." The mandrake twisted and struggled in midair, emitting a deadly, piercing sound in dissatisfaction. However, Dui had already cast a soundproofing spell, so he ignored its sounds and drew out a syringe, extracting the green juice from it. After extracting enough, he looked at the limp, weeping mandrake and tossed it back to the ground. The recipe for a restorative potion required the entire mandrake root, but with Professor Snape's potions notes and the idea of sustainable use, he devised the idea of extracting the mandrake's juice instead. The mandrake, having escaped its clutches, quickly fled into the bushes, burrowing into the soil and disappearing. Dui ignored it, leaving the room and heading to the potions room to prepare the potion. A few days passed in a flash. When the restorative potion in the crucible was complete, Dui's lips curled up in a satisfied smile. With Snape's potions notes, his potion had been perfect the first time, and in perfect condition. He divided the restorative potion from the crucible into several glass bottles, saving one for unpetrifying the water watcher and refrigerating the rest in the potions cabinet. Restoration potions aren't just for reversing petrification curses, they can also restore those who have been deformed, cursed, or under the spell of dark magic to their original state. So, Dui kept a few extra, just in case. With a bottle of restoration potion, Dui went to another room and entered the special chest containing the water watcher. Gazing at the massive octopus, Dui poured the entire potion into its maw. As the potion took effect, the water watcher, once a stone sculpture, gradually recovered. Its gray petrified surface returned to dark green, and its stiff tentacles began to twist and curl. Even the tentacles previously severed by the Divine Edge spell had their dark magic removed by the potion, slowly regrowing and repairing. Upon seeing Dui, the water watcher, having regained consciousness, furiously swung its massive tentacles at him. Dui remained impassive. With a wave of his wand, a blast of fiendish fire erupted, blocking him and instantly reducing the tentacles to ash. The flames rapidly surged and spread, filling the entire chest, transforming it into a world of fiery flames. Dui, trapped within the fiery flames, felt no burning sensation. The surrounding fiery flames obediently surrounded him, making him look like a king of fire. Meanwhile, the underwater watcher, enveloped by the spreading fiery flames, screamed in agony. Had Dui not intentionally restrained himself, the fiery flames would have been reduced to ash by now. But the scorching heat continued to sear the underwater watcher, causing it excruciating pain, as if it would perish at any moment. Miraculously, despite its apparent pain, the watcher showed no signs of burns. Dui coldly observed the watcher, only waving his hand to retreat the fiery flames as they neared the end of their breath. He still watched it intently, ready to burst forth and consume it. "I know you understand me," Dui said coldly. "I can forgive your previous offense, but there's one condition: you must submit to me. Otherwise, these flames will slowly consume you, first consuming all your tentacles, then your skin, organs, bones, and finally your consciousness. Now, make your choice. The surrounding fiend fire seemed to be responding to his words, condensing into various forms of dragons, basilisks, and balrogs, glaring at him with fierce, greedy eyes, as if ready to pounce at any moment. The underwater watcher stared at the surrounding flames in fear, its tentacles tightly huddled together, fearful of being touched. Hearing DUI's threats, the underwater watcher's eyes were filled with fear and hesitation. But as the scorching flames approached, its instinct for survival forced it to hurriedly nod just before the flames touched it. The fiend fire then retreated reluctantly, as if regretting not being able to devour it. DUI waved his wand, and a drop of blue blood flew from the underwater watcher's body between them. DUI also drew a drop of his own blood and cast a spell. Under the spell, the two drops of blood fused together, forming a single red and blue bead, which DUI placed into the octopus's mouth. Once inside, the bead merged with the octopus's body, spreading through its veins and transforming into an invisible yet powerful bond. Under the threat of fiend fire, the octopus dared not move at all, only cooperating obediently. This was a variation of the blood oath, which DUI had also used against the basilisk. It bound the octopus to unconditionally obey DUI's every request and prohibited it from harming him in any way. Having completed the process of acknowledging DUI's mastership, DUI removed fiend fire. From this day forward, you are no longer a watcher of the water, but my pet, the Kraken. The giant octopus, the Kraken, obediently bowed to DUI, expressing its complete submission. Chapter 178 Forging Furnace. The giant octopus had surrendered, so it naturally couldn't remain in the box any longer. DUI left the box, carrying the box and riding his broomstick to the Black Lake at the foot of the mountain. He then released the giant octopus from the box. The giant octopus, the Kraken, was instantly excited upon seeing the lake, like a thirsty man discovering an oasis in the desert. After receiving DUI's permission, it eagerly entered the lake. Water was the source of the giant octopus's power. Nourished by the lake's water, it became vibrant again, its broken tentacles rapidly regrowing. It waved over 20 thick tentacles, joyfully stirring the lake, stirring up waves. The Kraken was enormous, almost as large as the dragon Smog. Such a commotion in the lake naturally attracted the attention of the residents of Hogsmeade across the lake. They were startled by the massive giant octopus's appearance. However, someone with a keen eye soon discovered DUI's presence. Seeing that the giant octopuses seemed to be following DUI's lead, they breathed a sigh of relief and quickly accepted it. After all, their lord already had a dragon, a giant eagle, and, presumably, a giant snake. Adding another giant octopus to the mix wasn't surprising. DUI also noticed the movements of the residents across the street and ordered the giant octopus, Kraken, remember not to attack the humans across the way. Okay, the Kraken nodded. Despite being unable to speak, its intelligence was no less than that of a human. It sensed that its master treated those humans with special care and naturally dared not disobey. Just then, the sound of hurried horse hooves echoed. It was Mayor Luke, the town's galloping horse. Due to the Kraken's overwhelming presence, the horses dared not approach once they were 1,000 meters away. Mayor Luke didn't force his stance, dismounting and trotting towards DUI. Luke couldn't help but feel apprehensive at the sight of the enormous octopus, but he still bravely approached Dewey and respectfully said, "Lord Dewey." Dewey spoke directly, "Are you here to ask about this octopus?" Luke nodded. "Lord, is this octopus going to live in the lake?" Dewey nodded, reassuring him not to worry. "Don't worry about it bothering you. It's my guard in the lake. I have orders, so it won't attack the residents of Hogsmeade. Everything will proceed as usual." Luke breathed a sigh of relief, but still hesitated. "Lord, some residents want to fish in the lake. I wonder." Dewey waved his hand. "That's not a problem. From now on, the half of the lake near the castle will belong to the Kraken octopus, and the other half will belong to the residents. Just stay away from the castle, and the rest is yours." "Lord, you are so kind," Luke said happily. Then, he brought the good news back to the town. Soon, fishermen specialized in fishing on the Black Lake. They all worked in unison, fishing only on the half of the lake closest to the town, never crossing the line to the other side. One day, a fisherman's boat capsized, nearly drowning, but he was rescued by a tentacle. The fisherman and the giant octopus, previously aloof from each other, finally came into contact. Gradually, The fisherman and the giant octopus became familiar with each other. The fisherman often brought various treats for the giant octopus, especially alcohol, which the octopus particularly favored. The giant octopus, in turn, would often drive fish from the lake toward the fishermen, allowing them to return with a full catch. As the octopus's relationship with the residents of Hogsmeade grew, the giant octopus even swam to the town's shore, basking in the sun and accepting various feedings. Courageous children would fiddle with the octopus's tentacles or even playfully hold them in midair. Adults, unfazed, allowed the children to play with the octopus, completely unconcerned about the risk of drowning. Tourists, traveling merchants, and bards from other lands also came, marveling at the spectacle but hesitant to approach. After settling the giant octopus, Dui returned to the castle. This time, he planned to build a furnace. Ever since he had mastered the goblin forging technique, Dui had intended to put it to use. He happened to have several crates of mithril ore sent by Balin, and Moria would continue to send more. Mithril also existed in the magical world, known as goblin silver. It was a crucial magical metal used in many goblin forging techniques. If Dui wanted to master the goblin forging technique, he would have to learn how to smelt and process it. Under the mournful gaze of the dragon smog, Dui mercilessly took all the mithril ore, even before it could be heated. Dui specifically chose the 33rd floor of the tower and transformed it into a forge. Before doing so, Dui first journeyed to the underground passage leading to the lake below the mountain. Using magic, he carved a tunnel deep into the mountain's interior until he found a vein of iron ore. It was only a small vein, considered untapped by the dwarves when they first dug the tunnel. But now, it was just what Dui needed. He reached the most concentrated area of iron ore and removed a fist-sized chunk of mother mithril, placing it at the core. He then opened the mithril box and extracted the flame crystals within. Resembling the structure of the Balrog's lair, he built an eggshell-like barrier of crystals around the mother mithril. The flame crystals radiated intense heat, quickly melting the surrounding iron ore into fiery crimson magma. Dui had taken a fireproof potion beforehand to avoid being harmed by the scorching heat. This magma swirled around the mother mithril like a river of magma. Dui could sense an invisible radiation emanating from the mother mithril, slowly influencing the surrounding metallic magma, transforming it into mithril. This transformation was extremely slow. Initially, it might take a year to produce just 1 gram of mithril. Meanwhile, the flame crystals were constantly strengthening and purifying the mother mithril, increasing its radiation and transformation rate. Without Dui's elf sensitivity to metals and magic, he wouldn't have noticed this change. Having accomplished all this, Dui stopped lingering. Now he simply waited. Perhaps in the next few decades, or even centuries, a vein of mithril would develop here. While it wouldn't rival Moria's mithril production, it would still be a source. As for Moria, while he held 1/10 of the mithril property, that was manageable during Balin's reign, but with Balin's passing, the situation would be completely uncertain. After all, the dwarves had broken their promises more than once. Leaving the iron ore vein, Dui collapsed and sealed the tunnel. Then, he reached the 33rd floor and began constructing the goblin forge. He intended to use flame crystals for the furnace's firebricks, but the flame crystals were too hot, melting the surrounding stone walls and ironwork. So, Dui resorted to extravagance and planned to build a furnace out of mithril. Mithril possesses a remarkable property. While it's easy to melt the first time, once forged and thoroughly cooled, it becomes incredibly strong and heat-resistant. Even if dropped into volcanic lava, it remains remarkably resistant to melting. After preparing a collection of forging tools, Dui took out a mithril container, enlarged its interior, and placed several flame crystals at the bottom, followed by mithril ore. Under the intense heat of the flame crystals, the mithril ore gradually melted, transforming into boiling, flowing silver slurry. After continuous purification, Dui slowly poured the molten mithril into a mold. Once it solidified, a mithril furnace took shape. Still unable to cool, Dui, armed with a mithril-infused hammer, struck the inner and outer walls of the furnace with a strange rhythm, chanting a spell with each blow and infusing the hammer with magical energy. This technique is inspired by the goblin forging principle that metal has memory. Goblins believe that metal possesses memory, and that forging is not merely a process of shaping but also a process of communicating with the metal. Therefore, the most crucial step in fairy forging is awakening the metal's memory. Through spells, runes, and spiritual power, they connect with the metal, imbuing it with the maker's intentions and imbuing the item with unique magical properties. Every strike of the hammer against the walls of the mithril furnace ignites magical sparks. Simultaneously, the magic power DUI injects fuses with the mithril through the constant hammering, imbuing the already magical mithril with even more magical properties. Once the mithril furnace is completely imbued with magic, DUI uses a mithril chisel to carve fairy runes into the furnace's interior. By the time he's finished, a week has passed. Even with a fireproof potion, DUI is sweating profusely, whether from the heat or exhaustion. Gazing at the full-height furnace before him, DUI waves his wand. Clear water like a spring, a stream of icy water gushes out, pouring over the furnace. The furnace hiss. With a wave of his hand, he swept away the mist in the room and looked at the finished furnace. The furnace was silver, oval-shaped, and resembled an alchemy furnace, its sides engraved with mysterious runes. DUI then removed several pieces of fire crystals from the mithril box and placed them in the furnace. Although the lid was uncovered, the scorching heat of the fire crystals was magically trapped within the furnace. Even touching the walls, he felt only the cold metal. Peering into the furnace, the space seemed infinitely vast, brimming with intense heat and flames. DUI dropped a piece of mithril ore into the furnace. It instantly melted, burning away all impurities, leaving only the purest mithril molten liquid. Seeing this, DUI immediately tossed in several large boxes of mithril ore from the outside. Each box seemed large enough to fill the furnace. Even after throwing everything in, the furnace absorbed it all, instantly melting all the mithril ore and burning away all the impurities. DUI tapped the furnace gently with his wand, and with each tap, it automatically shrank, eventually becoming a palm-sized, pocket-sized furnace. Even so, the molten mithril within did not overflow. This was the magical furnace DUI had crafted. Inspired by the art of goblin forging. Not only did the furnace possess an internal chamber that automatically expanded as more ore was added, but it also had the ability to increase firepower and purify impurities. For example, if a flame crystal with a temperature of 1000 degrees Celsius was placed inside, the furnace could raise its internal temperature to 10,000 degrees Celsius, enough to melt even the hardest and most heat-resistant metals. The furnace also had the ability to automatically expand and contract, allowing for easy movement and operation by tapping with a wand. Most importantly, the furnace possessed a unique ability. It absorbed the properties of the metal being smelted within, becoming stronger and possessing self-healing abilities. It can be said that with this furnace, DUI has the most solid foundation if he wants to become the master forger in Middle-earth. Chapter 179 Mithril Sword. Once the forge was complete, DUI placed it in the center of the forge. He then cast the flaming sword into the forge, forging it in the scorching heat and intense flames. The flaming sword was forged by Thorn and several dwarven craftsmen, reforged from the ancient sword of the Whites, fused with a touch of mithril, and inscribed with a rune representing fire. Gandalf had used it in Moria to unleash the sacred fire Larner to counter the Balrog's fire of Udun. However, this didn't mean the flaming sword itself possessed such power. Rather, Gandalf used it to unleash the fire of Arnor. DUI planned to reforge the flaming sword using goblin forging techniques, making it even more powerful. The flaming sword was originally cast in bronze, but how could it compare to mithril? Furthermore, DUI would be using the even more precious Mother Mithril. Indeed, DUI planned to use Mother Mithril to reforge the flaming sword. He first placed the flaming sword into the furnace. True to its dwarven forge, the flaming sword melted very slowly, even in the high temperatures of the furnace. DUI deliberately added more fire crystals to the furnace to accelerate the sword's melting. Under DUI's watchful eye, the flaming sword melted into a pool of molten slurry, its impurities rapidly decomposing and burning away. Finally, only a small mass of pure, impurity-free molten bronze remained, with a thumb-sized amount of molten mithril beside it. This thumb-sized amount of mithril was the mithril Thorin and the dwarf craftsman had added to the sword. While small, it was Thorin's greatest act of sincerity. Now, DUI directly split the even more precious fist-sized piece of Mother Mithril into two halves and placed one half into the furnace. Mother Mithril was far stronger and more heat-resistant than ordinary mithril, even the Balrog's flames had failed to melt it. The Mother of Mithril within the furnace remained motionless, unmoved by the intense heat and flames. Seeing this, DUI dumped the remaining flame crystals into the furnace. Under the tenfold increase in power, the furnace's interior shifted from white to deeper blue. The temperature within far surpassed that of a volcano, and even the molten bronze within began to vaporize. The mother of Mithril finally began to soften, but still very slowly. At this rate, Dui wondered how long it would take to completely melt it. Dui aimed his wand at the inlet and unleashed fiend fire. The destructive force of the fiend fire joined the furnace's flames, instantly raising the temperature even further, turning it a bluish-purple color. Under the terrifying intensity of the flames, the mother of Mithril melted at an accelerated rate. In the blink of an eye, a week passed, and the mother of Mithril, half the size of a fist, was finally completely melted. The bronze molten metal from the original flaming sword shrank significantly, leaving only a trace of pure bronze essence, resembling the brilliance of gold. While Mithril is a desirable material, it's too light. If the sword were made entirely of Mithril, the weight would be difficult to manage, hindering its lethality. Therefore, Dui fused the light mother Mithril molten metal with a heavy bronze essence, creating an alloy of just the right weight, combining the lightness, corrosion resistance, and magical conductivity of Mithril with the stability and strength of bronze. Dui removed the fused metal from the furnace and, once it solidified, repeatedly struck it with a Mithril hammer at a unique rhythm. Each blow infused the magic power of the hammer into the alloy, further merging the mother Mithril and bronze essences. Once the hammering was complete, the alloy was returned to the furnace and remelted and calcined, allowing the Mithril, bronze, and magic power to continuously react within the furnace. This repeated process lasted for 3 months. The smelting process finally ceased when the mother of Mithril, bronze, and magic became indistinguishable, and the metal's memory was fully activated. By this point, the Mithril alloy had been forged and shaped into the form of a sword. Dui used a Mithril chisel to inscribe runes on the blade. Once completed, he plunged the blade into the molten Mithril in the furnace to coat it with a patina. After smelting and polishing, Dui plunged the red-hot sword directly into pre-prepared blood-red liquid for quenching. This blood-red liquid was a fairy-quenching potion Dui had crafted from dragon blood. The sword rapidly cooled in the dragon blood potion, continuously absorbing its essence, its blade becoming even more extraordinary, shimmering with a faint, precious light. After cooling, it was tempered and forged again. After another 3 months, a slender, gleaming silver sword finally emerged. The sword's entire body was a brilliant silver, but with a hint of golden hue from the addition of bronze. The sword's hilt is cross-shaped, with a phoenix carved in the center of the hilt and crowns at each end, each set with red gemstones. A large ruby is also set into the end of the hilt. However, these gems are not actual rubies, but rather gemstones carved from flame crystals. Even more remarkable is that the once incredibly hot flame crystals, now embedded in the hilt, do not emit a high aura or feel hot to the touch, simply warm. This allows the sword to radiate warmth even in freezing temperatures, warming its wielder. Inscribed on the blade is the Elvish script, Duir, wield and control the flaming sword, harness the fire of judgment, and destroy all enemies of darkness, written by Arwen. These words not only record the name of the sword and its owner, but also imbue it with the will and power to judge and destroy darkness. Duir, looking upon the finished work that took a full 6 months to complete, was filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. Flaming sword, Duir exclaimed. The next second, the sword vanished from the forging table and reappeared in his hand. Feeling the weight in his hand, Dui couldn't help but smile. The sword, infused with his spirit and will during the forging process, had become his master. No matter where he was, he could summon it and it would instantly appear in his hand. Furthermore, no one could wield the flaming sword unless he had his approval and permission. In the hands of those with ill intentions, the flaming sword would become incredibly hot, causing burns at best, or even death at worst. Furthermore, because it was constructed from Mother Mithril, the flaming sword was not only indestructible but also possessed powerful magical properties, capable of withstanding all manner of spells, even the death curse. Most importantly, the flaming sword could absorb the very substances that strengthened it, constantly growing stronger. This was the most remarkable aspect of goblin forging. Dui produced a crystal vial of basilisk venom and poured it onto the sword. The sword slowly absorbed the basilisk's venom, soon acquiring its corrosive and destructive properties while also possessing a highly toxic venom. A single slash of the flaming sword would instantly kill a foe with its poison. Dui, enchanted by the sight of prey, thrust his sword directly into the Balrog's body. The flaming sword quickly absorbed the Balrog's power, not only consuming flames to grow stronger but also unleashing flaming attacks. He unleashed fiend fire upon the flaming sword, and it devoured it like a whale. swallowing it whole. When it unleashed flames again, it took on some of its attributes. Finally, Dewey, gnawing at the pain, produced a crystal vial of Earendil's light and dripped a few drops of Stardew onto the sword. The Stardew, imbued with the power of starlight, was slowly absorbed by the flaming sword. The sword seemed to have been cleansed, becoming purer. Even the flame crystals on the hilt became translucent, free of impurities, completely purged of the Balrog's dark aura. Even more surprising, Dewey discovered that the sword could actively absorb starlight when the star of Earendil was overhead. He was delighted by this unexpected discovery. The light of Earendil possessed a powerful restraining effect on creatures of darkness. If the flaming sword could absorb sufficient starlight, it would undoubtedly be a mortal enemy. To maximize the light's reach, Dewey placed the flaming sword atop the Tower of Amonsul, where it would be illuminated by the star of Earendil. Having reforged the flaming sword, Dewey temporarily paused his forging efforts and focused his attention on alchemy. Indeed, there were certain similarities between goblin forging techniques and wizard alchemy. As Dewey advanced in goblin craftsmanship, his understanding of alchemy deepened. His ultimate alchemical goal was to forge a philosopher's stone, thereby establishing the foundation for immortality. However, crafting a philosopher's stone was no easy feat. Even though the Book of Abraham recorded the method for crafting the philosopher's stone, without a solid foundation in alchemy, creating it was incredibly difficult. It was like asking an elementary school student to study nuclear weapons. Even with the most detailed drawings, how could they possibly be made? So Dewey sought help from outsiders, his future father-in-law, Lord Elrond of Rivendell, the wisest and most knowledgeable lord in Middle-earth. While Elrond disapproved of Dewey and Arwen's relationship, he loved his daughter dearly and clearly didn't want to see her heart broken, nor did he want her to give up the eternal life of an elven because Dewey hadn't achieved immortality. So, after receiving the drawings and rune dictionary from Dewey, he devoted himself to studying the Philosopher's Stone. With his immense wisdom and knowledge, Elrond quickly mastered the runes, reaching a level of understanding that even Dewey couldn't match. He also gained a deep understanding of the crafting of the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 180 Elements of the Magic Stone. The crafting of the Philosopher's Stone requires not only specific astrological signs and rituals, but also certain other essential conditions, Elrond told Dewey in the Hall of Fire in Rivendell. I've roughly grasped the meaning of the runic images on the blueprints. According to the explanation, the crafting of the Philosopher's Stone requires 3 primordial elements and 4 elements. None of these conditions are missing, otherwise the stone cannot be completed. Which 3 primordial elements and 4 elements? Dewey asked. The 3 primordial elements are salt for the body, mercury for the spirit, and sulfur for the soul, while the 4 elements are water, fire, air, and earth, Elrond explained, a look of admiration on his face. I don't know which wise man created such a miraculous philosopher's stone, but it's clear that its creator didn't simply seek immortality. Instead, he sought to use it as a medium to gain insight and understanding of the secrets of the universe, thereby achieving spiritual harmony and the ultimate spiritual sublimation. As for immortality, it's merely an extension of the Philosopher's Stone, more like an accessory. Dewey was also surprised to hear Elrond's words. Isn't the Philosopher's Stone supposed to grant immortality and transmute everything? How could such an explanation exist? Doubtful. Dewey told Elrond about Nicholas Flamel's situation. Elrond pondered, shook his head, and said, I suspect the Philosopher's Stone crafted by the man you're talking about isn't a true Philosopher's Stone, but rather a work in progress. The process of crafting a Philosopher's Stone itself is a spiritual practice, requiring the maker to achieve a unity of mind, soul, and matter, and to achieve a state of spiritual harmony at the moment the stone is completed. Only then can the Philosopher's Stone be perfect. Clearly, the man you're talking about wasn't spiritually perfect when he crafted it, so the stone is imperfect. Such an explanation? Dewey was astonished. Then a wave of distress washed over him. Nicholas Flamel had lived for so long, yet he hadn't achieved spiritual harmony. Could he, then, craft a flawless Philosopher's Stone? Never mind. Being able to create a semi-finished Philosopher's Stone is good enough. At worst, I can just prolong my lifespan. There's no rush to create it later when my soul is complete, Dewey thought. So, he simply continued to ask, still puzzled, Lord Elrond, I understand the 4 elements you mentioned, but how do you explain the salt of the body, the mercury of the spirit, and the sulfur of the soul? Elrond replied, The three elements used to create the Philosopher's Stone are not ordinary substances like salt, mercury, and sulfur. They are the product of the union of body, mind, soul, and real matter. I seemed to understand, but then asked, is there a place where these three substances can be found? Elrond nodded. The mercury of spirits represents the fluidity of spirits. Located on the Grey Havens on the Great Western Coast, it marks the starting point of the elves' westward journey. It carries the elves' attachment to Middle-earth and their farewell to the Middle-earth, accumulating the weight of time and countless unspoken memories. If you wish to seek the mercury of spirits, you can collect it there. I believe the Lord of the Grey Havens will assist you. It is also the easiest of the three elements of the Philosopher's Stone to find. He then continued. The next is the sulfur of souls, which represents the fire of the soul and can only be found where souls gather. Throughout Arda, besides the halls of Mandus, where souls rest, I understand there are also places where souls refusing Mandus's summons wander. For example, the mountain men of Erich at the end of the Death Road in the White Mountains. For breaking their oaths, Isildur cursed them with eternal rest, and their souls were imprisoned there after death. If you wish to seek the sulfur of souls, you must go there. But the undead there refuse to allow the living to enter. Even I dare not venture there lightly, so if you wish to go, you must be mentally prepared. I nodded. He had certainly heard of the roads of death. Legend has it that during the founding of Gondor in the Second Age, Isildur commanded the mountain folk of Erech, who lived south of the White Mountains, to swear allegiance before a black stone. If Gondor were in danger, the mountain folk of Erech would join them in resisting the enemy. However, when Sauron attacked Gondor, the mountain folk, fearing him, broke their oath. Isildur cursed them to rest in peace until their oath was fulfilled. Thus, after death, the souls of the mountain folk of Erech remained trapped in the same place, unable to rest. He also built the roads of death to guard it, forbidding all living beings from entering. Baldur, the eldest son of the second king of Rohan, once swore to walk the roads of death, but he never returned and perished there. During the War of the Ring, Aragorn, at Elrond's suggestion, journeyed to the roads of death to gather more troops to fight Sauron. He used the name of Isildur's direct descendant and the reforged sword Narsil to summon the undead to serve him. Then where can I find the salt of the flesh? I grew concerned when he saw Elrond save the salt of the flesh for last. Could it be that this was the hardest to obtain? Elrond replied, the salt of the flesh represents stability and vitality, and is most likely to appear in the place where life was first born. The birthplace of the elves, Quivir, sank long ago with the War of Wrath in the First Age. The birthplace of the dwarves is unknown to all except the Valar who created them. They were subsequently placed in various mountains to slumber until the elves awoke. Only Hildurin, the birthplace of men, is most likely to be found. At this point, Elrond's expression grew serious, and he spoke earnestly to Dewey. Hildurin is in the Far East. I don't know its exact location. It may have been forgotten in the vicissitudes of human history, but it is within the realm ruled by Sauron. If you wish to search for it, you will have to rely on yourself, and beware of Sauron. You have repeatedly thwarted his plans, and he must hate you to the core. You could end up there if you're not careful. Dewey nodded gravely and expressed his gratitude. I understand. Thank you, Lord Elrond. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have learned about the Philosopher's Stone so quickly. It's true that an elder in the family is like a treasure. If he had been left to slowly explore these things on his own, it would have taken him forever to discover them. Fortunately, Elrond didn't know what Dewey was thinking at the moment, otherwise he would have taught him the true meaning of respecting elders. Although Elrond gave Dewey detailed information about the three elements of the Philosopher's Stone, he shook his head and sighed. Honestly, I would suggest you wait 2 years. After Lady Galadriel purifies the heart of the Balrog, you can use the Balrog's undying fire to forge the fire of Nirvana and thus achieve immortality. The crafting of the Philosopher's Stone involves too many uncertainties. The roads of death and the Far East are not benign places. One careless mistake could lead to eternal damnation. I don't want to see Arwen heartbroken for you. Listening to Elrond's somewhat heavy words, Dewey raised his head, his expression serious. Lord Elrond, I promise you that I will never put myself in a desperate situation, nor will I give Arwen the opportunity to be sad. Seeing Dewey's solemn assurance, Elrond nodded, forcing a gentle smile. I am willing to believe your promise. The two then continued discussing the 4 elements needed for the Philosopher's Stone. Of the 4 elements, water, fire, and wind are easy to solve. Lady Galadriel's Ring of Water, Nanaya, Gandalf's Ring of Fire, Naya, and the ring of air in my hand, Vizaya, can all condense the three elements of water, fire, and wind. Elrond raised his hand, and a sapphire and gold ring appeared on his slender finger. Countless wind elements gathered, forming a small elemental storm, swirling in his hand. It's just the earth element. You'll have to find it yourself. Earth element? How do you find it? Dewey frowned. Why didn't Celebrimbor forge an additional ring of earth when he forged the 3 rings of the elven rings? Otherwise, there would be no need to search for earth elements. Elrond also shook his head. I don't know that either. The only clue I can give you is that it must be a treasure bred from the earth, and is inherently extraordinary, born from the earth. Does Mithril count? Dewey held out a mother of Mithril for Elrond to see. Seeing the mother of Mithril, Elrond was surprised, but shook his head. I didn't expect you to possess such a treasure as the mother of Mithril. Unfortunately, it is essentially the fusion of divine and demonic power under unique circumstances, not something bred from the earth. Does this count? Dewey held out another object. Seeing the luminous white gem in Dewey's hand, Elrond was even more astonished. The Arkenstone. Dewey nodded. That's it. The Arkenstone is also known as the Heart of the Mountain, a treasure bred from the mountain. Shouldn't that be acceptable? Elrond didn't inquire how this gem, symbolizing Durin's kingship, came into Dewey's hands. Instead, he took the gem and examined it carefully. Then he smiled gently. It seems fate favors you, Dwyer. This Heart of the Mountain holds the essence of the earth. The 4 elements you need are now complete. He was overjoyed to receive the affirmative answer. Due to Thorn's madness, Dwyer had taken the Arkenstone early and kept it until now. Unexpectedly, today, by some strange coincidence, he had found the final missing element. What are your plans? Elrond asked. Easy first, difficult later. I plan to go to the Grey Havens to search for the Mercury of Spirit. Then, I will travel south to the White Mountains and the Death Road. Finally, I will search for Hildorian in the Far East, Dewey said, pondering his plan. Elrond nodded. If you go to the Grey Havens, you can first visit their Lord Círdan. He is the oldest and wisest of our elves and a member of the White Council. If you encounter any problems you cannot solve, you can seek his help. I believe he will be happy to help. Chapter 181 Heading West. On the training grounds of Rivendell, Dewey and Elrond were locked in a battle. Elladan and Arwen watched from the sidelines. Clad in the long, cinched elven wargear forged for him by Arwen, Dewey wielded the divine spear, Egress, and with reflexes and agility beyond mortal limits, he dodged and parried Elrohir's attacks. In the fierce battle, Dewey, though still at a disadvantage, managed to maintain a steady flow of blows and avoid a swift defeat. Elrohir, wielding an elven sword, fought with an elven grace and beauty, his expression relaxed yet admiring. Dewey, through his long training with Elrohir and Elladan, had unwittingly mastered the elven fighting style. If one didn't look at his ears, one would mistake him for an elf. Thanks to the entering given by the treeman, Dewey's physical fitness was now comparable to that of an elf. This was also the reason why his martial prowess improved so rapidly, allowing him to hold his own for so long against Elrohir, a warrior with thousands of years of combat experience. Arwen and Elladan, watching the battle, both admired the two. Dewey's martial arts are improving rapidly. Given more time, he might become a formidable warrior, Elladan said approvingly. Arwen's gaze followed Dewey's figure. She shook her head slightly, her eyes gentle as she said, he doesn't need to be a warrior. Magic is his most powerful weapon. Elladan nodded and smiled. Indeed, compared to novice in martial arts, magic is his forte. After all, he's a renowned black-robed wizard in Middle-earth. If he had been allowed to use magic, Elrohir and I would probably be the ones getting outmatched. The battle ended quickly. As expected, Dewey lost again. Elladan sheathed his elven sword and handed the captured divine spear, Egress, back to Dewey, a smile on his face. Your martial arts skills are now reaching remarkable heights. Even some elven warriors are no match for you. You've already qualified. Simple duels won't be enough for you now. If you want to improve, you need to engage in life or death combat. Dewey took the spear, took a breath, and nodded. I understand. And thank you and Elladan for your training over the years. I've learned so much. He knew that while Elrohir and Elladan claimed to be using duels to teach him a lesson, they were actually teaching him all kinds of martial arts without reservation, constantly feeding him with techniques. This was the reason for his rapid progress, preventing him from remaining a fragile wizard. Of course, There might have been a hint of resentment at the abduction of their beloved sister, but it was generally harmless. Elrohir's smile deepened at this, and his resentment towards Dui for abducting his sister diminished slightly. The two of them stepped off the training platform. Arwen approached Dui, wiped his sweat with a soft handkerchief, and gently offered him a drink. "You must be tired. Have some water." Dewey deliberately bent down, his gaze gentle as he looked at the beautiful woman, letting her wipe the sweat off his face. He then took the wine glass and downed the drink in one gulp. He felt refreshed, his fatigue instantly reduced. Seeing Dewey's eyes light up, Arwen smiled. "This is dew I collected from the leaves of the holy white tree, with a little honey added. If you like, I'll make it for you later." Dewey's eyes sparkled, and he nodded happily. Okay, the two brothers, seemingly forgotten, were now seething with sourness. Their resentment towards Dewey, which had been slightly diminished, flared up. "The yellow-haired man seducing his sister is so annoying," Elladan interrupted quickly. "Dewey, I heard from Arwen that you recently forged a sword. The craftsmanship is exquisite. Show it to us and let us see it." Elrohir nodded in agreement. Dewey exchanged a somewhat helpless glance with Arwen. These two brothers-in-law always ruined the atmosphere. Arwen gave Dewey a reassuring, amused look, and stopped stoking his hatred in front of his brothers. He put away the silk scarf he had been using to wipe his sweat. At his brothers-in-law's request, Dewey reached out and whispered, "Flaming sword." As soon as he finished speaking, a magnificent silver sword materialized from thin air. The red gemstone on the hilt gleamed with a fiery glow, raising the temperature of the air around them. Elrohir and Elladan stared at the sword in Dewey's hand, stunned and shocked. "I feel an incredibly intense heat from the blade. If I touch it, I'm afraid I'll get burned," Elrohir exclaimed, leaning back slightly, as if unable to endure the heat. Dewey smiled and handed the sword over. "Try it." Elrohir was startled by Dewey's action. He could clearly feel the heat radiating from the sword, enough to burn a person. But upon touching the blade, he felt no burns as he had imagined. Instead, it felt only warm, not hot. Seeing Dewey deliberately teasing his brother, Arwen felt somewhat helpless. He explained to Elrohir and Elladan, "This flaming sword is incredibly hot, but once Dewey approves and allows it, it will have no effect. So there's no need to worry about it burning anyone." Elrohir and Elladan were suddenly enlightened and marveled at the flaming sword. Just then, Elrond approached from a distance, accompanied by his secretary, Lindar. "Father, Arwen, Elrohir, and Elladan called out. "Lord Elrond, Lindar, what brings you here?" Dewey asked, somewhat surprised. Elrond's eyes instantly fell on the flaming sword in Elrohir's hand. He smiled gently. "I sensed the scorching heat from afar, and I came here with Lindar." "Is this the flaming sword you reforged, Dewey? Can I see it?" "Of course," Dewey said, naturally not minding. Elrohir handed the sword to Elrond. Elrond took the sword, examined it carefully, and then exclaimed in admiration. A novel, unique forging technique, pushing the metal's capabilities almost to their limit and imbuing it with memory. Sharp, indestructible, self-repairing, and even absorbing beneficial substances to strengthen it. This is a skill neither elven nor dwarven artisans possess. Dewey has once again astonished me." Dewey was even more astonished. He marveled at Elrond's status as one of the most profoundly knowledgeable sages in Middle-earth, having discerned the sword's properties so quickly. Then, the ring of air, Vaya, emerged from Elrond's fingers, its gem gleaming like a brilliant blue star. He grasped the flaming sword and infused it with its power. "Lord Elrond, what are you doing?" Dewey exclaimed in astonishment. The flaming sword, absorbing the ring's power, became even more extraordinary. Elrond smiled and handed the flaming sword to Dewey. "Try it." Dewey took the sword and swung it a few times, noticing that it was moving even faster. The air's resistance seemed to vanish, transformed into thrust, leaving only a trail of shadows. He swung it again, aiming in an unmanned direction. Instantly, a blade of air flew from the blade, swiftly piercing the air and splitting a huge rock opposite in two. Sword energy. Dewey's eyes lit up. Had he suddenly stumbled onto the martial arts channel? A closer look revealed not only a smooth-cut surface but also traces of burns and melting. Clearly, the sword energy was not only sharp but also scorchingly hot, doubling the damage. The others present were also astonished. Dewey was even more delighted. Now his flaming sword was not only a close-range weapon, but also a ranged weapon. "I don't know how to thank you, Lord Elrond." Dewey expressed his gratitude to the elven elder who had helped him so much. Elrond shook his head slightly. Do your best to return safely from this journey, and don't let Arwen worry about you." Dewey looked at Arwen, his eyes softening, and he nodded. "I understand. I will return safely," because Dewey was going on a long journey. Elrond, Elrahir, and Elladan did not bother him. This allowed Dewey and Arwen to spend their final moments together. They strolled slowly through the winding elven corridors of the river valley. Elven love was restrained and enduring. Arwen did not, like a couple in love, cling to her for a moment, nor did she ask to accompany her. She simply said gently, "While you are away, I will stay at Hogwarts and take care of your companions and people. You don't have to worry about home. Just remember to take care of yourself and don't get hurt." She removed the Evening Star necklace from her chest and placed it in Dewey's hands. "I hope it will protect you in my place. I will always be with you, wherever and whenever you are." Dewey looked at the shimmering starlit gem in his hand, then at the gentle and devoted Arwen, his eyes brimming with emotion. He took a deep breath, hugged Arwen tightly, inhaling her unique fragrance, and said softly, "It's wonderful to have you." Arwen was somewhat taken aback, but at his words, her brows curved softly, her eyes filled with warm starlight, and she gently stroked his broad back with her hand. Dewey stayed with Arwen for the next few days, and they returned to Weatherdop together. Every day, Arwen collected dew from the white tree to make magical drinks, and plucked fruit from the melon tree to make lembas. These would then serve as Dewey's water and rations for his journeys. When it was time to part, Arwen stayed in the castle, while Dewey rode the great eagle Thoronder away from Weatherdop. His first destination was the Grey Havens, located on the western coast. However, his purpose on this trip wasn't just to find materials for the Philosopher's Stone, but also to perform a check-in. So, he didn't use the Floo network to reach Bilbo's house, thus shortening the journey. Instead, he flew north of Weatherdop. He planned a detour, heading first to Fornest, the North Hill, north of the Weatherdops. Chapter 182 began. Weatherdop is the southernmost peak of the Wind Hills. Dewey rode his giant eagle northward, crossing the vast Wind Hills and then a vast plain. This was Dewey's first flight on the giant eagle Thoronder, and the ride was quite enjoyable. Thoronder had now grown far larger than the Eagle King, with a wingspan of 50 meters. Perhaps only the true Thoronder, the ancestor of the giant eagle race, could have been larger than the young Thoronder. This was all thanks to the entrink of the Treeman. Treebeard, the chieftain of the Treeman, was very fond of Thoronder. Whenever Dewey sent Thoronder to Fangorn Forest with a plant growth potion to trade for the Ent drink, Thoronder would receive additional Ent drink from Treebeard. Thoronder's size seemed to have no end in sight, constantly expanding. If Thoronder wished, he could return to his eyrie in the Misty Mountains and compete for the throne of Eagle King. However, Dewey had no such ambitions, and Thoronder had no such ambitions either. Despite its enormous size, Thoronder was still a fledgling. Besides patrolling its territory, it would spend its daily days battling the giant octopus Kraken over the Black Lake. Perhaps the two had a natural dislike for each other, as Thoronder the giant eagle constantly tried to provoke the Kraken. The Kraken, in turn, would use its long tentacles to try to pull Thoronder down or spray water into the air. The two birds' regular displays were a delight to the residents of Hogsmeade. However, they knew their limits. While they played along, the commotion was minor, so Dewey left them alone. This trip finally offered some peace and quiet. The giant eagle was incredibly fast, and in less than half a day, Dewey finally spotted the hills at the far end of the plain. They looked like a towering dam, blocking the plain to the north. These rolling hills were the North Hills of Eriador, home to the ancient city of Fornest. Fornest was the former capital of Arthedain. Following the division of Arnor, the kingdoms of Cardolan, Arthedain, and Rhudaur were formed. The Barrow Downs, located within Cardolan territory, were reduced to ruins following the invasion of the Witch King of Angmar. The Barrow Downs were also tainted by the Witch King's malevolent influence, with evil spirits possessing the corpses within the tombs and transforming into wights. Arthedain, soon after the fall of Cardolan, was also slain by the Witch King of Angmar, and the former capital of Fornest was also reduced to ruins. Fornest lies at the southern end of the North Downs. Dewey soon arrived above the ruins of the ancient city. But looking down, he couldn't help but frown. Like the Barrow Downs, the ruins and the surrounding area were permeated by an evil force. Under the influence of this malevolent force, the sky above Fornest was shrouded in thick clouds and mist, creating a desolate, dark, and ominous atmosphere. The giant eagle, Thoronder, felt restless, circling cautiously, unwilling to approach. DUI patted his back soothingly. "Alright, Thoronder, don't worry. Land first." Thoronder, sensing danger, descended anyway, landing in front of the ruins of the ancient city of Fornest. DUI dismounted from the giant eagle and surveyed the ruins of the ancient city and the scattered tombs, a wave of doubt in his heart. Could there be whites here too? He tried to query the system, but it gave no response. Clearly, he needed to descend deeper into the ruins. DUI wasn't disappointed. He instructed Thoronder to remain aloft for assistance while he continued his journey. Stepping over the rubble and following the dilapidated, desolate road, DUI arrived at the city gate. As he entered, a previously dormant evil seemed to awaken. A black mist suddenly swirled around, and the air grew chilly. Suddenly, a spirit emanating an unholy aura emerged from the ground. It resembled a shadow, or perhaps a cloud of black air. Its hollow, dark skull eyes gleamed with a faint light, and it lunged towards DUI with claws extended. Shattered to pieces, DUI swiftly unleashed a spell. But the spell passed right through the evil spirit, striking the stone behind it without causing any damage. The evil spirit was so fast, like a fleeting shadow, that DUI had no time to cast a second spell and could only dodge to the side. The spirit missed, but it didn't give up and attacked him again with ferocious force. Flaming sword, DUI summoned it. The flaming sword instantly appeared in his hand, and he immediately slashed at the evil spirit. The evil spirit, maintaining its form, ignored the sword's threat and continued its attack. But the next moment, the evil spirit paid the price for its actions. With a piercing scream, the evil spirit, like ice meeting the scorching sun, was instantly corroded and melted, then completely dissipated. DUI was not surprised. His flaming sword not only absorbed the basilisk venom and fiend fire, which could destroy Horcruxes, but also the light of Arendelle, which restrained evil forces. If it couldn't destroy an evil spirit, it would be a waste. But having vanquished one evil spirit, DUI didn't rest easy. That one evil spirit was just an appetizer, the main course was yet to come. Sure enough, the next second, countless evil spirits emerged from the ground and from the graves. Men, women, old men, and children, densely packed together, surrounding him from all directions. There were well over 1,000 of them. These evil spirits were former residents of Fornest, tragically killed during the attack by the Witch King of Angmar. They had been corrupted and manipulated by the Witch King's dark powers, transforming into evil spirits. With the appearance of these evil spirits, the air around them grew chilly, filled with resentment, and fear, making the air feel suffocating and oppressive. However, DUI possessed his flaming sword, and these evil forces had no effect on him. The evil spirits, lacking much rationality, rushed towards DUI with ferocious fury, attempting to kill him. Expecto Patronus, a dazzling silver light erupted from DUI, transforming into a massive silver barrier that rapidly expanded in all directions, sending the dense swarm of evil spirits flying. A giant owl Patronus, flapping its silver wings, charged at the evil spirit. Its sharp claws pierced through the spirit, shattering it into thin air. DUI also wielded his flaming sword, slaying the spirits. As the Patronus and DUI attacked, the number of evil spirits steadily dwindled. Just then, the system finally responded. Hogwarts check-in system, locating North Hill, Fornest. Do you want to check in? Check in. DUI continued to slay the evil spirits. Check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Dark Mark. Dark Mark? DUI paused for a moment, then continued to slay the evil spirits. He hadn't expected to receive this during this check-in. He remembered the Dark Mark as a spell created by Voldemort to facilitate contact and control of Death Eaters, leaving a mark on their arms. But what was the point of this? A tattoo like Voldemort had done to mark his followers? Now that his check-in was complete, DUI should have left. But DUI considered this place not far from Weatherdop. If the Witch King of Angmar controlled these evil spirits and attacked Weatherdop from the south in the future, it would be a problem. Although he was not afraid of these evil spirits, there were still tens of thousands of his people at the foot of Weatherdop. To prevent any potential danger, DUI decided to eliminate the evil spirits here. But just then, a cry like that of a wolf and a dog emanated from the North Rift. As if hearing a command, the remaining evil spirits quickly drifted in the direction of the cry. DUI's eyes fixed on the North Rift. There was clearly something controlling the evil spirits there. DUI shouted to the giant eagle circling in the sky. Thoronder swooped down from the sky and landed in front of Dui in an instant. Dui jumped on the eagle's back and pointed in the direction of the evil spirits. Thoronder, chase those evil spirits. Thoronder nodded, spread his wings, and took off, carrying Dui into the North Rift. Just as Dui caught up with the evil spirits, he and the guardian spirit continued to kill them. Countless arrows pierced Dui and the giant eagle beneath him. Armor, an invisible barrier formed before Dui and the giant eagle, blocking all the arrows. Dui looked in the direction of the arrows and saw countless tunnels and caves between the hills. Within them, numerous sinister creatures with short stature, stubby limbs, green skin, and large, bulging eyes attacked them. Dui frowned. He had heard rumors of these creatures, but he had never imagined that so many goblins existed in the North Hills. These creatures were goblins, yes, but they were not related to the goblins of the magical world. They were a type of orc. They were not as tall and strong as the orcs, but more like the goblins Dui and his companions had encountered in Goblin Town during their expedition to the Lonely Mountain. Furthermore, they were even shorter than the goblins, making them the smallest of all orcs. Unlike the orcs and goblins, who could communicate in black speech or even human language, these goblins had a degenerate language, and they usually communicated and transmitted messages through shrill cries and roars. But no matter what they were called, these creatures were orcs. And Dui, seeing an orc, naturally showed no mercy. Thunderbolt, a dazzling spell struck the goblin cave. A massive explosion instantly resounded, and the cavernous mountain collapsed, instantly killing countless goblins. The goblins, living up to their earlier arrogance, fled in terror or hid in the caves. But Dui's attention wasn't entirely focused on the goblins. He saw the evil spirits, suddenly as if they had a target, swiftly burrowing into the bodies of the dead goblins. Then, like reanimated zombies, their bodies stiffened and twisted, roaring again. The guardian spirits were completely useless against the evil spirits hiding in the goblin bodies. Dui frowned. He gripped his flaming sword tightly and slashed at the possessed goblins with all his might. The sword instantly blasted out a blazing blade of air, piercing the void, melting and distorting the very air before crashing heavily into the goblin. The goblin's body was instantly split in two, even scorched. But the evil spirit only grew weaker, emerging from the shattered body and swiftly entering another goblin's body. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Demonic Wolf. Seeing the body of the goblin he had slain become a lair for an evil spirit, Dui frowned. He snorted coldly, "You think you can hide in a shell and leave me powerless? I'll see how you can hide without your shell." He waved his wand, summoning fiend fire, and set it on the evil spirit possessing the goblin. The blue fiend fire, a single tongue of flame, attacked the evil spirit and the goblin, instantly reducing any goblin it touched to ash. The evil spirit within the goblin was also exposed by the burning shell. Evil spirits are essentially corrupted souls. While fiend fire cannot destroy them, it can break the evil power within them. Under the fiend fire's burning, the evil spirits suffered unbearably, their evil aura vanishing like smoke, weakening them. However, fiend fire was not invincible. It could burn almost any combustible material, even the hardest metal, but it could not burn earth or rock. The evil spirits, lacking physical form, could travel through solid matter, hiding underground to avoid further burning by the fiend fire. While the evil spirits survived, the goblins were in danger. Faced with a terrifying fiend fire, the goblins fled in terror, some even retreating into tunnels and caves. But the fiend fire, like a fire snake smelling a scent, burrowed through the cave entrances, pursuing the goblins within. The goblins were not numerous in the North Downs. After the Witch King of Angmar destroyed the kingdom of Arthedain, he was defeated by the combined forces of elves and men, and his main orc forces were scattered. Only a few scattered orcs remained in the North Downs and the surrounding wilderness, using the remains of the former kingdom of Arthedain as caves and preying on travelers. But now, unexpectedly, a nemesis arrived, bringing annihilation. Pursued by the fiend fire, the goblins had nowhere to flee and were reduced to ash. Even those hiding in the deepest caves could not escape. When the last goblin was devoured by fiend fire, Dui remained silent, unextinguishing it. Instead, he suddenly sent the Balrog, a simulated fire demon, charging towards a half-broken watchtower on the hilltop. The Balrog radiated a terrifying heat, even conjuring a long whip of fiend fire in his hand, which he lashed fiercely at the tower. Countless bricks crumbled instantly. While the scorching heat of the fiend fire couldn't burn the stone, it seared it, causing it to crackle and shatter. HMPH. You coward. You thought I wouldn't notice you just because you were hiding. DUI sneered and unleashed a thunderbolt explosion, blasting the tower apart. A massive explosion echoed, sending debris flying and clouds of dust billowing. The creatures hiding within were finally forced out. A giant wolf, shrouded in black energy, leaped high, dodging fiend fire's attack like a gust of wind. In a few bounds, it reached a deep pool 1,000 meters away. It was a massive black wolf, the size of an ox, its eyes blazing with an evil, blood-red light, and a strong aura of dark magic emanated from its body. A warg, DUI speculated in surprise, but then quickly overturned his assumption. Wargs weren't that large, nor that powerful. Wargs were essentially intelligent giant wolves corrupted by darkness. Beyond their size and intelligence, they were not much different from ordinary wolves. But the black wolf before him was brimming with dark magic. Its thick black aura bared its fangs and claws, as if it was threatening to devour all life. Its saliva sizzling on the ground like sulfuric acid. To DUI's magical perception, the wolf before him was nothing more than a demon in wolf's clothing, dozens of times more dangerous than a warg. The next moment, DUI was even more astonished. The black wolf looked at DUI and suddenly spoke. You're the Black Wizard. I have heard of your deeds and know your methods. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. DUI's eyes narrowed. Do you know me, the renowned Black Wizard, Master of Dragons, Slayer of Balrogs, Slayer of Orcs? Even in the Dark World, your name is known like thunder, the Black Wolf said. Then what are you? You look a little different from the wargs I've seen. Wargs? Tisk, just a pack of beasts ridden by orcs, the Black Wolf scoffed, then revealed a proud expression. And I, the wolf skull, am the Wraith Wolf. My ancestors are the great wolf progenitors Zhaglin and Karkaroth, once powerful guardsmen of the Dark Lord Morgoth. Wraith Wolf? DUI remembered a record he had stumbled across in the library of Rivendell. He remembered it as a dark creature created by Morgoth. Unlike wargs, wargs are imbued with evil spirits. The warg, known as Zhaglin, was fed Morgoth's blood, transforming him into an even more powerful creature of darkness. Furthermore, the fate of this warg is closely intertwined with the elven princess Lothain and the human hero Baron, Arwen's ancestors. Arwen once told Dewey the story of Lothain's love for the human hero Baron. The human hero, Baron, fell in love with the elven princess Lothain and was challenged by Lothain's father, King Thingol of Doriath, who demanded he take a silmaril from Morgoth's crown as a betrothal gift. Baron journeyed alone to Morgoth's stronghold of Angband, but was captured and placed under the watchful eye of Zhaglin, the warg. Upon learning of this, Lothain, disguised as a banshee, infiltrated Angband with the divine dog Huan to rescue Baron. During their rescue, Zhaglin intervened, engaging in a fierce battle with the divine dog Huan, who ultimately slew him. Lothain used magic to awaken Baron, and the two fled with a silmaril that Baron had hidden. Along the way, they encountered Karkaroth, a descendant of Zhaglin and an even more ferocious and powerful wolf. Imbued by Morgoth with the power to devour both elves and men, it guarded the exit from Angband. The human Baron was slain by Karkaroth. Lothain prayed to Mandus, offering her own immortality, and Baron was briefly reborn. Karkaroth, however, swallowed the silmaril, but was burned by its divine power, driving him mad with agony. He raged and wreaked havoc, and was eventually slain by Baron, Lothain, and the divine dog Huan. However, Huan was mortally wounded in the fight with Karkaroth and ultimately died. Huan was the Hound of Orima, the Valar god of the hunt, and a true mythical beast. He even confronted Sauron in his wolf form and forced him to retreat. The fact that Karkaroth, under siege from the divine dog Huan, the elven princess Lothain, and the human hero Baron, was able to first slay Baron and then perish alongside the divine dog Huan, clearly demonstrates the strength of the demon wolf. And as the descendant of Zhaglin and Karkaroth, it's no wonder the demon wolf before him was so proud. However, as far as he knew, wargs were the product of the interbreeding of demon wolves and ordinary wolves, making them close relatives. Unexpectedly, the demon wolf's tone was filled with disdain and contempt for wargs, as well as disgust for orcs. Seeing that DUI was silent, the demon wolf continued, Wizard Dweir, our demon wolf clan is becoming increasingly rare. I have long had no intention of getting involved in disputes. I just live in seclusion and Begang Mountain, accepting offerings from those goblins. The previous conflicts were all misunderstandings. If you are willing to give up and negotiate, I promise not to go south to invade your territory at all. I can even form an alliance with you, secretly become your thug, and clear obstacles for you, especially those northern Dunedain people, so that you can become the king of the northern land. How about it? Dui looked at the demon wolf with a half-smile when he heard this. Oh, you, a wolf, have such power? Can you help me rule the north? Seeing Dui's eagerness, the demon wolf quickly assured him, I'm not the only one. I can also contact some of my tribesmen. We demon wolves only follow the strong. You have subdued a mighty dragon and slain a Balrog. You are the undisputed strongest. We are willing to follow you. Our fur can withstand the swords of elves, our claws can penetrate the dwarf armor, our fangs can poison orcs, and we can even summon the undead to fight for us. We will definitely become your most elite army, sweeping across the continent for you. So, you control all those evil spirits in Forest? Dui asked. The demon wolf nodded and let out a wolf's howl. The evil spirits that had been hiding underground emerged uncontrollably and surrounded the demon wolf, with him at their head. Wizard Duil, what are your thoughts? Are you willing to cooperate with me? These undead are just a small fraction. If we work together, we can continuously summon larger armies. By then, no one in Oloriter will be able to stop you. The wolf was confident, his voice alluring. Duil glanced at the demonic spirits and the wolf, then chuckled and shook his head. I don't think it's that great. What do you mean? The wolf had thought he had convinced Duil, but was stunned by this. Because I don't believe a single word you say, Duil sneered at the wolf. They say wolves are cunning, and I've finally seen it today. Did you learn this art of flattery from your master, Sauron? It's a pity he didn't tell you. I've dealt with him several times before, and the unmistakable stench you carry is exactly the same. Avada Kedavra. Before he could finish his words, a dazzling green curse struck the wolf. The demon wolf reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly dodging the attack of the death curse. But it didn't even have a moment to catch its breath. Unbeknownst to it, the fiend fire had already spread all around it, instantly surging in flames and surrounding it in a circular pattern, leaving it with no escape route. Dui hadn't intended to let the demon wolf go from the start. He'd listened to its nonsense only to completely block its escape route. Now that the trap was complete, it was time to close the door and fight the dog. Watching the approaching fiend fire, the demon wolf's eyes were filled with fear and anger. It dodged its attacks with lightning speed, searching for a way to escape. But the towering wall of fire blocked all avenues. Just as the demon wolf was cornered, it suddenly stopped, opened its mouth, and sucked in deeply. The evil spirits swarmed uncontrollably into its mouth, swallowing it whole. The demon wolf's aura surged, and the black energy surrounding it grew thicker, forming a thick black barrier that kept the fiend fire out. Although the black energy was constantly consumed by the fiend fire, it also gave the demon wolf time to breathe. The demon wolf took the opportunity to transform into a black shadow and quickly rushed out of Liho's encirclement. Chapter 184, Evil Spirit Parasite. Dui was surprised by the demon wolf's sudden outburst, but that didn't stop him from continuing his pursuit. Thorando, catch it! The giant eagle, Thorando, let out a resounding cry, flapped its wings, and vanished into a shadow, chasing the demon wolf. No matter how fast the demon wolf was, could it surpass the giant eagle's aerial advantage? Thorando quickly caught up with the fleeing demon wolf, extending its sharp claws and slashing towards it. The demon wolf, as if it had eyes on its back, dodged to the side, avoiding the giant eagle's claws. Avada Kedavra, but Dui, on the giant eagle's back, was clearly not idle either. He attacked simultaneously, seemingly anticipating the situation. A flashing green killing curse instantly collided with the demon wolf. The demon wolf let out a scream, and several evil spirits within its body were ripped out, dissipating instantly. The demon wolf paused for a moment, then resumed its vigorous flight. It's still alive. Dui's eyes widened in astonishment. He had been so confident in his attack, only to be surprised by its failure. But he quickly figured it out. The demon wolf, having devoured hundreds of evil spirits, now possessed countless souls simultaneously within its body. The killing curse, by its very nature, stripped the soul, causing the body's death. Therefore, his previous killing curse had only purged a few of the evil spirits, leaving the original host intact and harmless. Since the killing curse hadn't worked, DUI wouldn't waste his magic power. Seeing DUI and the giant eagle closing in on them again, the demon wolf suddenly howled in the distance. A second later, dozens of wolf howls echoed from the forests of Begang. More demon wolves. DUI frowned, looking in the direction of the distant howls. Soon, a dozen demon wolves, each the size of a cow, converged. These demon wolves were clearly led by the demon wolf, Skull, and obeyed its commands. DUI didn't give them a chance to gather, slashing his flaming sword at the nearest demon wolf. The scorching blade of air instantly cleaved the demon wolf. The demon wolf was split in two at the waist and quickly burst into flames. Along with its screams, a piercing sound, like a ghost shriek, emanated from its body. Then, the evil spirit that had been dwelling within the demon wolf, now without a host, transformed into a puff of black smoke and fled from its body. Without the evil spirit, the demon wolf's body, as if time had been accelerated, rapidly corroded and disintegrated, reduced to ash by the flames. The spirit, deprived of its body, seemed unable to survive on its own and began to dissipate. But the next second, Wolf King Skull lunged at the evil spirit and devoured it in one gulp. His aura then intensified, and even his size rapidly increased. DUI frowned, his expression darkening. He had killed a demon wolf, only to have this creature take advantage and become the biggest winner. Now possessing two evil spirits within him, this creature was even more difficult to deal with. For a moment, DUI hesitated to attack the other demon wolves. After all, killing them would only make Wolf King Skull even stronger. But if he didn't kill them, being entangled would only make things more troublesome. DUI felt somewhat constrained. However, DUI soon discovered that while the Wolf King's devouring of evil spirits had increased his strength, his reaction speed had slowed considerably, and his movements had become somewhat uncoordinated. It turned out that the Wolf King's practice of devouring other evil spirits was not without its drawbacks. A demon wolf's body was supposed to harbor only one evil spirit, allowing it to perfectly coordinate with the body. Even though Wolf King Skull had previously devoured hundreds of evil spirits, their essence couldn't compare to the one within him, so he could completely suppress them from causing trouble. But now the Wolf King had devoured another evil spirit of equal mass. The two spirits, coexisting within one body, instinctively fought for control of the body. However, because the devoured evil spirit was relatively weak, it was temporarily suppressed by the main evil spirit. DUI quickly understood the situation. A plan immediately formed in his mind. He sneered inwardly, "Want to devour more evil spirits? Then I'll help you." He no longer held back, wielding his wand in one hand and his flaming sword in the other. With a flick of his wand, he conjured obstacles to slow the demon wolves. With his other hand, he wielded his flaming sword, unleashing flames and blades of air. The giant eagle, Throndir, was no match for him. He swooped down, snatched up the demon wolves, his steel claws piercing through them, and his sharp beak pierced their skulls, slaying them instantly. With the combined efforts of man and eagle, each demon wolf perished. The evil spirits within their bodies transformed into black smoke and burst forth, emitting piercing, ghostly howls. As DUI had anticipated, the Wolf King, Skull, had perhaps lost his mind due to the two evil spirits within him, and he devoured the others with reckless abandon. As he devoured more and more evil spirits, his aura grew increasingly terrifying. The evil power surrounding him became as dense as black ink, emanating a terrifying, heart-pounding aura. Even the celestial phenomena were affected, altered and shrouded in a gloomy cloud. However, Skull's cunning and calculating eyes were now filled with struggle, madness, and a sense of separation. Its body was now filled with dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of evil spirits, all vying for control of the body. It was a chaotic mess. While Skull's primary spirit had previously held the advantage when only a few were present, it now held its own. But now, its control of the body was at risk. "Be quiet. If you don't obey me, you will all die," the Wolf King, Skull, roared fiercely. Perhaps the Wolf King's threat had worked, and the evil spirits within him had calmed down somewhat. But DUI refused to give them a chance to unite. He swung his wand and swiftly cast the spell, Soul out of the body. The Wolf King couldn't dodge the spell and was instantly struck. With the imperious curse cast, the evil spirits within the Wolf King, which had previously calmed down, erupted into chaos. The spirits clashed frantically for control of the body, even the lowest-ranking evil spirits engaged in a frenzy. The Wolf King's body was fragmented and controlled by countless consciousnesses. His eyes shifted, each one moving up and down, his limbs each controlled by a different master, and even each muscle was controlled by a different consciousness. The Wolf King froze in place, his mind swirling in a state of chaotic madness. Now, Dui leaped from the giant eagle's back, seized the flaming sword, and plunged it heavily into the Wolf King's skull, unleashing his magical power. The flaming sword unleashed a searing flame. The power of the basilisk venom, the fiend fire, the light of Eärendil, and the ring of air, all burst forth from the Wolf King's body. The Wolf King's life force instantly vanished, the flames in his eyes extinguished. At the same time, dozens of piercing screams filled with resentment emanated from his body. It was like the simultaneous howling of many evil spirits, piercing the soul and causing unbearable discomfort. Quickly, Dui drew the flaming sword, leaped off the wolf, and retreated swiftly. Sure enough, the next second, dozens of plumes of black smoke erupted from the Wolf King's body, lingering unwillingly, trying to find another host. But Dui didn't give them a chance. His guardian spirit transformed into a massive barrier, trapping a dozen evil spirits, along with those that followed. Dui unleashed the light of Eärendil. The holy starlight melted and dissipated the evil spirits like ice and snow meeting sunlight. After the last evil spirit, unwilling to give up, completely vanished, Dui put away the crystal bottle with a pang of pain. The light of Eärendil wasn't infinite, every use was a waste. He wouldn't have hesitated to use it if it weren't for the risk of further trouble. He turned back to look at the Wolf King's corpse, reduced to a pile of ash in the flames. Despite his victory, Dui's face was devoid of joy. This battle wasn't easy. Both the evil spirits and the demonic wolves possessed by them were different from his previous enemies. Ordinary spells and physical attacks proved ineffective, and he struggled mightily. This made him even more cautious about his upcoming quest for soul sulfur on the death road. After all, he faced a horde of ghosts on the road of death, and he lacked the descent of Aragorn Isildur to grant them a free pass. Ghosts, however, were not afraid of spells like the Killing Curse. After all, they were long dead, rendering them invulnerable to ordinary attacks. They couldn't even use the same tactics against dark creatures like evil spirits and ghouls. Dui shook his head, dismissing the matter for now. He would act accordingly. He then mounted his giant eagle and returned to the goblin caves. After a long day of hard work, he had gained nothing beyond signing in to receive a dark mark spell. Instead, he encountered troublesome spirits, goblins, and goblin wolves. Dui felt that this first leg of his journey had been a difficult one. The goblin caves twisted and turned, extending in all directions. All the goblins within had been reduced to ash by Dui's fiendish fire, leaving the caves empty and silent. Dui searched the goblin caves and finally found the goblin treasure vault. But Dui could only curse his bad luck as he looked at the treasury's pile of tattered armor and weapons, along with several chests of copper and silver coins, and a small amount of gold and jewelry. What a poor wretch. This trip was a waste, Dui cursed as he tucked the chests of treasure into his dimensional bag and left the goblin cave. As for the wolf's lair, there was nothing but a pile of bones. Disappointed, Dui left the North Downs and flew west. His next stop was to check in at Anonymous before heading southwest to the Grey Havens. Anonymous was once the capital of the northern kingdom of Arnor. However, with the division of Arnor into the kingdoms of Cardolan, Arthedain, and Rhudaur, Anonymous gradually lost its central role and was eventually abandoned. It wasn't until Aragorn, who later became king of the United Kingdom of Arnor and Gondor, that the city was rebuilt. The distance between Anonymous and Fornest, the North Downs, was roughly the same as the distance between Witherdop and Fornest. The giant eagle Thoronder carried day for a long flight until he saw a vast lake in the valley in the distance. It was the Lake of Dusk, also known as Lake Nenvir, near the city of Anonymous. It was also the source of the Brandywine River, the border of the Shire. Chapter 185 Anonymous. Lake Dusk is surrounded on three sides by rolling hills, with only a plain to the east, where the waters flow eastward, then southward, ultimately emptying into the sea. Dui, perched high above Lake Dusk on the back of a giant eagle, surveyed the area. Southeast of the lake, he saw the ruins of a lakeside city, built mid-slope. Ancient and magnificent, the city was constructed entirely of white marble. Though ravaged by time and war, Dui could still discern traces of marketplaces, residential areas, pools, gardens, palaces, and other man-made structures amidst its still-standing buildings and rubble. This was Anonymous, the capital of the lost kingdom of Arnor. In the heart of Anonymous, a magnificent round tower, almost level with a mountain top, stood tall for millennia. This was the king's seat of power, the chamber of Elendil. Here, the ancient kings of Arnor, even Elendil, had held their offices. It was also the site of the Stone of Anonymous, one of the 3 stones of truth in the northern kingdoms, along with the Stone of Amensal in the great tower of Witherdup. Also housed there was the Staff of Anonymous, originally belonging to Prince Andanil of Nominor and later a symbol of the kingship of Arnor. After the kingdom of Arnor was divided, both the Stone of Anonymous and the Staff of Anonymous were taken to Fornest, the capital of Arthedain. When Arthedain was finally destroyed by the Witch King of Angmar, the Stone of Anonymous and Amensal were taken by the last king of Arthedain across the sea, but tragically, they sank. Only the Staff of Anonymous was rescued after the Witch King of Angmar captured Fornest and entrusted to Elrond for safekeeping. I had seen it in Rivendell, placed beside the broken sword Narsil. To the east of the city lies the Road of the Kings, the burial ground of the kings of Arnor, including the tomb of Elendil, the founder of the kingdom of Arnor. Furthermore, there are magnificent gates and towering walls. Even after years of abandonment, this once the greatest city of humanity in the north still exudes an indescribable beauty and a rich history. It's hard to say whether this is a blessing or a curse for this city. Anonymous was abandoned voluntarily, so it escaped the destruction of other cities, such as Fornest, by the armies of the Witch King of Angmar. Therefore, the city's core buildings have been preserved intact. With proper restoration, this decayed city might be restored to its former glory. After admiring the scenery of Anonymous, I patted the giant eagle beneath him. Thoronder, descend first, he prepared to land in Anonymous and check in. Just as the giant eagle was about to approach the city of Anonymous, several figures emerged from the corners of the city below, bows and arrows raised high, their faces wary and alert as they gazed at the giant eagle and DUI on its back. DUI noticed them, their tall stature, handsome features, and distinctive dark hair, and he immediately had a suspicion. Friends of the Dunedain? I mean no harm. DUI's voice was soft, but it reached the ears of the men below, as if speaking directly into their ears. Their pupils shrank, knowing they were coming from somewhere special. They lowered their bows and arrows, but remained wary. The giant eagle's immense size and the gusts of wind it whipped up were particularly alarming. The eagle flapped its wings and landed in a wide, plaza-like area. DUI dismounted from the eagle's back and approached the wary men, offering a friendly smile. Don't be alarmed, everyone. I was just passing by and saw this magnificent ancient city, so I came down to admire it. Please forgive me if I disturbed you. Who are you? One of the oldest Dunedain, who looked to be around 40 or 50, asked. I am Duir, I live on Witherdup. Duir introduced himself with a smile. Several Dunedain looked surprised. Are you Duir the Black Wizard? The Dragon Lord? Then that must be me. Duir nodded with a smile. Seeing this, the Dunedain relaxed and put away their bows and arrows. I am Tomir, the older Dunedain introduced himself, then introduced his companions. This is Karen, Kellum, Ampharis, and Fendel. We are all our people who protect this place. He then tentatively inquired, where's Duir the Wizard going? Why is he passing through here? Duir ignored the probing, somewhat surprised. I heard Anonymous was long abandoned, but I didn't expect it was still guarded. As for me, I'm on my way to the Grey Havens to visit the Lord there. I happened to be exploring some historical sites along the way, so I first visited Fornest, the North Mound. Sadly, it's in ruins, so I can only come to Anonymous to admire the ruins of the ancient city. Tomir was surprised. You've been to Fornest? Haven't you awakened the evil spirit slumbering there? Dui shook his head. My luck wasn't very good. Not only did I encounter evil spirits, but also goblins and goblins. It was quite troublesome indeed. The Dunedain were immediately surprised. They knew of the evil spirits of Fornest. They never approached the place for fear of awakening them. To prevent outsiders from entering, they even spread rumors of Fornest's hauntings to scare away visitors. As for the goblins, they had heard of them too. Those were the scattered orcs who had lingered in the North Downs after the Witch King of Angmar destroyed the kingdom of Arthedain, only to be defeated by the combined forces of men and elves. Aside from the occasional raids on tourists, they weren't a threat. But they hadn't expected the existence of wraith wolves in the North Downs. The Dunedain had spent their entire lives battling the creatures of darkness, defending the lost realm of Arnor in the north, and naturally, they had encountered wraith wolves. Their cunning and strength were deeply ingrained in their minds, surpassing the orcs and wargs. They had suffered heavy losses at the hands of wraith wolves in the past. That's why Tamir was so alarmed by the news of wraith wolves. Seeing the solemn expressions of the Dunedain, Dui smiled and reassured them, "But don't worry. I've dealt with the evil spirits, goblins, and wraith wolves of the North Downs. There's no danger there now." "You dealt with them all?" The Dunedain were shocked. Dui explained calmly, "It's not far from the Weather Hills, and there's a plain between them. If they were to invade Witherdop from the south, there would be no obstacles. To avoid any danger, I had to eliminate them all." The Dunedain looked at each other in bewilderment. The Dunedain didn't all live in concentrated communities. Instead, they were scattered throughout Eriador, communicating with each other through letters. They only gathered during major events, such as an orc invasion. So, they had long heard of Duir's name and knew of his restoration of Amanzulter on Witherdop and his establishment of a castle and territory. In fact, Amanzulter and even Witherdop were buildings and territories that had once belonged to the Kingdom of Arnor and, later, to the Kingdom of Arthedain. As descendants of those kingdoms, the Dunedain considered this land their homeland. For generations, they had protected Eriador and continuously fought against the spread of evil there. Dui's establishment of a territory on Witherdop was bound to cause conflict with the Dunedain. But strength determines status. With Dui's current power and status, even the Dunedain were unwilling to offend him, so they tacitly accepted Dui's rule over Witherdop. Now, upon hearing that Dui had vanquished the evil creatures on the North Rift, the Dunedain finally had a glimpse into the black-robed wizard's power. While conversing with the Dunedain, Dui waited for the system's response. However, seeing no response, he could only ask the Dunedain, "I'm very curious about an ominous. Would you allow me to explore it?" The Dunedain turned to the eldest. Tamir nodded, "That's fine. I'll lead the way, Wizard Dui." "That's a big deal." Dui followed Tamir on a tour of the ancient city. Passing through the marketplace, residential areas, pools, and gardens, Tamir meticulously recounted its history. Seeing the system's lack of response, Dui calmed down and, instead, continued to explore, guided by Tamir's guidance. Then they arrived at the Road of the Kings. A solemn and mysterious road, lined with the tombs of the kings of Arnor. The tombs are constructed from massive white stones, their design simple yet exquisite. Intricate reliefs and runes are carved into the tombs, chronicling the lives and achievements of the kings. The further inland, the older the tombs become. Dui found that, unlike the other dilapidated buildings, the Road of the Kings was immaculately clean, evidently maintained. Following Tamir to the end of the road, they found the largest tomb directly opposite. Before the tomb stood a towering statue of the king, wielding the holy sword Narsil, its gaze fixed squarely before it, an air of majesty. "This is the resting place of Elendil, High King, who founded the Kingdom of Arnor and was the greatest lord of our Dunedain." Tamir bowed respectfully before introducing the tomb to Dui. Dui, looking at the tomb and the statue before him, also bowed. He also held Elendil, the founder of the Kingdom of Arnor, in high esteem. After all, he was a formidable figure who could battle Sorin Hadon in his prime. Though ultimately sacrificed, he had temporarily freed Middle-earth from the immense threat posed by Sorin. Orchids bloom, a dazzling array of flowers instantly blossomed at the foot of the statue. This was Dui's tribute to the monarch. Upon seeing this, Tamir instantly warmed to Dui. Unfortunately, Dui didn't receive a response from the system. After visiting Elendil's tomb, he left the Road of the Kings and continued his explorations. Finally, he arrived at the chamber of Anna Elendil, the palace perched atop the city's highest point and housing Elendil's throne. The system finally responded, "Hogwarts check-in system, locating an ominous chamber of Anna Elendil. Do you want to check in?" Dui silently muttered, "Check in." Chapter 186 Ravenclaw Diadem. Successful sign-in. Congratulations on obtaining the alchemy for the Ravenclaw Diadem. Ravenclaw Diadem? Dui was stunned, but then delighted. He hadn't expected to receive this sign-in. The Ravenclaw Diadem is a relic of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and is the treasure of Ravenclaw House. It is said to possess magical powers that increase the wisdom of its wearer. Therefore, generations of Ravenclaw students and professors have sought this relic to gain greater wisdom. It even sparked a tragic story that spanned millennia. Helena, the daughter of Ravenclaw, envied her mother's wisdom, believing it was granted by the diadem. She stole her mother's diadem and fled to Albania. When Ravenclaw fell seriously ill, he missed his daughter so much that he sent the Bloody Baron, who had a crush on Helena, to find him. The Bloody Baron found Helena in the Albanian forest, but she refused to return home and hid the diadem in a hollow tree. During a dispute, the Bloody Baron, driven by love turning to hatred, stabbed Helena to death in a rage, then committed suicide. Ravenclaw, devastated by this news, died of illness shortly thereafter, and the diadem's whereabouts remain unknown. Both Helena and the Bloody Baron returned to Hogwarts as ghosts, one as the ghost of Ravenclaw House, the other as the ghost of Slytherin. 1,000 years later, while still a student, Voldemort obtained the whereabouts of the Ravenclaw diadem from Helena's ghost, aliasing the Grey Lady. Upon discovering the diadem, he crafted it into his fifth Horcrux and hid it in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. Ultimately, this Ravenclaw relic was destroyed by the Fiend Fire, unleashed by Crabbe, a Slytherin student, during the Battle of Hogwarts. Throughout, the diadem, said to possess increased wisdom, never demonstrated its true power, leaving its authenticity uncertain. But now, after DUI obtained the alchemical crafting process for the Ravenclaw diadem, he realized the rumors were true. Rowena Ravenclaw was renowned for her wisdom, but what most people didn't realize was that she was also a skilled alchemist. The Ravenclaw item was a product of her alchemical craftsmanship, an item that could enhance wisdom. Of course, the diadem's power wasn't as exaggerated as rumored, claiming that wearing it would grant boundless wisdom. Rather, it stimulated the wearer's potential, accelerating their brains, allowing them to more keenly grasp information, more rapidly comprehend knowledge, and help them think and analyze problems more efficiently. Therefore, even wearing the Ravenclaw diadem, someone without a clear mind wouldn't gain wisdom. This is why Ravenclaw inscribed the phrase "extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure" on the diadem, warning that wisdom alone wouldn't bring it, it could only be accumulated through self-cultivation. However, most people, including her own daughter, failed to understand Ravenclaw's dedication, leading to a series of subsequent tragedies. Even knowing the diadem wouldn't increase wisdom, DUI wasn't disappointed. Instead, she desired one even more. This is the perfect learning aid. With a Ravenclaw diadem's blessing, his efficiency in learning magical knowledge and delving into mysteries will be greatly improved. With the accumulation of knowledge, wisdom will naturally increase, and strength will also rise accordingly. This is what DUI believes is the greatest benefit of the Ravenclaw diadem. In fact, in the wizarding world, there is a potion called the Brain Enhancement Potion that has a similar function to the Ravenclaw diadem. Also known as the Buffy Brain Awakening Potion, it enhances thinking and agility. Students often take this potion before exams in an attempt to pass the test and achieve high scores. However, this behavior is prohibited by the school, especially during the crucial 5th-year ordinary wizarding level examinations and the 7th-year final exams. Anyone caught taking it will have their grades disqualified. Furthermore, the Brain Enhancement Potion has a limited duration of effect. If consumed in excess, it can cause side effects such as dizziness, confusion, anxiety, and difficulty concentrating. Therefore, this potion is rarely used and cannot compare to the Ravenclaw diadem. In a sense, the Ravenclaw diadem is a more powerful and permanent version of the intelligence-enhancing potion, without any side effects. DUI felt his visit was worthwhile after receiving such a reward. Having signed in, DUI didn't plan to remain anonymous any longer. However, just as he said goodbye to the Dunedain and prepared to call for the giant eagle Thoronder, he discovered Thoronder circling over Lake Dusk, playing with a flock of great white birds. As a giant eagle, Thoronder was naturally the overlord of the sky, able to communicate with birds and hold a dominant and leading position, truly the lord of all birds. The birds swarmed around Thoronder, like 100 flocks of birds paying homage to a phoenix, constantly catching large fish from the lake for him to eat. DUI was surprised to see this scene. But upon closer inspection, he realized the white birds were actually a flock of owls. They were far larger than ordinary owls, with wingspans reaching 4 or 5 meters. Their pristine white feathers were like the purest first snow of winter, or the white clouds on the horizon, light and graceful. What kind of owls are they? Why haven't I heard of them? DUI asked Tamir curiously. Tamir looked up at the white birds soaring over the lake in the distance, unperturbed. He smiled and explained, "They are great snowy owls. They once lived on the island of Nominor. When our ancestors crossed the sea to Middle-earth, some of them followed, but their numbers were too few to be recognized, so you raise them, DUI asked again. Tamir shook his head. Great snowy owls are proud. While they don't resist humans, they won't submit easily. They yearn for freedom. Even if they gain their approval, they'll only visit briefly, like a master visiting another, and then quickly depart. These great snowy owls live in the pine forests at the northernmost tip of the Dusk Hills and often come to Dusk Lake to fish. Upon hearing they were ownerless owls, DUI was immediately unceremonious. As a wizard, how could you be without an owl as a pet? These great snowy owls were especially beautiful, pure white like snow, even their toes the color of white jade, making them look like white elves. DUI had considered getting a few owls to serve as messengers when he saw the dwarves using ravens to deliver messages. But the opportunity had never come. As for the giant eagle Thoronder, it was too large to be a messenger. So, he cast his animagus spell and, before Tamir's astonished gaze, transformed into an owl and flew towards Thoronder and the great snowy owls. Transformed into an owl, DUI could understand the owls and Thoronder's speech. As he flew closer, he heard the great snowy owls calling Thoronder king, bringing him fish after fish as tribute. The level of fawning in their voices shocked DUI. Was this still the proud great snowy owl Tamir had described? Could this be a group of treacherous ministers? Thoronder, is this your new friend? DUI asked with a smile as he flew in front of the giant eagle. Master, this is my new little brother, Thoronder, recognizing DUI's animagus, boasted to him proudly, like a child showing off to his parents. The other great snowy owls couldn't help but be amazed by DUI. Seeing the majestic giant eagle calling an owl no bigger than themselves master, their round eyes widened in shock. Are you the boss's master? One great snowy owl, so startled that it dropped the fish in its mouth, stuttered in disbelief. DUI found the dazed expressions of the snowy owls amusing, teasing them deliberately. Yeah, what's wrong? Don't they look alike? The snowy owls were struck by lightning, feeling as if they were dreaming. Oh my goodness. The sky is turning upside down. These days, an owl has become the master of a giant eagle. After teasing the snowy owls, DUI flew onto Thoronder's back and transformed back into a human. The snowy owls breathed a sigh of relief. It's a human. Huh? A human? The snowy owls were completely bewildered. Was it an owl or a human? DUI, on the other hand, smiled warmly, like a mischievous uncle with a lollipop, ready to kidnap a child. Now that Thoronder had accepted these minions, the rest of the matter would be easy. DUI used his eloquence to lure them to Windcloud Summit, promising them comfortable owl pens and endless food. With a giant eagle chiming in, these inexperienced great snowy owls were so taken aback by the trickery that they immediately agreed to work for DUI. In the following days, the entire tribe of over 300 great snowy owls, along with their families, were led by the giant eagles to Witherdop for resettlement. And the phrase bringing families was quite literally true. Snowy owls were seen clinging to nests filled with chirping chicks and even unhatched eggs. They followed the giant eagle, Thoronder, in a mighty procession. The sight left several Donadane stunned. Seeing the darkness, DUI decided to stay overnight in Anonymous. He would wait for Thoronder to lead the great snowy owls back to Witherdop before flying back to reunite with him. Taming the great snowy owls was only the first step. They were to develop the same precise positioning abilities as the owls of the magical world, enabling them to deliver envelopes to any location unblocked by magic. To do this, they needed to create a special owl potion. After ingesting it, owls would become more intelligent, more understanding, and possess the ability to accurately navigate. They could accurately locate the recipient, regardless of distance, even if the recipient was moving. However, since he was still away, there was no immediate urgency for this task, so he decided to train his messengers after returning. The next day, Thoronder returned to Anonymous, facing the rising sun. He also brought a letter from Arwen. DUI's eyes softened as he read the longing expressed in the handwriting. Arwen loved these immaculate white snowy owls, and at DUI's request, he housed the entire clan in a tower and prepared to build a beautiful owl house for the new members. After reading the letter and storing it in his space bag, DUI bid farewell to the Donadane. He remounted his giant eagle and flew southwest towards the Grey Havens. Chapter 187 Grey Harbor. As the last rays of the setting sun fell upon the Grey Havens, the great eagle bore DUI to the site. The Grey Havens lie at the mouth of the River Lune, in the Bay of Lune. The bay resembles a vast arrowhead, piercing the continent, interrupting the Blue Mountains and pointing towards the region of Eriador. The Grey Havens also mark the terminus of a Ritter's east-west road, facing the other end, the Glen. The buildings of the Grey Havens, often constructed of massive stone, are scattered along the cliffs on either side of the bay. Lighthouses, the tallest structures on either side, stand on either side. At nightfall, the lighthouses emit a bright, warm glow, piercing the mist and guiding ships thousands of miles away. The harbor is dotted with numerous ships, from tall sailing ships to delicate boats, swaying in the bay, creating a unique spectacle. DUI surveyed the Grey Havens from the air before landing the Great Eagle on the road outside. The elves of the Grey Havens had long been aware of the giant eagle's presence. However, as the eagle was a messenger of the Valar and a friend of the elves, no one was afraid. Instead, they looked up at the visitor with curiosity. This was where all the elves seeking to reach the undying land of Valinor gathered. It was one of the most concentrated areas of elven activity in all of Middle-earth, bringing together Noldor, Sindar, Sylvan, and other elven races. The giant eagle flapped its wings, dispersing the harbor's mists. The anchored ship swayed in the heaving waters. DUI leaped from the eagle's back and landed on the ground. A silver-haired elf stepped forward and asked in human language, "Sir, from afar, may I ask what brings you to the Grey Havens?" Dewey returned an elven greeting and replied in Elvish, "I am the wizard Dewey, from Hogwarts Castle at Witherdup, and wish to pay a visit to Lord Círdan." The silver-haired elf, suddenly realizing, returned an elegant greeting, switching to Elvish and politely saying, "So it is the Lord of Amansel, Witherdup, who has come. The elves who traveled west have brought back your legend. It is truly remarkable to see you today. I am Gwalder, Lord Círdan's secretary. However, you have arrived at an unfortunate time. Lord Círdan recently sailed with a group of elves to the Blessed Lands and has not yet returned." "Círdan wasn't there?" Dewey was surprised. "That's unfortunate," Dewey said with some regret. "Lord Elrond asked me to deliver a letter to Lord Círdan, but I didn't expect he wasn't here." Hearing that Dewey had Elrond's letter, Gwalder treated him with even greater respect. "Don't worry, Wizard Dewey. You can stay in the Grey Havens for a while longer. At current rates, barring any unexpected events, Lord Círdan will return within a month or so." "Forgive me for bothering you," Dewey said. Although he didn't see Círdan immediately, he wasn't too disappointed. After all, his primary mission was to find the Mercury of Spirit, and visiting Círdan was secondary. Therefore, Círdan's presence didn't matter much. At Gwalder's invitation, Dewey entered the coastal port city of Grey Havens. Grey Havens boasted towering walls, constructed of massive boulders or carved from the mountain surface, making them difficult to traverse. Elven fortresses nestled in the cliffs made them easily defended and difficult to attack. The harbor's interior was expansive, capable of accommodating numerous ships. However, the exit channel, leading to the waters of Loon Bay, was narrow. Fortunately, lighthouses on both sides of the harbor guided ships safely out. The harbor was perpetually shrouded in fog, imbuing Grey Havens with an air of mystery. Gwalder led Dewey to a cliffside structure known as the Boathouse for rest. The entire boathouse was carved directly into the cliff face, containing numerous floors and rooms. It was a temporary residence for the elves traveling to Valinor. While small, the house was elegantly simple, reflecting the elven architectural style. It also boasted a large terrace overlooking the ships sailing below and the vast sea beyond. As dusk fell, Dewey did not rush to seek the Mercury of Spirits. Instead, he sat on the terrace, admiring the sunset in the sight of the elven sailors returning by ship. As for the giant eagle Thorander, Dewey needn't worry about him. He flew off to rest on the cliffs of the nearby Blue Mountains. The elves of the Grey Havens were primarily of the Teleri, closely connected to the sea. They were particularly skilled in shipbuilding and navigation, with Círdan, known as the shipwright, having long been responsible for preparing ships for the elves crossing west. The Teleri were also skilled in music and poetry, their songs beautiful and rhythmic, often echoing the sounds of the ocean. Dewey sat on the terrace, listening to the beautiful melody of the sea and the Teleri songs, a sound like the sound of nature. The next day, Dewey strolled to the docks. Elf ships came and went, elven sailors navigating their vessels out to sea or carrying supplies to Forlondhaven and Helondhaven on the other side of the Gulf of Loon. Helondhaven and Forlondhaven were seaports on the northern and southern coasts of the Gulf of Loon, belonging to Harlingdon and Forlinden. Harlingdon and Forlinden both belonged to the Kingdom of Lindon, located west of the Blue Mountains. They were once ruled by Gil-galad, the High King of the Elves, but after the fall of the War of the Last Alliance, Círdan took control. However, Círdan retained the title of Lord of the Havens, not king, and was merely Lord of the Grey Havens and the Lindon region. As the only stronghold connecting them to Valinor in the west, the Grey Havens held extraordinary significance, carrying the last vestiges of the elves' attachment to Middle-earth. This attachment and memory, originally intangible, has, over countless epochs, undergone a transformation. Dui crouched on the circular steps at the dock, gazing at the silvery water before him. He reached out and scooped a little into his hand. The water was crystal clear in his hand, yet Dui could sense the intense spiritual fluctuations within it, a complex mix of reluctance, longing, memories, and hope. The elves embarked here, only by letting go of all attachment to their homeland could they reach the Blessed Lands with ease. Gwaldr had unknowingly come to Dui's side and narrated slowly. Thus, for thousands of years, the Gulf of Lune has carried the last lingering memories of the elves crossing west, gradually tinging the waters of this bay with silver. He sighed, "When my heart longs to move on, I will leave my memories of Middle-earth here, and then embark on a ship to the Blessed Lands, unburdened." Dui, hearing this, could not help but marvel at the wonders of creation. He gazed at the silvery waters, his eyes bright. This was the purpose of his journey. This water carried the spiritual beliefs of countless elves, the very source of spiritual mercury. One of the three elements used to craft the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, it's not as if you can simply fill a bucket with seawater and craft a Philosopher's Stone. While the silvery waters contain spiritual power, they still require a process of extraction and purification to obtain the purest spiritual mercury. That's one of the ingredients needed to craft the Philosopher's Stone. Dui then explained his purpose to Gwaldr. "Secretary Gwaldr, would you mind if I extract spiritual essence from the waters of Lune Bay to create a magical ingredient?" Gwaldr was a little surprised, but then smiled and shook his head, indicating no objection. "Wizard Duil, please. The emotions swirling in this water are too intense, and even for us elves, they're a nuisance. If you could alleviate them, we would be grateful." With Gwaldr's consent, Dui naturally felt relieved. Facing the waters, he plunged his wand into the water and chanted a spell. An invisible magical force flowed from the wand tip, spreading through the water in all directions, forming invisible waves. The countless spirits' emotions and memories, deposited in the water, condensed into silver stars, converging toward the tip of Dui's wand, ultimately transforming into a single silver thread. Dui produced a crystal bottle and placed the silver thread inside. The silver thread, like flowing mercury, shimmered with starlight, a truly extraordinary sight. This was spiritual mercury. It was the pure, materialized form of spiritual power. Spirit is an intangible entity, and only in this special place, Grey Harbor, could such a rich reservoir of spiritual power exist. This allowed Dui to gather a sufficient amount of spiritual mercury. Of course, this single strand of spiritual mercury was far from enough to craft the Philosopher's Stone. Therefore, he needed to gather more. This was a time-consuming and tedious task. Meanwhile, the surrounding water, from which Dui had drained his spiritual power, rapidly lost its silvery hue, returning to the appearance of ordinary seawater. Algar, observing this scene, was also filled with astonishment and delight. The silvery waters, though beautiful, are rife with intense emotions. If an elf stumbles into the water, they are often overwhelmed by these emotions, becoming sentimental and even abandoning their desire to cross the west. Now, seeing that Dui has drained the waters of emotion, even if only a small portion, the effect is remarkable. Algar offered Dui a small boat, allowing him to sail the bay, conveniently extracting spiritual mercury. Dui accepted Algar's offer and accepted the exquisite white swan boat. However, he declined the elven sailor's offer of assistance. He sat alone in the boat, maneuvering it with magic, navigating the waters. Half leaning in the boat, he dipped his wand into the water, stirring it as if playing with it, chanting a spell and occasionally drawing strands of silver from the water into a crystal bottle. Passing elven sailors gazed at him with curiosity but restrained composure, but none approached to disturb him. Dui continued his work until sunset, when he finally ceased. The white boat, unmoved by wind, sailed towards the dock like a bird returning to its nest. After a busy day, Dui had already collected a shallow layer of spiritual mercury at the bottom of his crystal bottle. At his current efficiency and speed, it would take him a week or two to fill the bottle. But Dui was already satisfied. After all, without the natural penny basin of the Grey Havens, preserving the elves' emotions and memories of Middle-earth for countless epochs, How long would it take him to collect spiritual mercury? Chapter 188 Certain. As DUI returned to the docks with his day's catch, the system suddenly sounded a notification. Hogwarts check-in system, locating Greyhaven. Do you want to check in? DUI looked at the belated system and thought it had finally arrived. He immediately muttered to himself, sign in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the spell apparition. Apparition? DUI's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to gain this skill from this check-in. It was a great skill for both travel and survival. Apparition is a form of teleportation magic, used for short or medium distances. However, due to certain risks, such as the risk of splitting, legal use requires one to be 17 years of age and pass the Ministry of Magic's apparition test. This spell wasn't recorded in DUI's spellbook, so he had never mastered it. Now, at last, he had the opportunity. As a wizarding mode of transportation, apparition didn't require two connected fireplaces, as was the Flu Network's restriction. It could teleport to any desired location. Furthermore, the distance of teleportation increases with a wizard's advanced magical power. Of course, apparition doesn't allow for arbitrary movement. It usually requires the user to clearly recognize or remember the target location. Knowing only a name can easily lead to teleportation failure, deviation, or even danger. Nevertheless, with this magic, DUI's mobility in both travel and combat has greatly improved. He can even instantly teleport away when faced with a dire situation, instantly boosting his life-saving skills. DUI immediately decided that during his time in Greyhaven, in addition to collecting spirit mercury, he would focus on mastering apparition. Every day thereafter, DUI would spend his days sailing the bay collecting spirit mercury and his nights studying the art of apparition. Beginners of apparition are prone to splitting, so at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, professors were always on hand to monitor and prepare for any splitting. But DUI was alone here, and the possibility of splitting could be fatal. He couldn't help but be extremely cautious. Over a week passed in the blink of an eye, and DUI finally filled a small vial of spiritual mercury. The silver spiritual mercury, like quicksilver, shimmered with tiny sparks within the crystal vial. DUI carefully stored away the vial, the fruit of many days' labor. However, he didn't stop there, intending to collect several more bottles in case he ran out of supplies when crafting the Philosopher's Stone. He also began preparing for his first attempt at apparition. Just in case, he prepared white savory essence and asked the elf Aldo to oversee the process. But before he could begin, Aldo approached DUI with news. Wizard Duel, Lord Círdan's white ship has entered the bay and will soon dock. Lord Círdan has returned, DUI exclaimed in astonishment. At Aldo's invitation, DUI went to the dock to greet Círdan upon his return. Upon arrival, many elves were already waiting, clearly demonstrating Círdan's high prestige among the elves. Led by his secretary, Alder, DUI stood at the front, watching a massive white galleon slowly approach from the distance. Its pristine white, untouched by a speck of dust, blended seamlessly with the white waves beneath it, as if formed from the very waves themselves. Its graceful curves, swan-shaped prow, white oars, and silver-woven sails graced the prow. A carved lantern shone a warm yellow. DUI gazed at the white ship with a certain awe. It looked like a fine work of art. Furthermore, ever since Iluvatar transformed Middle-earth into a sphere, Valinor, once situated across the Western Sea, had been removed from the world of Arda and no longer existed within the material world. Only a straight route could reach Valinor. This white ship, capable of carrying the elves to another dimension of Valinor, was truly a divine object. And Círdan, the man who created it, assumed an even greater mystical and extraordinary presence. As the white ship slowly docked at the dock, the first thing DUI saw was an elf standing on the prow. He was a strikingly different elf. He was tall, clad in dark blue robes, with silver hair and, more importantly, a long gray beard. This was unusual among the elves, who, possessing eternal life, generally maintained a youthful appearance. Elves like Galadriel, Celeborn, Elrond, and Thranduil were all ancient and long-lived, yet time had never carved a single mark on their faces, only their eyes revealed the accumulated traces of time. The elf before him, however, had grown a beard, a sign that he was even older than Galadriel and the other ancients. He was Círdan the Shipwright, Lord of Lindon and the Grey Havens. DUI had heard of Círdan from Elrond, saying he was the oldest elf in Middle-earth and one of the first to awaken. As the elf sailors placed a white gangplank between the ship and the dock, Círdan stepped from the ship. "Lord Círdan, welcome back. Did you have a smooth journey?" Secretary Algar stepped forward and inquired respectfully. Círdan's eyes were bright and sharp, and his features remained handsome. Only his long gray beard and deep eyes revealed a sense of age, making him look much older than the other elves. He smiled calmly and nodded. All went well. Aside from a visit from a group of Orni, mermaids, along the way, everything was smooth sailing until we reached Swanhaven. And what about the Grey Havens? Has anything happened recently? Algar introduced Dui. "My lord, this is Duil, the Black Wizard, Lord of Amansul. He visited you a few days ago and brought a letter from Lord Elrond." Círdan followed Algar's direction and looked at Dui, who was standing nearby. Dewey stepped forward, nodded politely, and introduced himself. "Lord Círdan, I have long heard of your name. I am Dewey, and it is an honor to meet you." Círdan smiled kindly. "Though we have never met before, I have long admired you. Lord of Dragons, Slayer of Orcs, Slayer of Balrogs. I have heard of your countless great achievements. Mithrandir, Elrond, Lady Galadriel, and the others all praised you highly, saying that your appearance has brought new hope to Middle-earth." Dewey looked ashamed and unworthy. "The rumors are a bit exaggerated, and Gandalf and the others are too kind. No need to be modest." Círdan smiled and shook his head, his eyes full of admiration. "I have received 5 wizards from far away here, but only in Mithrandir, and you did. I feel a sense of responsibility and mission far beyond those of the others. This is not a compliment, but the remaining insight of an old man who has lived long enough." Dewey was stunned by Círdan's words. He had a heavy responsibility and mission? How could he not know it? He didn't have time to ponder. He immediately handed Elrond's letter to Círdan. Círdan opened the envelope and read its contents. "I see." Círdan nodded after reading it. He then looked at Dewey and said with a smile, "Elrond has already told me in his letter that since you want to extract the silver waters of the bay, you should stay here. If you need any help, please let me or Algar know." "Thank you, Lord Círdan. I will help you." Dewey nodded. Círdan then invited Dewey to his residence, and Dewey gladly agreed. Círdan's residence was not luxurious, but a palace-like structure resembling a dock, complete with a small private dock and shipyard. A small but exquisite white swan boat was moored at the dock, and in the shipyard, an unfinished ship lay. In the reception hall, 2 ship models were even displayed, housed in 2 crystal jars, as decorative ornaments. One of the ship models was the white ship he had sailed back today. It was clear Círdan loved shipbuilding. Dui looked at another ship with golden oars and asked curiously, "Lord Círdan, which ship is this model of? It looks so perfect." Speaking of ships, Círdan was delighted. He introduced them. "This is the Vangullet, which Eärendil and I built together. It's made of birch from Nimbril. It has golden oars, a white rib, a swan prow, and silvery sails. It once carried Eärendil and his wife across the sea, past the Enchanted Isles, through the Sea of Shadow, and finally to the Blessed Lands." He pointed to Eärendil's star in the sky. "Now it has been canonized by the Valar and sent to the edge of the world. It sails the vast oceans, bearing Eärendil's star daily across the heavens." Clearly, even Círdan, known as the Shipbuilder King, felt honored to have created such a masterpiece. Upon hearing this, Dewey marveled at Círdan's shipbuilding skills. It wasn't enough to have a white ship capable of crossing the boundless seas and reaching Valinor beyond the world, but there were also flying ships capable of sailing the skies. This was truly remarkable. He also realized that, despite being the eldest of the elves and Lord of Lindon and the Grey Havens, Círdan was more of a pure shipbuilder. His dedication and passion rivaled that of the Carpenter King from his previous life. Seeing his passion for shipbuilding, Dewey suddenly had an idea. Perhaps due to the limitations of the times, Círdan's ships were all made of wood. But if Círdan knew about steamships and diesel engines, what would his expression be? Dewey's mind flashed with the image of a steel liner, puffing smoke, carrying a group of elves, its horn blaring as it sailed towards Valinor. He couldn't help but smile. The image was truly jarring. Chapter 189, Apparition. Taking advantage of the topic of ship models, Dui asked Círdan about shipbuilding. Círdan shared his knowledge, keeping his shipbuilding skills to himself. "Lord Círdan, when sailing on the seas, the first thing to consider is a sturdy hull. Wood is fragile. Have you considered using steel instead? How can that be possible? Steel is heavy and won't float in water." Círdan instinctively wanted to shake his head in amusement, dismissing Dui's unrealistic idea, but he was suddenly stunned. His eyes widened, countless sparks of wisdom flashing in them, as if the barriers to perception had been broken, and countless ideas and inspirations burst into his mind. He quickly grabbed Dui's hand and said excitedly, "Dui, can you tell me about this steel ship? My hunch tells me that this will be the future evolution of ships, but my eyes are clouded by a mist, and I can't see the true future." Dui hadn't expected Círdan to be so excited. Was this his passion for shipbuilding? He nodded immediately and said to Círdan, "Lord Círdan, do you have any iron here? I need it for a demonstration." "Yes. Please follow me." Círdan eagerly dragged Dui to his private shipyard and placed a pile of metal before him. Under Círdan's expectant gaze, Dui, drawing on his memory, waved his wand and transformed the metal. The large block of iron, like plasticine, was kneaded and deformed, eventually becoming the shape of a small, 10-meter-long steel ship. Dui then floated it into the deep waters of a nearby private dock. The small steel vessel floated steadily on the water. Although its draft was heavier than that of a wooden ship, it did not sink. Círdan's eyes lit up at the side of the ship, as if he had seen some rare treasure. "Can I come up?" Círdan's eyes were fixed on the steel ship, his tone filled with excitement. "Of course." Dui smiled and nodded, then waved his hand and conjured a gangway, extending between the ship and the dock. Círdan immediately walked over quickly, unfazed by any concerns about the problem. Dui followed suit. They both reached the iron ship, and Círdan, like a new toy, touched and probed the structure. Finally, as if he had discovered a problem, he frowned and asked Dui in confusion, "This iron ship is strong, but it's also too heavy. Using oars to propel it would be extremely laborious and cumbersome, which wouldn't be worth the effort." Dui smiled and said, "Since the ship is so heavy, we can just use more power instead of oars." Círdan no longer considered Dui a junior, but a visionary and gifted shipbuilder. He looked at Dui expectantly. "What's your idea?" Dui didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "Lord Círdan, have you ever seen water boil? The steam rises, pushing the lid of a teapot up. Even with immense force, it can't be suppressed." Círdan's wisdom was unfathomable, and his eyes lit up at Dui's words. He eagerly picked up a teapot and placed it on the stove to boil. As the water boiled, he watched the lid being pushed up by the steam. Círdan's eyes lit up even more. He even tried to suppress the lid, but felt a tremendous force pushing it open. "I never imagined boiling water could have such power. If we could install a giant teapot on a steel ship, seal the vent, and continue boiling water, the resulting power would be more than enough to propel the heavy steel ship, even faster than a wooden one." All sorts of ideas and inspirations raced through Círdan's mind. Without Dui's prompting, he had already begun designing the prototype of a steamship. "Dui, you're a genius." Círdan looked at Dui with admiration and awe. "I understand why Mithrandir and the others praise you so much. Your discovery will change the history of navigation. Why don't you stay in the Grey Havens and learn shipbuilding from me? Together, we can design and build a giant steel ship that will surely surpass all my previous creations." Faced with Círdan's enthusiasm, Dui reluctantly declined. He knew his own abilities. These discoveries were the culmination of thousands of years of human wisdom from previous generations. He was merely a transporter of that knowledge. If he were to truly put them into practice, he would probably be no match for even the most ordinary shipbuilder. Besides, he barely had time to study magic these days, so how could he possibly find time to learn shipbuilding? Círdan was disappointed when Dui refused. He felt Dui had a natural talent for shipbuilding, and with his ingenious ideas, he might one day become the new shipmaster, inheriting his legacy. Círdan had long sensed the call of Valar in the west and had responded, longing to journey to the peace of the Undying Lands. However, because of his exceptional shipbuilding skills, capable of building vessels safe for Valinor, the Valar had arranged for him to remain in Middle-earth, responsible for transporting the elves westward until the last elf left. Now that he had met someone like Dui, whose perspective on shipbuilding was different, Círdan felt the possibility of training a successor, perhaps even one even more skilled than himself, to take over the helm. Although disappointed, Círdan did not force his hand. In the days that followed, Círdan devoted most of his energy to researching steam engines, aiming to develop one capable of propelling mighty iron ships. Dui did not intervene, believing that with Círdan's wisdom, building a steam engine would be no problem. Besides continuing to collect spiritual mercury daily, he began his first apparition. To this end, He specifically asked Algar to watch him, so that if he split, he could reassemble his body in time. Upon hearing this, Círdan put aside his work to watch Dui perform his teleportation magic. In a spacious room provided by Círdan, Dui stood in the center, marking the area around him and under his feet. Círdan and Algar stood quietly to the side. Dui stood within the circle, trying to calm himself. The three principles of apparition required adherence to purpose, determination, and composure. Fear and hesitation could easily lead to a split, with one part appearing in another place and the other remaining. If not repaired in time, this could result in permanent disability or even death. Dui raised his wand, his eyes fixed on another circle not far away. He focused his entire consciousness on his goal. With a firm resolve, he let the desire to reach that destination flood his entire body from his brain. Then, like dancing, he spun in a circle. With a barely audible pop, Dui vanished from Circle 1. A second later, he reappeared in Circle 2. His first attempt at apparition had been met with a sense of discomfort. It was as if his body had been squeezed through a narrow rubber tube, its surroundings transformed into a whirling sea of color and noise. His vision and hearing blurred, his perception of anything concrete becoming indeterminate. Then, just as quickly, he was squeezed out. Did it work? Dui wondered, looking at his position. Suddenly, he heard a gasp from Algar next to him. Following Algar's nervous, worried gaze, he realized his left arm had remained in Circle 1. Seeing the separation, Dui's nervousness faded. He quickly cast a spell to summon his arm, then placed it in its place, repairing it with a spell. Soon, the arm was restored, intact. This split wasn't serious. After repairing himself, Dui cast apparition again, teleporting from Circle 2 back to Circle 1. This time, he carefully examined his body and found no missing parts. For the next few days, Dui moved no longer between the two circles, but continuously within the space. As his mastery of apparition grew, he never split again. With a soft crackle in the air, Dui peered out of thin air before Círdan and Algar. With a sincere smile, he thanked them. "I've almost mastered my magic." "Thank you for protecting me," Círdan smiled and shook his head. "No need to thank me. We didn't help much. On the contrary, it's a rare opportunity to witness such amazing teleportation magic. It's truly eye-opening." Algar nodded in amazement. Months passed in the blink of an eye, and Dui had collected enough spiritual mercury from the Gulf of Lune. The once silvery bay had become pale and diluted, the elven emotions and memories accumulated over countless eons drained away by Dui. Even if the elves of the Grey Havens plunged their hands into the water, they could barely feel the intensity of the emotions. Perhaps it would be thousands of years before the waters here regained their silvery hue. But by then, the elves would likely have become mere legends, no longer traveling here, embarking on white ships to the western wonderlands. Having collected the mercury of spirit, Dui's mission in the Grey Havens was complete. Just as Dui was about to bid farewell to Círdan, Círdan approached him with news. A steam engine for a ship had been completed. Dui was astonished by the news. Círdan had crafted a steam engine in such a short time. Curious, he journeyed to the Grey Havens shipyard. There, numerous elven artisans gathered, all gathered to admire the massive machine. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Falongport. Círdan led Dui to the machine and joyfully demonstrated it. This is the steam engine I designed after a month of meditation. It's cast entirely from refined iron with a touch of mithril. The boiler heats the water, bringing it to boil and producing high-temperature, high-pressure steam, which pushes the pistons back and forth. A crankshaft and gears transmit this energy to the propeller at the stern, propelling the ship through the water. Dui marveled at the massive steam engine before him. If it weren't for the elves surrounding him, he would have thought he'd been transported back to the steam age. Just as he was curious about the steam engine's fuel, Círdan produced a red gem. Holding it in his hand, he chanted an elven spell, and the ruby instantly glowed and heated. Círdan then placed a gem in the furnace beneath the boiler. The gem grew brighter and hotter, and mysterious red runes appeared on the furnace. A blazing fire, fueled by the gem, ignited within the furnace. The flames rapidly heated the water in the boiler, bringing it to boil and slowly propelling the machine. Dui remained stunned for a long time, watching the steam engine puffing away. The surrounding elven craftsmen were filled with shock and delight. They had always adhered to ancient traditions, but the steam engine before them shattered the perceptions. They felt a new era was dawning. Círdan, the builder, gazed upon his work with satisfaction and pride. He said to Dui, this steam engine was inspired by you. Please give it a name. The other elven craftsmen looked at Dui expectantly. Dui didn't refuse. He looked at the humming steam engine and said with a smile, let's call it the New Century. New Century? The New Century steam engine is indeed apt, Círdan agreed, nodding in agreement. Then the steel ship built with a steam engine will also be called the New Century. In the days that followed, Círdan once again used the steam engine as the core, collaborating with other elven craftsmen to build a giant steel ship. Dui formally bid Círdan farewell. Círdan's attempts to persuade him to stay proved futile, and as a parting gift, he presented Dui with a swan boat he had personally crafted. The swan boats, blessed with Círdan's power, were not only light and sturdy, but also glided smoothly across the water, unsinkable. Dee placed the swan boats in his dimensional bag, intending to leave them on the Black Lake upon his return. With Círdan's permission, Dee also connected the Greyhaven's hearth to the Floo network and gave Círdan a bottle of Floo powder. Círdan welcomed the opening of the Floo network, stating that it would greatly facilitate the journey west to the Greyhavens for elves from Rivendell, Lorien, and the Woodland Kingdoms, eliminating the long and potentially dangerous journeys. Thorondr, the Great Eagle, had been enjoying himself these days, unattended by Dee. He soared daily over the sea, exploring the depths, rising at sunrise and returning at sunset, even catching large fish from the deep. Now that he was leaving, he felt a pang of reluctance. Dewey patted him. All right, you can come anytime you want. The distance from Witherop to here isn't far for you, is it? Thorondr tilted his head, thinking it through. It seemed to make sense, so he gave up the reluctance and flew away from the Greyhavens. However, Dewey and Thorondr didn't return, but continued westward. While Dewey's primary mission was to collect Mercury of Spirit, his secondary goal was to open the Cynon Gate. Besides the Greyhavens, there were two other elven ports on this coastal land, located to the north and south of the westernmost side of the Gulf of Lune, Harlan Haven and Foreland Haven. Both ports, like the Greyhavens, were located within the Gulf of Lune, only a few hundred miles apart. Since Dewey had arrived at the Greyhavens, he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to visit them. The giant eagle quickly carried Dewey to Foreland Haven, located on the northern shore of the Gulf of Lune. Foreland Haven was one of the important ports in the Kingdom of Lindon, primarily populated by Noldor elves. The Noldor were known as the Kalakwendi, or Light Elves. They once followed Finwë to Valinor and bathed in the light of the two trees, thus perpetually shrouded in a faint aura. However, due to the conflict over the Silmarils, some Noldor, including Galadriel, returned to Middle-earth under the leadership of Fëanor. The Noldor are considered one of the most influential elves in Middle-earth, their history spanning many epics and filled with legends and tragedies. After initially awakening on the shores of Lake Cuvirenin, the Noldor, led by Finwë, embarked on a migration to Valinor at the invitation of the Valar. Ultimately, bathed in the light of the two trees, they became the first elven people to settle in the west. However, after Finwë's son Fëanor forged the Silmarils, Morgoth murdered Finwë and stole them, sparking a wave of vengeance among the Noldor. Fëanor, ignoring the Valar's prohibitions, led some Noldor into exile in Middle-earth and waged a protracted war with Morgoth, sparking a series of subsequent conflicts. Among the elves, the Noldor are known for their warlike character, possessing a strong will and pride. This is perfectly embodied in Galadriel, the princess of the Noldor. Galadriel once defied the Valar's prohibitions and followed the Noldor out of Valinor to wage a war of revenge against Morgoth. Even after Morgoth's defeat and the rise of Sauron, she formed the White Council and led the fight against Sauron's forces. This pride even led her to refuse the Valar's forgiveness and return to Valinor, remaining in exile in Middle-earth. Furthermore, the Noldor are renowned for their wisdom, memory, and pursuit of knowledge, as well as their expertise in forging, metallurgy, and gemcrafting. The Silmarils, the Stone of True Knowledge, the Three Rings, and even the renowned elven swords were all crafted by Noldor. When the Great Eagle appeared over the haven of Foreland, the Noldor elves below looked warily at the eagle and Dewey on its back. Instead of landing the giant eagle, Dewey used apparition to appear on the ground. "Who are you?" a dark-haired Noldor elf approached and asked. I am Duel, the Black Wizard of Witherdup. I have just returned from a visit to Lord Círdan, Lord of the Grey Havens. I have heard of the great port of Forland, and have come to visit. I spoke fluent Quenya. Quenya is the language of the Noldor, but due to the greater prevalence of Sindarin in Middle-earth, Quenya gradually became more common in written and ceremonial language. Even in daily conversation among the Noldor, Sindarin was more commonly used. A flicker of surprise crossed the dark-haired elf's eyes at Dui's Quenya, but his demeanor softened slightly, and he quickly switched to Quenya. You speak Quenya quite well. Thank you, it's all thanks to my teacher, Dui said with a gentle smile. He had learned all the elvish languages from Arwen, including Sindarin and Quenya. The dark-haired elf caught his change of expression, and seeing the evening star necklace dangling from his chest, he immediately suspected something. I am Milligan, governor of Forland Harbor. Your name, Wizard Duel, is known even in the far west of this continent, and now I see you truly worthy of it, Governor Milligan. You are so kind, Duel said politely with a smile. Milligan then invited Duel to visit the governor's house, and Duel gladly accepted. As a port city inhabited by the Noldor, Forland Harbor's architecture is imbued with Noldoran style, combining opulence and sophistication. The walls and terraces are white, the windows are made of crystal, the streets are paved with white cobblestones, and even the beach along the harbor is white. The overall effect is holy and radiant. The furnishings in the homes are also exquisite, each piece a work of art. Duel couldn't help but marvel at the craftsmanship of the Noldor, truly the most skilled of the elves, the pursuit of beauty reaching the pinnacle. During his conversation with Milligan, Dui learned that he had once been one of High King Gil-galad's personal guards. During the War of the Last Alliance, the Noldor, including Gil-galad, suffered heavy losses, and Milligan was one of the few remaining Noldor. After Gil-galad's fall, Círdan became the leader of the Kingdom of Lindon. However, because Círdan was a Teleri elf and Lord of the Grey Havens, Forland Haunts, where the Noldor lived, enjoyed a degree of autonomy. However, Forland Haunts has gradually declined. After the War of Wrath in the First Age and the Battle of the Last Alliance in the Second Age, the Noldor in Lindon were severely weakened and gradually withdrew from Middle-earth, becoming increasingly alienated from its affairs. Coupled with a longing for their homeland of Valinor, more and more elves responded to the call of the sea and flocked to the Grey Havens to cross westward. The number of Noldor remaining in Lindon was dwindling. Even Mirrigan, Lord of Forlandhaven, had considered crossing westward, intending to wait for the last elves from Forlandhaven to depart and join them. Wizard Duel, I heard you have the Spear of Egress. Is that true? Mirrigan suddenly asked Duel at the end of their conversation. Seeing Mirrigan's expectant gaze, Duel nodded, pulled the Spear of Egress from his pouch, and handed it to him. Milligan took the spear, his expression trembling slightly as he sighed with nostalgia. Egress, meaning snowy peak, once amassed the wisdom and craftsmanship of many Noldor artisans, forged from meteoric iron and mithril from the stars. We sought it long ago, but to no avail. I never imagined we would see it again. Stroking the spear, a look of relief crossed his face, as if the last obsession had been released, and he felt even more ethereal, as if cut off from the world. He returned the spear to Dui, and with a relieved smile, he thanked her. Thank you for fulfilling my last wish. I feel the call of the sea, and fear I won't be able to see the last of my people leave, for I will be gone before them. Dewey paused at Milligan's words, then congratulated him. Congratulations in advance. At that moment, the system prompted, Hogwarts check-in system, locating Forland Harbor. Do you want to check in? Dui's heart moved. And he muttered silently, sign in. Chapter 191 Herald Port. Successful sign-in. Congratulations on obtaining the alchemy process for the Hufflepuff Cup. A surge of knowledge flooded into his mind, and Dui was instantly delighted. He had just recently obtained the alchemy process for the Ravenclaw item, and now he had obtained the process for crafting another Hufflepuff Cup. Both were relics of the founder of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The Gryffindor sword was indestructible and possessed the ability to absorb beneficial magical substances for infinite growth. The Ravenclaw item allowed its wearer to increase their wisdom. And Helga Hufflepuff's cup was naturally no ordinary artifact. Knowledge of cup crafting revealed that the Hufflepuff cup possessed powerful purifying and healing powers. More importantly, it absorbed and stored magical energy, even nourishing the user's magical power. Furthermore, it possessed miraculous effects in culinary magic. The cup couldn't conjure up delicious food, but with just a little food and wine, It would endlessly produce more, filling countless lives. Furthermore, these conjured foods and wines were imbued with magical energy, nourishing the user's body. While the benefits may not be noticeable at first, they accumulate over time, yielding immense benefits. This is why the Hufflepuff lady is the longest-lived of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Dewey was delighted with the gains of this sign-in. He had already amassed a Ravenclaw item and the Hufflepuff cup, 2 magical items of extraordinary power, and was eager to craft them. However, he knew he couldn't rush, so he had to put them aside for now. Having completed his sign-in at Forland Harbor, Dewey should have been leaving. However, at Merrigan's invitation, Dewey decided to stay for a few days. He was particularly fascinated by the smithing techniques of the Noldor. The Noldor were renowned for their exquisite craftsmanship and pursuit of perfection in jewelry and weaponry, even forging treasures like the Silmarils, the 3 Rings of Elven Love, and the Stone of Palantir. The presence of many Noldor craftsmen from the Kingdom of Lindon here made it a perfect place for him to learn. Although he already possessed some mastery of goblin craftsmanship, who could resist learning more? Moreover, if he could combine the techniques of the Noldor and the Elven arts, perhaps his forging skills could be further advanced. The Noldor craftsmen were also impressed by Dewey's equally extraordinary forging skills, and were particularly amazed by the infinite growth properties of the flaming sword Dewey summoned. The 2 sides engaged in friendly exchanges, discussing their skills. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Although he felt he had gained a lot, the time was leisurely, and Dewey had to set out again. After bidding farewell to Milligan and the Noldor craftsmen, Dewey rode his giant eagle to the haven of Halland, on the southern shore opposite Fallen Haven. If Fallen Haven is the home of the Noldor, then Halland Haven is the home of the Sindar. Unlike the Noldor, who are warlike and excel in forging, metallurgy, and gemwork, as well as possessing a proud and persistent character, the Sindar are closer to nature, excelling in music, poetry, and woodland survival, and possessing a more elegant and subtle cultural style. Dewey's interpretation of the 2 was that the Noldor were more science-oriented, while the Sindar were more liberal arts-oriented. Furthermore, the Sindar were elves who had never reached Valinor and had never seen the 2 trees, hence the name Dark Elves. Of course, these Dark Elves weren't evil, they simply hadn't seen the light of the West. Hallandport and Forlandport faced each other north and south across the Gulf of Lune, making them relatively close. Dewey quickly arrived at the port on the southern shore on his giant eagle, teleporting from high above to the ground using apparition. Unlike Forlandport's dazzling white architecture, Hallandport's architecture was more natural, with abundant vegetation and blooming flowers, resembling a coastal garden city. Dewey's presence also caught the attention of the port elves. However, unlike the naturally aloof and aggressive Noldor, the Sindar were more reserved and gentle. Seeing that Dewey wasn't a hostile visitor, they merely examined him curiously without approaching to question him. As they entered the city, a silver-haired male elf approached Dewey and said politely, "You are Wizard Dewey, right? Welcome to Harlan Harbor. I am Governor Calliner. I heard a while ago that a wizard had arrived in the Grey Havens, and I was surprised to see him so soon." Seeing the friendly attitude of the visitor, Dewey smiled and nodded. "Greetings, Governor Calliner. I am Dewey. I was curious about the scenery of Harlan Harbor, so I came here to explore. I hope I haven't disturbed the peace here." Calliner smiled and shook his head slightly. "You are too polite, Wizard Dewey. You are a guest of honor of Lord Círdan and naturally a distinguished guest of Harlan Harbor as well. If you don't mind, let me show you the sights here, Wizard Dewey." Dewey looked flattered. "If it's not too much trouble, it would be my honor." Then, led by Governor Calliner, Dewey began to tour the port city where the Sindar people lived. Unlike the autonomous Noldor of Forlandport on the north shore, the Sindar of Hallandport were more willing to accept Círdan's rule and had more frequent exchanges with the Grey Ports. This is why Governor Calliner treated Dewey, a wizard highly regarded by Círdan, with such courtesy. Hallandport was a port city steeped in elven art. Melodic instruments could be heard everywhere, and beautiful ballads drifted from the depths of the woods, recounting ancient history, love, and nature. There were also a variety of intricately crafted crafts made of wood and silver. Dewey followed Calliner as he admired the various sights of Hallandport before finally receiving a response from the system, Hogwarts sign-in system, locating Harrington, Hallandport, sign-in, sign-in. Dewey muttered calmly, "Sign-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the magic portrait crafting technique." "Magic portrait?" Dui was surprised. He hadn't expected to receive such a reward from this sign-in. In the wizarding world, magical portraits are artworks imbued with special magic. The figures depicted are not static figures, but possess independent consciousness, personalities, and can even move and communicate freely. Hogwarts Castle is particularly dotted with magical portraits. For example, the entrance to the Gryffindor common room features a magical portrait. The portrait depicts a woman named the Fat Lady, known for her high-pitched voice and excessive drinking. Access to the common room is restricted to her command. The headmaster's office also features portraits of past headmasters. They rarely speak, but if anyone enters, they feign sleep, their eyes slightly open, observing from behind. These portraits are not only animated but can also move from one to another, making them a key feature of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. They are, in fact, independent personalities, possessing their own consciousness and social circles. Dui wasn't surprised to receive a magical portrait this time, but he wasn't disappointed either. The only problem was, he couldn't draw. Drawing a magical portrait requires at least some basic painting skills, combined with magic to successfully create it. Otherwise, who knows what bizarre creations might emerge? It wouldn't be art, but rather terrifying. Governor Calendar, are there any skilled painters here? Dui thought, thinking that the Cinderin elves excelled in the arts of language and poetry, and that they would likely also dabble in painting. Calendar nodded. Painting is one of our most important skills, and most elves dabble in it. Are you looking for someone to paint? Not really. Dui smiled and shook his head. It's more that I'm interested in painting, and I'd like to find a painter to learn the techniques. Calendar suddenly understood and readily agreed to help Dui find a teacher. Dui settled down in Harlan Harbor for a while, and with Calendar's introduction, he began studying painting with the skilled elf. Truth be told, elves, with their long lives, had accumulated ample painting skills. Any elf could have taught Dui, a novice, no need to employ a skilled elven artist. The results were remarkable. Under the elven artist's guidance, Dui made significant progress and quickly mastered the art. Within a month, Dui's paintings were already quite capable. Though the elven artist criticized his work as mechanical and lacking in aesthetics, Dui was already quite satisfied. After all, it was a quick learning experience. Being able to create a realistic image was already a good thing. As for the lack of spirit and stiffness, once the portraits were brought to life through magic, they would surely be even more vivid than even the master's paintings. With the elven artist's regretful gaze, Dui officially concluded his painting lessons. To thank the elven painter for his patient instruction, Dui gave him a small alchemical product he had crafted in his spare time, a brush that could paint in a variety of colors. When infused with magic, it could even bring objects in his paintings to life, though only for a short while. The elven painter was delighted with the gift and promised Dui could consult him about any painting questions he had in the future. He also gave Dui a piece of mithril as a token of his gratitude to Governor Calendar, who had helped introduce him. Dui then took his leave, a formal farewell, and mounted the great eagle Thoronder, flying eastward. He had been away from home for over half a year. He planned to return to Witherdop first, then travel south to the Death Road in the White Mountains in search of soul sulfur. He soared over the Blue Mountains, passing the Shire, the Old Wood, the Barrow Downs. Finally, after crossing Bree, he could see the outline of Witherdop Castle and its towers. Windtop's splendor remained undimmed. The two great trees, gold and silver, shimmered brilliantly under the sun, tinting the castle in gold and silver. A flock of pristine white snowy owls circled the sky, like puffy white clouds surrounding the castle. Noticing the arrival of the giant eagle and Dui, they all flew over. The snowy owls wailed joyfully and circled the giant eagle, as if welcoming the return of their king. Chapter 192 Magic Portrait. Surrounded by snowy owls, the giant eagle landed on the castle lawn. Dewey leaped from the eagle's back and, looking at Arwen, who had been waiting there, a bright, gentle smile. "I'm back." Arwen's eyes curved slightly, sparkling with stars, and the corners of her lips curled up in a bright smile. "Welcome back." Neither of them said much, but their words were a tacit understanding. They simply stared at each other, their gazes tracing each other's contours. Finally, they exchanged a smile and walked hand in hand towards the castle. At the table, Dewey enjoyed Arwen's delicious meal while recounting his adventures. Arwen sat gently beside him, listening. "By the way, Arwen, I've learned to paint from a Cinderin artist. How about I draw you a portrait later?" Dewey asked excitedly, eager to show off. Arwen smiled gently and nodded, yes. After dinner, Dewey eagerly led Arwen to the garden and seated her on a wicker chair surrounded by flowers, with a wide and moorland trees behind them. Arwen gently allowed Dewey to adjust her perspective, a smile in his eyes. Dewey then pulled out his pre-prepared painting tools from his space bag. He set up his easel, spread out his canvas, and, with a focused gaze, traced Arwen's image before beginning to paint. The garden was filled with a tranquil and warm atmosphere. The tall wide and moorland trees rustled their leaves, their golden and silver leaves drifting in the wind, blanketing the grass with a blanket of gold and silver. Arwen half reclined on a naturally grown wicker chair, a bouquet of purple flowers draped above her. At her feet were the white blossoms of the king's grass, and on either side grew the ever-fading Alfrin and Eleanor. Surrounding her were countless colorful Entebbe flowers and other varieties. She sat amidst the blossoms, her eyes gentle and smiling, quietly watching the man in front of her, intently painting her, like a flower goddess gazing at her lover. As time passed, Arwen sat there quietly, her figure graceful, her face unfazed by a trace of fatigue or impatience, her smile unwavering, as if she could sit there forever. All right, Dewey finally paused. Is it done? Arwen asked. All right, Arwen, come and see. Are you satisfied? Dewey beckoned. Arwen stood up and approached, curious. On the canvas, Arwen's portrait came to life, even the gentle smile in her eyes was captured. Behind the portrait, a corner of the garden, including the mullein tree and the white tree, was completely captured. Looking at her own portrait, Arwen was filled with surprise. Though her painting skills were clearly still immature, the image of herself held a certain spirit, tenderness and love evident in her eyes. Was this how Dewey saw her? Arwen's heart was filled with sweetness. How is it? Are you satisfied? Dewey asked expectantly. If not, I'll paint a few more. I already have your image memorized, so you won't have to sit there for so long. Arwen smiled brightly and said softly, this is already very good. No need for more, but I love this one. Can you give it to me? Dewey shook his head, smiled mysteriously, and said, not yet. This painting isn't truly finished yet. It needs another step. Arwen was immediately puzzled. Dewey didn't explain, but took her and the portrait back to the castle. Then he went to the potions room, set up a silver crucible, took out the prepared potion ingredients, and began to brew the potion. Arwen sat quietly by, uninterrupted, watching Dewey's smooth movements with admiration. As the potion in the cauldron turned a lavender hue, Dewey suddenly looked up. Arwen, can you give me a strand of your hair? Puzzled, Arwen cut off a strand and asked, is one enough? If not, I'll get more. Dewey quickly stopped him. Yes, one will do. Arwen was willing to part with it, but he was reluctant. He then dropped the hair Arwen had handed him into the cauldron. The potion instantly turned a pale blue, reeking of rain. He turned off the flame, removed the cauldron, and let the potion cool completely. Then, as Arwen stared in amazement, Dewey used the dropper to drip the potion onto the portrait, which magically absorbed it. The previously still portrait gradually came to life, its flowers, plants, and trees swaying in the breeze as if alive. Arwen in the painting also came to life, her hair moving slightly, like a living being. The only flaw was that her eyes were blank, soulless and completely unresponsive. Arwen was amazed by this. Dewey, what's going on? Dewey explained with a smile, this is a magical portrait. Unlike a still painting, it moves and speaks. Then why does my portrait seem unresponsive? Because she hasn't been imbued with memories yet. She's like a newborn baby, her mind and consciousness are blank, Dewey replied. He then taught Arwen the magic of memory extraction. Following Dewey's instructions, Arwen placed her wand against her temple, drawing out her memories and injecting them into her portrait. As the memories were absorbed by the portrait, Arwen's blank eyes gradually brightened. Then, as if imbued with a soul, her gentle and lively gaze pierced through the painting, resting on Dewey and Arwen. Hello, Dewey, and the other me. Dewey looked at Arwen in the painting and couldn't help but ask curiously, Arwen, what does the painting look like? Can you tell me about it? Arwen in the painting looked at Dewey, a gentle glint in her eyes. She looked around and replied, this is no different from the real world. I'm in the garden now. I can smell the flowers and plants, and the wind blows. I can see Black Lake and Hogsmeade below the mountain, and even beyond. The only difference is that there's only me here. There's no you, no Thoronder, no Smog, and no Hogsmeade residents below the mountain, Dui was surprised to hear Arwen's reply. He had expected the world in the painting to be black or blank except for the part he had drawn. He hadn't expected it to be a complete world, just like the real world. If Arwen had left with up, she might have found her way to Rivendell, Lorien, and possibly even the Sauron-controlled region of Mordor, or even the sacred realm of Valinor in the west. How could this still be a magical portrait? It was simply a metaverse. When Arwen heard the painting of herself say she was alone, she felt a flicker of heartache in her eyes. She turned to Dewey and said, "Dewey, could you please include you in the painting? She'd be so lonely." Dewey patted her hand soothingly, then nodded with a smile. "Of course, I'll include not only me, but also Thoronder, Smaug, the Kraken, and the inhabitants of Hogsmeade below. I'll ensure the world inside the painting is no less beautiful than the outside world, but I think it would be best if you could paint my portrait. What do you think?" Arwen smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, I'll make you look handsome." The next day, Dewey and Arwen returned to the garden. This time, Arwen was the one painting, and Dewey took Arwen's place. Arwen, possessing a remarkable memory, had memorized Dewey's image, so she didn't ask him to remain in his pose for long. Curious, Dewey approached, eager to see what Arwen had drawn of him. He was immediately struck by what he saw. Arwen's painting depicted him as tall and straight, his stern face tinged with a gentle gaze. He gazed back at him through the canvas, his whole being shrouded in a halo of inhuman perfection. Was this how Arwen saw himself? Dewey felt both sweet and delighted. He hadn't expected Arwen's exceptional skill. Not only was his image so lifelike, but even the smallest details, like grass and trees, were rendered with vivid lifelike detail, and he even captured the entire castle. Compared to Arwen, Dewey felt his own painting for Arwen was like the difference between an elementary school student and a master. Fortunately, Arwen didn't despise it, instead cherishing it like a treasure. When Arwen finished, Dewey looked at his own image and teased, "Arwen, you've painted me so perfectly that I almost can't admit it's me." He then took out the potion he had prepared and poured it over the painting, letting it absorb it. Everything in the painting came alive, incredibly realistic, as if reflected in a mirror, even more beautiful than reality, a fairy tale. While his eyes were hollow, each hair was clearly visible, and his skin had a healthy complexion, just like a real person. Dewey placed his wand against his temple, slowly drawing out his memories, then placed it on the portrait and infused them into it. The portrait's blank eyes cleared, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he met Dewey's gaze. "Hey, hello, original." After saying hello, he looked around the painting with curiosity on his face and exclaimed, "It's just as Arwen said. If I didn't know this was in a painting, I would have thought this was really Middle-earth. Hey, original, remember to draw me a flying broom next time, and don't forget Smaug and Thoronder. When I have time, I have to go to other places to see if the world in this painting really has no boundaries." Then his gaze shifted to Arwen next to Dewey, and he smiled and waved with regret. "Hello, Arwen, it's a pity that the person standing next to you is not me. Although we are one, I am still very jealous of my other self. Of course I'm not bad either. There is an Arwen here to accompany me." He suddenly turned his head and saw something. His eyes lit up and waved his hand. I saw Arwen. I have to find her. Goodbye, both of you." Without waiting for the two to say anything, he quickly left the range of the painting and disappeared. Looking at the empty space within the painting, Arwen couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Dewey with amusement. "I didn't expect you to have such a personality, Dewey." Dewey couldn't help but cover his head, an expression of bewilderment. The self in the painting was merely a personality formed from a memory. To flesh it out, he needed to continually inject memories into it, gradually bringing the character's personality and thoughts closer to the original. This process would continue until the original passed away. At that point, the portrait would exist in the world in place of the deceased, fully possessing all the deceased's emotions and memories, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was the original. Of course, Dewey wouldn't wait until that day. But if he wanted to avoid the self in the painting appearing so naive, he needed some time to train himself, so as not to embarrass him. Chapter 193 Crown of Wisdom. Arwen's portrait of Dewey was framed and hung in his private drawing room. As for Dewey's portrait of Arwen, Arwen kept it, intending to take it back to Rivendell. Dewey and Arwen in the painting shuttled back and forth between the two frames, sometimes together in Dewey's frame, sometimes in Arwen's, sometimes disappearing together, going on dates elsewhere. This filled Dewey with envy. While he toiled tirelessly outside, the painting depicted him doing nothing, spending his days on dates. In the following days, Dewey also painted portraits of Thoronder the giant eagle, Smug the dragon, Herbo the basilisk, and the kraken, the giant octopus from the Black Lake below. At Smug's insistence, he even painted mountains of gold for his painting. Dewey felt utterly disgusted by the portrait of Smug, rolling in a mountain of gold with Lee. He considered it embarrassing to hang his portrait in the hall. The portrait matter was settled. Next, Dewey prepared to craft the alchemical items he had earned from signing in earlier, the Ravenclaw item and the Hufflepuff cup. These two alchemical items represented the magical achievements of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, respectively, and were two of the highest levels of magic. Successfully crafting them was extremely difficult and time-consuming, making it impossible to create both simultaneously. Therefore, Dewey needed to choose one as his immediate target. Dewey hesitated for a moment between the two. The Ravenclaw item could increase the wearer's wisdom, or rather, greatly stimulate their thinking potential, accelerating their brain power, thus greatly aiding and improving their learning and magical practice. The Hufflepuff cup was no less impressive, possessing not only powerful healing powers but also the ability to absorb and store magical energy, nourishing the wearer's body and magical power. Not to mention the ability to conjure up magical delicacies and wines. It could be said to be a powerful magical item that combined life-saving, nourishing, and practical uses. However, Dewey ultimately decided to choose the Ravenclaw item first. While the Hufflepuff cup was powerful, it was primarily defensive in nature, and its nourishing and enhanced magical power only worked over time, not in the short term. The Ravenclaw item, on the other hand, could push Dewey's thinking and mental power to the limit, granting him higher intelligence and a significant boost in a short period of time. He reasoned that once he successfully crafted the Ravenclaw item, its wisdom would make crafting the Hufflepuff cup much easier. Having decided to craft the diadem, Dewey began to prepare the necessary items. Arwen was also surprised to hear that Dewey was crafting a magical item that would increase his intelligence, and as Dewey's assistant, she joined in the crafting process. Dewey first took out an exquisite and ornate holy white tree crown. The crown, shimmering silver, appears to be woven from the branches of the holy white tree. Its lifelike white and narrow leaves interweave in a staggered pattern, their curves and folds flowing naturally, as if brought to life by the gentle breeze. In the center of the holy white tree's canopy, a brilliant white diamond, shimmering like a star, is set in its center. The radiance of the diamond is dazzling yet not blinding, like a star set in the crown. This crown was gifted by Galadriel upon the castle's completion. Designed by Arwen. The white diamond is a magical gem imbued with starlight by Galadriel. So magnificent and eye-catching is this crown that Dewey keeps it hidden, wearing it only for important festivals and occasions. He plans to use it as a foundation for the creation of the Ravenclaw item, a device designed to enhance wisdom. Dewey produced a vial of spiritual mercury collected from the Grey Havens and inscribed runes on the crystal vial with a mithril solution. He then placed it atop the tallest tower of Amon Shore, where it would be purified by moonlight, removing impurities and leaving only pure spiritual energy. Under the influence of the runes, the moonlight, like liquid silver, was absorbed by the crystal vial, merging with the spiritual mercury and slowly cleansing it of impurities of emotion and memory. This process would continue for a full month, until the moonlight had completely purified the spiritual mercury. During this time, Dewey meticulously drew magical patterns on the crown, using mithril as ink, meticulously detailing every leaf and branch of the white tree. Using his wand as a pen and his magic power as ink, he engraved the runes representing knowledge, understanding, and discrimination into the white diamond at the center of the crown, enchanting it. Dewey then journeyed to Lorien, Rivendell, and the Grey Havens, seeking the wisdom and knowledge of the four wise men, Lady Galadriel, Celeborn, Elrond, and Círdan. The understanding and memories of these wise men were then infused into the crown's gemstones. Once the spiritual mercury was purified by moonlight, Dewey immersed the crown in it, allowing it to absorb the spiritual energy. The light of wisdom emanating from the jewels within the crown grew ever brighter, bringing clarity and increased mental clarity to those bathed in it. After the crown absorbed the purified spiritual mercury, Dewey awaited the day of Mercury's transit. Mercury, also known in Middle-earth as Elam Meyer, was created by Varda, the star goddess of the Valar, for their firstborn children. In magical astronomy and astrology, Mercury symbolizes thought and communication, the planet of wisdom. On the night of Mercury's transit, Dui and Arwen ascended the highest tower, the Tower of Amunsul. On the massive stone platform, Dui constructed a three-tiered magical circle in mithril, with a crown at its center. The outermost layer was engraved with runes symbolizing wisdom, thereby focusing spiritual energy. The middle layer depicts a thought circuit, a network of neurons resembling those in the brain. These connect to the central crown, forming a channel for energy transmission. The innermost layer is inscribed with a resonance core, a ring formed by twin serpents, constructed from countless runes. This serves as the energy hub of the entire formation. When Mercury reached its highest point in the sky, its starlight shone upon the formation on the stone platform. Dui placed his staff against the formation, chanting an ancient incantation, channeling his inner magic through the staff. The formation activated, emitting a dazzling silver light. A blinding beam shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire tower and echoing with Mercury in the distance. Mercury suddenly became incredibly bright, its brilliance even surpassing that of the brightest star in the sky, Erendel. Blue starlight descended from the heavens, channeled and projected onto the formation, causing the runes to illuminate one after another, forming a stable magical field. Such a tremendous movement, and the projected pillar of starlight, drew mixed reactions from those across Middle-earth. With the exception of Galadriel, Elrond, and the others who had already known about the situation, everyone was speculating. The residents of Witherdup, and especially those of Hogsmeade below, gazed in shock and awe at the pillar of light from the castle tower, knowing it must have been caused by their enigmatic lord. Dui, unaware of the situation outside, was straining his magical energies to maintain the formation and channel more astral energy into the crown. However, he had clearly underestimated the energy required, and his magical power was rapidly depleting, leaving him feeling strained. Arwen, standing nearby, also noticed Dui's situation. With a look of concern on her face, she immediately raised her wand and poured her own magic into the formation, alleviating Dui's pressure. Arwen, daughter of Elrond and granddaughter of Galadriel and Celeborn, possessed the combined power of numerous powerful bloodlines. Her combined magical power surpassed even Dui's. With her added power, Dui felt a significant relief, and he breathed a sigh of relief. As time passed, the astral power gathered within the formation grew, flowing continuously into the crown. The crown grew ever more extraordinary, especially the white jewels within. The light of wisdom emanated from them grew brighter and brighter. Dui and Arwen, standing outside the formation, could feel their minds racing. The formation persisted until the latter half of the night, when Mercury shifted westward, projecting less and less starlight, before finally fading. The runes within the formation dimmed again, becoming motionless, leaving only the crown at the center, still and silent. The crown itself was now distinctly different. The white jewel's radiance was more subdued, no longer as dazzling as before, emitting a faint blue glow. But if one examines closely, one can see that the gem holds an infinite light of wisdom, bringing instant clarity and inspiration. Dui stepped forward, bent down, reached out, and picked up the crown, examining it closely. Dui, did it work? Arwen asked curiously. We'll know after we try it, Dui said, placing the crown on his head. Instantly, Dui felt his mind and consciousness elevate infinitely. His brain's speed of thought accelerated countless times, and his comprehension and analytical efficiency reached a new level. Furthermore, he possessed a photographic memory, excavating memories once buried deep within his memory and bringing them to crystal clarity. If his previous memories had been enhanced after his journey, from the speed of an ordinary bicycle to that of an electric bike, then now, with a crown on his head, he was like a rocket strapped to his head, possessing the most brilliant mind ever. How are you feeling, Dui? Arwen looked at him with concern. Dewey didn't know how to express this feeling, so he replied calmly, I feel the gates of wisdom have opened to me, and endless knowledge is at my fingertips. Arwen watched as Dewey, now a completely different person, became calmer and more apprehensive. Seeing Arwen's worried expression, Dewey lowered the crown from his head, his calm gaze regaining its composure, a shift in mood. He soothed her, don't worry. This is just a side effect of wearing the crown. While it enhances wisdom, it inevitably allows rationality to take over, suppressing emotional fluctuations and making you more rational. But once you remove the crown, everything will return to normal. It won't affect your personality. He placed the crown on Arwen, letting her experience it for herself. With the crown on, Arwen's demeanor shifted. Her eyes grew deeper and calmer, her demeanor became colder and more distant, like a goddess on a snowy mountain, radiating wisdom and insight. For a moment, Arwen looked even more like Galadriel. Arwen didn't wear the crown for long before she took it off and turned back into the gentle princess of the evening star. She held the crown in both hands, smiling brightly, and congratulated Dui. Congratulations, Dui, you have created a magical thing. Such a treasure that can increase wisdom is enough to attract many people who pursue wisdom. By the way, are you going to give it a name? Dui shook his head. The crown is a work that you and I have completed together. I hope you can help me choose it this time so that it will carry our names in the future. Arwen's eyes curled up slightly, the corners of her lips turned up, her eyes full of smiles. She did not refuse Dui's request. She looked at the exquisite crown in her hands, her red lips slightly parted, and said, Raeldir, its name is Raeldir. Raeldir? The crown of wisdom? Dui was surprised for a moment, then smiled and nodded. What a good name. Chapter 194 Saruman's Plan. Having successfully crafted the Crown of Wisdom, a Middle-earth version of the Ravenclaw diadem, Dui immediately fell into a frenzy of study and practice. With the crown's help, his learning speed and efficiency skyrocketed. He studied spells, transfiguration, potions, alchemy, and other Middle-earth sorcery, incantations, and elven magic. Even more surprising, Dui found that meditating with the Crown of Wisdom yielded significant benefits, nearly several times the efficiency of normal meditation. The only problem was that such intense mental activity quickly consumed energy. Dui now ate several times more than before, requiring near constant sustenance. Arwen therefore provided him with limbus, eliminating the need for constant food. Furthermore, the Crown of Wisdom couldn't be worn constantly, as prolonged intense mental activity was extremely draining. Therefore, Dui limited his use to half a day, removing it when mentally exhausted. Even with the Crown of Wisdom's help, Dui understood the importance of biting off more than he could chew. Therefore, he focused his primary attention on studying alchemy to avoid errors when crafting the Philosopher's Stone. After all, knowing how to craft the Philosopher's Stone didn't guarantee success. Otherwise, Nicholas Flamel wouldn't be the only person in wizarding history to possess a Philosopher's Stone. Dui spent several months at Witherdup, and while he considered continuing his efforts in crafting the Hufflepuff Cup, crafting the cup required not only certain materials but also specific magical rituals and astrological conditions. In particular, the ritual required the day of Saturn's opposition. Saturn in Middle-earth is called Lumbar, and opposition occurs approximately every 378 days. During this time, Saturn becomes so dazzling that its brilliance can even outshine Eärendil. With more than 6 months until opposition, Dui still needed to travel and continue searching for the remaining materials for the Philosopher's Stone, so he naturally couldn't wait. However, Dewey had made some preparations ahead of time. Amidst Smaug's resentment, he took nearly a ton of gold from the treasury and poured it into a mithril furnace. After continuous calcination, the essence remained, leaving only a fist-sized piece of pure gold. Unlike the Ravenclaw diadem, the Hufflepuff Cup's crafting process was imbued with ancient Celtic natural magic. Ancient runes symbolizing fertility were drawn on the nugget of gold, then buried beneath a fertile field at the same time as the crops were planted, never to be unearthed. The gold could only be unearthed when the crops had matured and harvested. He then drew healing and protective runes on the gold, then sought out an oak tree clinging to mistletoe. He carved a hole in the tree and sealed the gold within. He would wait until the oak bore fruit and the mistletoe blossomed before extracting it. Dewey, naturally, could not wait. He then apparated, carrying a nugget of gold, marked with a harvest rune, down a mountainside, where he found the most fertile wheat field. While the farmers were planting wheat, he cast a spell of invisibility and buried the nugget deep in the field, ensuring it could not be dug up. Leaving a magical mark, he quietly returned to Witherdup. Shortly after spending a few days at the castle, Dewey bid farewell to Arwen once again and set out south to the White Mountains in search of soul sulfur. This time, however, Dewey did not use the Great Eagle Thoronder to escort him. Instead, he first traveled through the Hearth to Lorien, then apparated to Fangorn Forest. However, Dewey did not encounter Gandalf in Fangorn Forest. According to Treebeard, Gandalf had left Fangorn months earlier for the Kingdom of Rohan. Seeing this, Dewey abandoned his plan to seek Gandalf's help. He traded a few bottles of plant growth potion with Treebeard for ant drink, then left the forest on his broomstick and flew south. From a distance, DUI spotted Orthanc, where Saruman resided. However, he had no immediate plans to engage the white-robed wizard, so he simply bypassed it and continued south. While it was a pity he couldn't check in, finding the soul sulfur was more important, lest anything unexpected happen. And just as DUI flew south, without looking back, in a secret chamber of Orthanc and Isengard, Saruman sat at a long black table, his gaze fixed on DUI's flying form in the palantir. Suddenly, the image of DUI and the orb vanished, replaced by a fiery eye radiating darkness. "Soren, what do you want with me?" Saruman asked, frowning. Though bewitched by Soren and betrayed the good side, Saruman held his own pride and considered himself not Soren's subordinate, but merely a partner. Soren did not answer Saruman's question directly, but asked in return, "Are you very concerned about the black-robed wizard just now?" Saruman frowned, and said indifferently, "He is just an insignificant person." "Insignificant?" Soren smiled. "If he was really an insignificant person, how could he attract a white-robed wizard like you to use the palantir to spy on him? Besides, his reputation is much greater than yours now. Tisk-Tisk, the nemesis of orcs, lord of the dragon Smog, and he killed the Balrog of Moria together with a grey-robed wizard. Even east of Mordor, you can hear his legend." Hearing Soren's sarcastic tone, Saruman's eyes flashed with anger, and his face became gloomy. "What on earth is your business?" "I'm very busy. Unlike you, who lacks even a form, trapped in Mordor, doing nothing, busy forging the Ring of Power." Soren's eyes flashed with sarcasm. "You sought to forge a ring to rival my One Ring, but it seems you haven't succeeded. It's even inferior to the ring of one of my ring wraiths." Then he changed his tone, speaking in a tone full of seduction, corruption, and depravity. "Saruman, I know your ambition and reluctance. I can personally teach you how to forge a One Ring, granting you the greatest power. If you will submit to me and become my servant." "Impossible." Saruman, a Maya of the same class, remained brimming with arrogance even under the influence of Soren's power. "No one can bring me to submission, not the Valar, and certainly not you, Soren." He saw Soren as a temporary partner, seeking only to learn the method for forging the Ring of Power from him. As for submitting to fellow Maya, this was absolutely unacceptable to the arrogant Saruman. Soren saw through Saruman's thoughts and sneered, "But what are the conditions for your cooperation with me?" "The orcs of Moria, with whom you wanted to ally, were all dealt with by 2 wizards and the dwarves. As for the Dunlendings, I understand that the Grey Wizard is in Rohan and has persuaded the King of Rohan to grant the Dunlendings their ancestral land. It seems your divisive words are no longer effective, Gandalf." Saruman's face turned even uglier, and he gritted his teeth in anger. The 2 arms he had prepared for himself had now been removed by Gandalf, causing his plan to fail. This filled him with a deep hatred for Gandalf, who had ruined his plans. But Soren's next words shocked him. Soren warned, "Don't you see how coincidental it is? How come you were just about to ally with the orcs of Moria, and they were destroyed there? Just as you were trying to win over the Dunlendings to fight the Rohirrim, that Grey Wizard tried to force them to make peace, quietly ruining your plan." Saruman was incredulous, his heart filled with anxiety. "What do you mean? I think you're under suspicion. Especially that Grey Wizard. He's targeting you," Soren said with a hint of gloating. "That's impossible." Saruman stood up excitedly. "What I did was very secretive, and no one knew about it. How could Gandalf know about it? It must be a coincidence." Saruman was deeply uneasy, but as arrogant as he was, he refused to accept the possibility of his plan being discovered. Even if he was secretly colluding with Soren, he never thought it would be exposed. It would cost him his current position in the righteous path and his position as leader of the White Council. Especially now that his current plan had failed, if his actions were ever exposed, there would be no place for him in the righteous path. Even his current Tower of Orthanc would be unsafe. To survive, he would be forced to flee to Mordor, seek Sauron's protection, and then be forced to become his servant. How could Saruman accept this? But Sauron didn't give him the chance to deceive himself. With a sneer in his eyes, he pointed out, "You already have the answer, don't you? Think carefully about what's wrong these days, and you'll understand." Saruman's words reminded him of Gandalf's sudden visit and a subsequent series of things he had overlooked, and his unease grew even more intense. "I kept this very secret, no one should have known. And I have the Stone of Palantir. The entire region of Isengard could never have escaped my sight." How did Gandalf discover it? Saruman paced anxiously, his mind swirling with thoughts, his memories searching for clues. He glanced outside through the window and happened to see the tall and straight trees outside. He suddenly realized something, and then his face immediately became very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Great! I actually forgot that there was a group of thieves who had their ears stuck in my house. I should have cut down all the trees here, leaving no one." Soren looked at Saruman's panic and said with even more gloating pleasure, "You have been discovered. There is no place for you on the side of light. As long as you submit to me, I will send the army of Mordor to help you, and even help you forge a ring of power of your own." "How about it?" Saruman calmed down instantly after hearing this, and sneered, "Soren, do you think I will give up like this? I am a disciple of Wala, the god of craftsmen. Maybe my talent in forging is not as good as yours, but I am better at engineering and creation. I have studied how to cultivate stronger orcs, making them not afraid of the sun and stronger. They can form a powerful army. And this is just the beginning. If you give me enough time, I can even cultivate more powerful monsters." Soren's demonic eye flickered within the crystal orb, changing the terms. "How about a formal alliance? I'll send you a vast dark army, fully under your control. Powerful enough to defend Isengard. You simply need to cultivate a powerful enough war machine, and then, together with the armies of Mordor, you can attack from both sides, annexing Rohan and Gondor." Saruman was tempted, but shook his head. "Not yet. I need to confirm whether Gandalf has evidence. If it's just a suspicion, I can remain in hiding and secretly build up my power, unless absolutely necessary." Saruman didn't want to betray Soren openly and side with him now. Besides not wanting to give up his current status, he also considered the reaction of the Valar. Upon hearing this, Saruman suggested, "If you want confirmation, you can capture the Black Wizard. He has close ties with the Grey Wizard. It was they who worked together to slay the Balrog of Moria. He must know the information you seek." At the mention of the Black Wizard, Saruman's eyes hardened, and he felt equally resentful towards this man who had also thwarted his plans. He nodded in agreement. "This boy is highly regarded by Gandalf, so he must know a lot. He's also very strange, possessing something I can't fathom. If I catch him, I'll see what secrets he holds." Saruman left unsaid, when he first met the boy, he'd seen a strange, cryptic look in his eyes. Though he'd tried to hide it, he'd still keenly noticed it. He didn't understand that look at first, but only after he'd colluded with Soren did he finally understand. It was the look of someone looking at a traitor, as if he'd foreseen the outcome. And that final look had left him feeling even more uneasy. Chapter 195 Mysterious Formation. Dui, currently flying south, was unaware of the events surrounding Orthanc. He flew over the Gap of Rohan and could see the White Mountains stretching southward in the distance. The White Mountains ran east-west between Gondor and Rohan, with Rohan to the north and Gondor to the south. Dui's target for the Path of the Dead was Mount Dervimorberg in the White Mountains, the entrance to the Path of the Dead. He first flew to the summit of a cliff at the southern end of the Shrine Valley on the northern side of the mountains. From the base of the cliff to the summit, a steep path, the main section carved from the cliff face, spiraled upwards. At every bend in the path stood ancient human figures, clumsy and massive, depicting figures squatting cross-legged with their arms folded. Ages had eroded their features, leaving only hollow eye sockets, emitting a strangely eerie aura. At the cliff's summit lay a meadow, with an ancient path in the center and shapeless standing stones on either side. This is a natural sacrificial site, with a cliff-top meadow serving as an open-air altar. Aside from standing stones and statues lining the path, there are few other obvious man-made religious structures. This is the Dungeon, the gateway to the Path of the Dead. While its construction is uncertain, it is known to have predate the arrival of the Numenoreans to Middle-earth, perhaps even dating back to the time of Morgoth. The exact subject of its worship remains unknown. However, Elrond once shared with Dewey his suspicions that the Dungeon was likely a shrine built by the conquered natives during Morgoth's near-universal dominance. It was only after Morgoth's defeat and exile into the void that the site gradually fell into abandonment. Dewey landed on the cliff-top Dungeon. He wondered if he could sign in there as well. Hogwarts sign-in system, locating White Mountains, Dungeon, sign in? As Dewey landed, the system responded. Dewey replied without hesitation, sign in successfully. Congratulations on receiving those ancient sacrificial magics. Dewey stared at the magic book in front of him, its cover depicting a naked man hanging from a cross, and was instantly filled with surprise and curiosity. The cover was so iconic that if he hadn't been sure it was a magic book, He would have mistaken it for a church book from a previous life. He curiously flipped open the book and began to read. His expression grew increasingly astonished, as the sacrificial magic within each of them astonished him. Among them was the magic Voldemort had used to resurrect, the bones of his father, the flesh of his servants, and the blood of his enemies, used to complete the ritual of resurrection. Other, more bloody, sacrificial magic involved sacrificing an animal to heal the sick or injured, or even more gruesomely, sacrificing a human being to gain wealth, luck, power, and so on. DUI even saw love sacrifice magic. A person voluntarily gave up their life and soul in exchange for the powerful protection of a loved one. This love sacrifice magic reminded DUI of Harry Potter's mother, Lily Evans. By sacrificing her own life, she imbued Harry Potter with a powerful protection, successfully deflecting Voldemort's killing curse, forcing Voldemort to lose his body and retreat into the Albanian forests. This led to Harry Potter's reputation as the savior, and his subsequent repeated defeats and ultimate death. Thanks to the Crown of Wisdom, DUI quickly read and memorized the entire book. He then put the book away. While the sacrificial magic contained within was unique, it was also extremely bloody and extreme, involving the sacrifice of life, soul, and magical power. It was even more sinister than the one in Advanced Dark Arts Unveiled. How did Lily Evans find this book and learn the sacrificial magic from it? Despite the bloody prospect and the heavy price, DUI didn't shy away. He thought, if he had time, he might try sacrificing a few orcs or wargs to see if it would work. After all, the benefits of sacrifice were tempting. After signing in, DUI mounted his broom and prepared to depart. But mid-air, he glanced down and froze in his tracks. He noticed the standing stones and statues below were arranged in a precise pattern, as if in a formation, similar to a sacrificial formation he'd read about earlier. It was only because there were no signs of magical activity that he hesitated. Curious, DUI descended again and approached a statue. He carefully examined it with his wand, but still nothing happened. Could I have guessed wrong? DUI wondered. But he didn't give up. He stared at the lower half of the statue, buried in the mud, and waved his wand, attempting to reveal the entire statue. Under the influence of the magic, the ground surged outward, and DUI's expression grew increasingly surprised. It turned out that the stone statue exposed above the ground was only a small fragment. Beneath the ground, in addition to the statue's main body, there was a stone foundation connected to it. A pit nearly 3 meters deep was dug before the complete statue was revealed. But what caught DUI's attention wasn't the statue itself. It was the discovery of a solid black stone slab beneath the pit. Furthermore, the black stone slab was grooved with mysterious patterns. This intrigued DUI even more. He drew his staff, chanted a spell, and struck the ground hard. The ground was like water struck by a huge rock, instantly rippling in all directions. Thick grass and soil were pushed away, and like a landslide, several meters of mud slid towards the cliff and plummeted to the bottom. The ground at the top of the cliff dropped several meters, and the original grass disappeared, revealing a vast, carved black stone surface. It turned out that countless years of accumulated dust had obscured a dung lodge, preventing its true form from being discovered. DUI cast a spell, stirring up a fierce wind that swept away the dust and dirt. He saw a complex and mysterious pattern of elongated grooves carved into the black stone floor, resembling interconnected channels, forming a pattern reminiscent of human veins. The standing stones and statues seemed like nodes and hubs. The ravages of time had inevitably damaged these veins. Restore, under the healing spell, the damaged patterns on the ground quickly returned. Once the complete pattern appeared, DUI finally confirmed that it was a formation. DUI, observing this ancient formation, was unsure of its purpose. However, remembering Elrond's words about the possible connection between the Dung Lodge and Morgoth, he cautiously refrained from attempting to activate it. Although Morgoth had been defeated and vanished to the void beyond the world of Arda, DUI, once the most powerful of the Valar, dared not even associate himself with him. So he simply wrote down the pattern of the formation on parchment, intending to show it to Elrond upon his return. But just as he finished drawing the pattern and was about to destroy it, a raven suddenly swooped down and crashed to its death on the ground, a gruesome sight. DUI was momentarily stunned. The next second, the cries of a flock of crows echoed from the distant sky. Then, to DUI's astonishment, each one, as if mad, accelerated towards the ground, quickly staining it blood red. The crow's blood flowed into the grooves of the stone slabs, spreading rapidly and filling every groove as if possessed by a will. The previously motionless formation suddenly began to emanate magical fluctuations, an evil aura permeating the formation. Even the stone statues seemed to come alive, their empty eye sockets filled with a cold gaze. This sudden change left Dui deeply uneasy. Without hesitation, he unleashed a destructive spell, attempting to destroy the formation. Thunderbolt, a dazzling spell blasted towards the formation, carrying immense destructive force, striking the black stone floor and the statues. But what Dui hadn't anticipated was that the spell, which could have reduced the area trash, not only failed to produce its effect upon impact, but was instead absorbed by the formation. The formation seemed to receive a massive boost, its activation speed accelerating. Under the influence of the formation, the sky over the Black Barbarian Shrine darkened, as if a storm was about to break out. Dui's expression changed drastically. He dared not unleash another magical attack, but seeing the dangerous formation about to be awakened, he decisively shouted, "Flaming sword!" The flaming sword instantly appeared in his hand. He seized it, charged directly at the formation, and thrust it forcefully into the ground. The stone slabs cracked, and the blazing flames unleashed by the flaming sword scorched the ground. The power of the basilisk venom, the light of Elrondel, and the ring of air within the sword eroded the formation. The formation suddenly stopped, like a stuck gear. The flaming sword and the formation's power clashed, resulting in a brief pause. Seeing this, Dui immediately drew his divine spear, Egress, from his space bag and thrust it into the ground. The spear was sharp, instantly piercing the solid black stone, then unleashed a powerful destructive force. Cracks ripped through the ground, starting from the point where the spear had penetrated, and cracks rapidly spread outward, growing larger and larger. Finally, the floorboards shattered, the formation's lines breaking. The formation's power, exhausted, instantly dissipated. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and sunlight returned. Dui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had successfully interrupted the formation's activation, otherwise who knows what terrible things would have happened? He pulled the divine spear and flaming sword from the ground, then looked at the formation's lines and began to destroy them. Once he had erased all the grooves in the lines, he destroyed the standing stone and the statue. After ensuring that no one could recover, Dui finally felt relieved and got on his broom again to fly towards the road of the dead. Chapter 196 Ghost. After leaving the Dunlark, Dui flew low along an ancient path, passing through Dimhold Forest and entering a deep canyon. The path was eerie, lined with jagged ancient boulders and the faint remnants of buildings once inhabited by the mountain dwellers. After passing Dimhold, Dui finally saw the entrance to the Path of the Dead, the Dark Portal. The Dark Portal was carved into a sheer rock face, and the stone path along it was dilapidated and decayed. A single careless step could lead to a catastrophic fall. Dui landed on his broomstick directly in front of the Dark Portal, sheathed it, and, holding his staff in one hand and his sword in the other, his expression grave. The Dark Portal was engraved with symbols and words, emanating a terrifying aura of death. It was as if he had arrived at the gates of hell, facing endless death and danger once inside. Dui didn't pause, but stepped directly into the Dark Portal. Beyond the Dark Portal lay a bottomless, dark cavern. The crown of wisdom on Dui's head emerged, its jewel radiating a dazzling light in the darkness, illuminating his path. However, upon gazing upon the cavern's interior, Dui gasped. The cavern was strewn with bones, skulls piled high. Dui's feet were filled with bones of all kinds, leaving no space at all. Every time he moved, he could hear the sound of bones crunching beneath his feet. Initially, Dui felt he had nowhere to step, so he tread lightly. But as he walked more, he simply gave up. After all, the difference between crushing one bone and crushing countless bones is the difference between zero and countless. Beyond the countless bones, the cavern was filled with a chilling, deathly aura. The temperature was freezing, so cold that it felt as if blood and bones were frozen, and his heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an icy hand. What alarmed Dui was that after all this time walking, he hadn't seen a single soul, save for the mountains of bones. This was simply not normal. Finally, he reached the center of the cavern, where a stone door stood. Pushing it open, he discovered a vast space, piled high with skulls. The empty eye sockets of the skulls seemed to gaze grimly at Dui. But Dui's first attention was the skeleton behind the door. Clad in ornate armor and a golden helmet, he bore the mark of a high status. His finger bones were wedged in the crack of the door, and beside him lay a now bent sword, the blade he had used to chop the stone door. Apparently, before his death, he had attempted to escape, but ultimately failed. Dui knew the skeleton's identity. He was the eldest son of Brego, the second king of Rohan. It was a story of seeking death and escaping death. Bardo had once accompanied his father, Brego, up the snowy river, seeking refuge for the Rohan people during war. They eventually discovered Dunlajashrin and reached the gates of the Path of the Dead. Just as they were about to enter, they were stopped by an extremely old man. But Baldur, evidently young and impetuous, ignored the elder's warning. After a heavy drinking session at a banquet, he rashly vowed to walk the roads of the dead. Oaths in Middle-earth should not be taken lightly, let alone before the Valar. Ultimately, this prince, who could have become the third king of Rohan, embarked on the roads of the dead because of his rash vow, never to return. His remains were not discovered until Aragorn led the Grey Warband through the roads of the dead. He was arguably the first to seek his own death. Dewey glanced at Baldur's remains, then turned his attention away. He felt countless gazes fixed on him, filled with hostility. A flash of alarm flashed in his eyes, and he tensed his body as he slowly moved forward. The next second, the mountain of skulls began to crumble, transforming into a torrent of water that rushed towards Dewey, threatening to drown him. A split second before the torrent of skulls struck, Dewey evaded them with a fleeting disapparition, appearing on a high platform. "Come out. Stop hiding. I know you're here," Dewey said coldly. His voice echoed through the cavern. A deathly silence fell. After a while, translucent ghosts finally emerged from beneath the skulls. Their forms were indistinct, as if composed of mist, and they emanated a faint, eerie glow, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. The ghosts grew in number, densely packed together, nearly filling the entire cavern. At a glance, there were no fewer than hundreds of thousands of them. This vast number of ghosts stemmed from the mountain people's broken oaths, cursed by Isildur to rest in peace after death. Therefore, the souls of the mountain people of that time and those who followed them would wander the mountains upon death, unable to reach the halls of Mandus. Over time, this multitude of ghosts amassed a vast army. Unable to rest in peace after death due to the curse, these ghosts harbored resentment towards the living. Once a living person set foot on the path of the dead, they would never return. Gradually, this place became a forbidden zone, feared by all, and only terrifying rumors circulated throughout Gondor in the south and Rohan in the north. Among the ghosts, a spirit wearing an ancient crown, its face etched with a strange greenish-blue decay, its eyes hollow, wielding a ghostly sword, quickly drifted over. A sinister smile spread across his face, and in a voice that sounded like it came from hell, he declared, "This is the realm of the dead. Living men are forbidden to tread. Since you dare to come here, stay with us forever." He raised his ghostly sword and lunged at Dewey. Dewey raised his hand to block it with his flaming sword. Ding! The ethereal ghostly sword and the flaming sword collided, creating a metallic clang. The Ghost King, blocked by the flaming sword, looked stunned, clearly not having anticipated this. "Weapons from the living are useless to us. What kind of sword is this? How could it possibly block my attack?" Dewey didn't reply. After deflecting the Ghost King's sword, he swung his flaming sword back at him. The Ghost King's head and body instantly separated. But before Dewey could rejoice, the two parts reconnected. The Ghost King laughed triumphantly and said, "Your sword is truly remarkable, capable of striking me. But I am already undead. How can I possibly die again?" He raised his ghost sword once more and attacked Dewey. The two engaged in a relentless battle. Although Dewey managed to strike the Ghost King each time, his blows only temporarily halted his attack. Once the Ghost King recovered, he would strike again. Ghosts were different from the evil spirits and malevolent spirits he had encountered in Begang. Evil and malevolent spirits were created from the forces of darkness and were restrained by the forces of light and holiness. Once the dark forces within them were broken, they would lose their ability to maintain their form and vanish completely. These ghosts, however, were essentially cursed undead. While the power of light could suppress them, it could not destroy them. Expecto Patronus, a dazzling white light burst forth from Dewey's wand, condensing into an Guardian spirit. The Guardian spirit charged forward, knocking the Ghost King back and quickly transforming into a barrier of light to trap him. The Ghost King swung his ghost sword, attempting to chop at the Guardian shield, but the thin shield was like a solid wall, impenetrable no matter how hard the ghost sword struck. King of the dead, I have no intention of making an enemy of you or any other undead. I'm here solely to seek a soul object, I offered, offering peace. Once I find it, I'll leave immediately and promise not to disturb your rest again, but the Ghost King clearly didn't share his sentiments. His eerie, rotting, green face was filled with mockery. Rest? Ever since we were cursed and trapped here, we haven't had a single day of rest. I was wondering why you dared come here? You're a wizard. He stared at Dui with hollow eyes. I've heard rumors about wizards. They say wizards possess all sorts of magical abilities. If you can break the curse on us, we can not only help you find what you seek, but even give you the treasures of the mountain. Dui was naturally aware of the curses afflicting these ghosts. In the early days of Gondor, Isildur met with the king of the mountain in Erech. The king of the mountain, the Ghost King, had sworn before a mystical black stone, pledging allegiance to Gondor and aiding Gondor in times of crisis. However, when Sauron returned to Middle-earth and planned an invasion of Gondor, the mountain men refused to fulfill their promise. So, Isildur cursed the king of the mountain at the black stone, declaring him and his people eternal restless until their oath was fulfilled. The mystical black stone originated from Numenor, rescued and brought to Middle-earth by the Dunedain before Numenor's destruction. Its status was comparable to heirlooms like the Stone of Palantir. Elrond spoke of the Black Stone, describing its powerful magic and the unbreakable oath sworn before it is even stronger than the unbreakable oath of Duil. So, Dui shook his head and said to the Ghost King, the oath of Erech's Black Stone is unshakable. Unless you fulfill your original vow, you will never be able to break free and find rest. The Ghost King's face grew even more ferocious upon hearing this, and his aura grew even colder and more terrifying. The oath. The oath. How long have we been trapped by this oath? I've watched helplessly as our bodies rotted and were eaten by insects, as our people dwindled and perished generation after generation. We endure endless emptiness, our souls decaying bit by bit, yet we find no rest. He then looked at Dui with a sinister smile. Wizard, since you can't break our curse, how can we who are fallen help you to succeed? You can trap me, but I am not the only undead here. You should also thank Isildur of Gondor. His curse has made my people and even my descendants gather here, and they have gained stronger power. How can you withstand my ghost army by yourself? The densely packed ghosts, holding various weapons, surrounded them from all directions with malice. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Soul Sulphur. Facing the oncoming ghost army, Dui unearthed the light of Eärendil, infused it with magical power, and released a dazzling, holy light. The dazzling radiance made the ghosts instinctively uneasy, and they all stopped. While the light of Eärendil lacked the lethality of evil spirits and demons, ghosts were still inherently inclined toward darkness, and faced with such a holy light, they instinctively retreated. Holding aloft the crystal vial of light, Dui once again shouted to the Ghost King, King of the Mountain, I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Please cease your attacks. While I cannot break the curse, I know someone who can. Upon hearing this, the ghost's attacks paused. The Ghost King stared at Dui with his hollow, dead eyes, questioning with suspicion, Are you telling the truth? I swear to you, as a wizard, Dui said with a calm and assured expression. Who can help us break the bonds of our oath? The one who tied the bell must untie it. Back then, you swore fealty to Isildur. Now, though Isildur is gone, you can still pledge fealty to his descendants. This way, you will fulfill your oath and find freedom and rest, Dui explained. But before he could finish, the Ghost King erupted in a rage. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. His sea of skulls ignited with pale green will-o'-the-wisp fire, emitting a chilling cold. You lied to me. Gondor is kingless. Isildur's bloodline is dead. No one can break our oath. Wizard, you dare to play tricks on the king of the dead? Your bones will remain here forever, rotting with us. The surrounding ghosts, shrouded in the will-o'-the-wisp fire, grew even more hideous and terrifying, like demons from hell, seeking to reclaim their souls. Clearly, the ghosts were completely enraged, unleashing their greatest power. Dui was also startled by this sudden scene. The blazing will-o'-the-wisp flames gave him a palpitating sensation, as if they could pierce his soul. Wait. I'm not lying. I swear to you, Isildur's bloodline is not yet extinguished, Dewey shouted hurriedly, wrapping his patronus tightly around him to prevent the will-o'-the-wisp flames from burning him. You said Isildur's bloodline still exists in the world? Are you serious? The Ghost King remained skeptical. Dewey nodded quickly. Although the bloodline of Isildur in southern Gondor is cut off, there is still a direct descendant of his in the north. The Ghost King's anger subsided slightly after hearing this, but he was still skeptical. But how can I believe what you said is true? This matter is difficult to fake. Every generation of Isildur's heirs in the north was sent to Rivendell to be raised by the elves. This generation of heirs is now growing up. He will be the legal heir of Arnor in the north and Gondor in the south. Even the broken sword Narsil will reappear in his hands. His future is destined to be extraordinary. He is bound to go through some disputes. You can serve him then to fulfill your oath. Do what she explained and promised. When the time is right, I can guide him here and help you to be completely free. The Ghost King's anger gradually subsided, and his aura weakened. The ghost fire around him, which was enough to freeze the soul, also disappeared in an instant. I need a promise, wizard. Seeing this, Dewey secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. How about making a magical oath with you? An unbreakable oath, but the Ghost King was clearly unwilling, shaking his head. You are a wizard, magic is your forte. A magical oath may not be able to bind you, then what do you want? Dewey asked, frowning. I want you to swear to the Blackstone of Erich to help us free us, or you will suffer the same fate as us. Yes, I promise. Even without him, Aragorn would help them free in the future. He would then provide Aragorn with guidance and the oath would be fulfilled. At that moment, the system responded. Hogwarts Sign-In System, locating White Mountains, Path of the Dead. Sign in, sign in, sign in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the recipe for the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. The Resurrection Stone? Dewey was stunned. He hadn't expected to receive this item this time. However, he remembered that this object, aside from conjuring something more real than ghosts and more ethereal than physical objects, couldn't truly resurrect the dead. It was a completely useless tool, unworthy of the name Resurrection Stone. However, Dewey was currently dealing with the ghosts and couldn't focus on delving deeper into his newfound knowledge, so he put it aside for the time being. Following the ghost's guidance, Dewey continued deeper into the cave. After a long walk, he finally emerged and reached the southern side of the White Mountains. The cave entrance lay near the Blackstone of Erich. Surrounded by a horde of ghosts, Dewey followed a Ghost King to the summit of Erich. There were no trees around, only a spherical black stone. The stone was about 12 feet in diameter or more, its lower half buried in the ground atop Erich, while the upper portion, exposed above ground, was more than a man's height. The stone was incredibly heavy, and since its placement, it had never been moved, forever considered a symbol of an oath. Dewey gazed at the stone with curiosity and attempted to lift it with a spell. Despite his utmost strength and the utmost magical power, the stone remained motionless, as if rooted to the earth, unmovable by any means. Dewey was deeply curious about how the Numenoreans had managed to transport such a heavy stone across the sea and reach this place. Unconvinced, Dewey attacked the stone with his flaming sword and his divine spear, Egress. To his surprise, neither weapon left a single mark on the stone. Dewey had never encountered such a hard material before, and he wondered what the stone was made of. Seeing no way to break the stone, Dewey gave up his attempts and, in the presence of the Ghost King and a host of spirits, swore an oath to the stone, promising to free the spirits. The moment he swore the oath, Dewey sensed an invisible force emanating from the stone. His oath was then captured by the stone and imprinted within it, becoming a part of it. He also sensed that the stone seemed to grow thicker. The sensation was so faint that if Dewey hadn't possessed the goblin's magical sensitivity, he might have dismissed it as an illusion. Dewey finally understood why the black stone was so heavy. Apparently, the black stone absorbed oaths, growing heavier. Over the millennia, the black stone had absorbed countless oaths, perhaps weighing more than Mount Erich beneath it. How could Dewey, with his magical powers, lift the weight of a mountain? Hogwarts check-in system, locate the Blackstone of Erich. Do you want to check in? Dewey was stunned for a moment, then surprised. He hadn't expected a place like this to even check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the instructions for the Marauders map. Well, something is better than nothing, and Dewey wasn't too disappointed. After all, something was better than nothing. Because of the oath, the Ghost King's attitude toward DUI softened. DUI once again joined the ghosts on the path of the dead, and the atmosphere calmed down. Wizard, since you've taken the oath, you're our guest. What do you need? We'll help you find anything in this mountain, the Ghost King said. DUI didn't hesitate, stating the purpose of his trip. I'm looking for something called soul sulfur. It's shaped like sulfur and appears where souls gather. Do you have any idea of it? Soul sulfur? The Ghost King asked with a puzzled look, clearly hearing nothing of it. He then turned to the other ghosts, asking, have you seen anything like it? Most of the ghosts shook their heads, indicating no recollection. Only one female ghost hesitated, saying, I remember seeing some yellow ore in another tunnel, but it was stained by our tears. I wonder if it's the soul sulfur you're talking about. DUI's eyes lit up at the words. Where is it? Can you lead the way? Following the ghost's lead, DUI headed towards a tunnel leading deeper underground. At the end of the tunnel lay a towering black stone wall. The ghosts call this stone wall the Wall of Memories and the Wall of Sighs. It's said that standing before it, the spirits' minds become clearer, constantly reminiscing about their past lives and lamenting their broken vows and restless fates. Upon arriving, DUI first saw the black stone wall. Curious, he reached out and touched it. It felt metallic, yet also tingling with the coldness, like ice. Unbeknownst to him, the black stone wall exuded a sinister aura. Although somewhat curious, DUI turned his gaze to the surroundings. This place resembled a mine, with the surrounding stone walls containing black ore. This black ore was speckled with yellow marks, seemingly impurities. The ghosts said these yellow marks were the result of their own tears shed over thousands of years. DUI was overjoyed, he had finally found the sulfur of the soul. After obtaining the ghost's permission, DUI dug out all the ore containing soul sulfur and stored it in a dimensional bag. He intended to take it back home to smelt and purify it, extracting the soul sulfur. After half a day, DUI finally cleared the mine of all the soul sulfur ore, significantly expanding the mine's space. He then looked at the black stone wall that could clear the ghosts' minds. After consulting the Ghost King, he used the divine spear egress to cut through a section of the black stone wall, intending to take it back for research. He then made a pact with the Ghost King that when Aragorn, the descendant of Isildur, grew up, he would lead him to the path of death and break the millennia-old curse. Aragorn was only a teenager, but the ghosts, who had been waiting for thousands of years, had no problem waiting a few more decades. Chapter 198 Crisis. After bidding farewell to the spirits, DUI returned to the Road of the Dead, emerging from the dark portal on the northern side of the White Mountains. Feeling the sunlight and fresh air, DUI couldn't help but let out a deep breath. This time, despite some minor setbacks, the Road of the Dead had been relatively smooth. However, the atmosphere of the Road of the Dead was too oppressive and terrifying, with skeletons everywhere, a veritable land of death. Anyone with a faint heart would have been terrified. Furthermore, the spirits were like bugs, completely ineffective against physical attacks, and even magical attacks were useless. Because they weren't considered dark spirits, even the Patronus charm and the light of Earendel could only repel them, not inflict fatal damage. If there were only a few hundred or 1,000 spirits, he could have managed to handle them, but there were hundreds of thousands. DUI had already prepared himself. If he couldn't convince the spirits, he would immediately operate away from the Road of the Dead. Because of Isildur's curse, the souls of the mountain dwellers remained trapped within the mountains after death. Unable to leave without a summons, this spectral army alone could completely overwhelm Middle-earth. After leaving the path of the dead, Duel didn't appear it, but instead mounted his broom and flew towards Edoras, the capital of Rohan. Edoras also lies near the White Mountains, not far from Dunlodge. Duel intended to stop there to check in and see if he could meet Gandalf. But just as Duel was about to depart, the sky suddenly darkened. Looking up in wonder, Duel saw dark clouds covering the sky. The next second, a massive bolt of lightning struck from the clouds, aimed directly at Duel. The lightning struck with such speed that no one could react. Fortunately, Duel wore an invisible crown of wisdom. In an instant, his brain overclocked, reacting in a fraction of a second. Just as the lightning was about to strike him, DUI parried from his broomstick. The lightning shattered the broom, leaving him unable to escape. The next second, DUI appeared on the mountainside not far away. He stared at the lightning bolt that had appeared out of nowhere, a look of astonishment and confusion on his face. Coincidence? Absolutely impossible. Someone was definitely behind that lightning bolt. But who was attacking him, and why? DUI was lost in speculation. But before he had time to think, another bolt of lightning struck again. This time, it didn't strike DUI, but struck a mountaintop directly, causing a massive tremor. The White Mountains were so named because of the perpetual glaciers and snowpack high up in the mountains. As the lightning struck the peak, the glacier shattered, and the entire mountain shook. An unprecedented and terrifying avalanche erupted from the summit, sweeping down with the force of a tidal wave. DUI took a deep breath and immediately apparated away. When he reappeared, he was hundreds of kilometers away, beyond the mountains. Apparition, after all, was a short to medium-range teleportation spell, and this was the maximum distance he could teleport. They shouldn't be able to catch me now, right? DUI muttered to himself. But the next second, another bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Super armor, DUI raised his staff, unleashing his full might. A dazzling white light emanated from the tip of his staff, transforming into a solid magical barrier that enveloped him. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bucket, instantly struck the barrier, erupting with dazzling light and a deafening roar. Lightning spread rapidly across the barrier, emitting a constant sizzling sound, and the air was filled with the smell of ozone. The lightning burned through the barrier, repeatedly chipping away at it, which DUI quickly repaired with his magic. Finally, when the lightning ran out, DUI, breathless, dropped his staff, the barrier finally crumbling. Only the area previously encircled by the magical barrier remained intact, while the surrounding area, hundreds of meters in radius, was reduced to scorched earth. DUI didn't apparate again, but instead looked up at the sky and shouted coldly, "Saruman, I know it's you. Why are you attacking me? Aren't you afraid that Gandalf, Lady Galadriel, and the others will find out?" Still no response. "Saruman, just because you don't respond, do you think I can do nothing?" He pulled a palantir from his dimensional bag and located Saruman's position. The palantir instantly revealed the Tower of Orthanc. It was a bizarre tower composed of 4 massive, multifaceted stone pillars, connected together. Its summit split into a series of cracked, spear-like peaks. A narrow platform jutted from the center, its polished surface inscribed with numerous mysterious runes. Saruman stood on the tower's summit, a staff in one hand and the palantir in the other. "Who?" Saruman, as if sensing something, shouted angrily toward the sky. Then, a split second later, the perspective with Anduin's palantir shifted, revealing the view between the two stones. Saruman's face appeared on the stone. He feigned surprise, frowning as he demanded, "It's you, the one who followed Gandalf around? Why were you spying on me?" Dewey was practically amused by Saruman's shameless, shifting the blame. He sneered, "Saruman, honest men don't do shady things. I seem to have no grudge against you, so why did you attack me?" Saruman flatly denied it, snorting contemptuously. "Nonsense. Why would I attack a nobody like you? Besides, I'm in ice angered right now. How could I attack you from so far away? Boy, you used the palantir to spy on me, offended me, and now you're accusing me of attacking you. Not even Gandalf could stop me. I'll teach you a lesson, you unreasonable boy." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly became piercing and sharp, shining through the palantir to rest upon Dewey. "Let me see what secrets you hold, boy. How dare you, on par with us, call yourself the Black Wizard?" Dewey instantly felt a powerful mental force emanating from the palantir, violently attempting to penetrate his mind and pry into his memories. If it succeeded, Dewey would not only be stripped of all his secrets, but would likely be reduced to a fool. Furious, Dewey fought a mental force with all his might while swiftly drawing his star vial. The dazzling light of Eorindel obscured all vision, catching Saruman, who was on the other side of the palantir, off guard. His eyes, attempting to peer into Dewey's memories, were instantly blinded by the radiance, tears streaming down his face. Leviticus, Dewey backhandedly cast a spell at Saruman within the palantir. When two palantir stones connected, they could not only see each other but even communicate mentally. This meant that, to some extent, the palantir stones could transmit power. The next second, Dewey, through the palantir stone, instantly sensed Saruman's thoughts and memories. As a Maya, Saruman possessed immense mental power. Compared to him, Dewey was like a mountain or a rock. Originally, it was impossible to shake his memory. However, perhaps due to Saruman's arrogance, or perhaps due to being blinded by the light of Eorindel, his mind was in turmoil, and Dewey successfully stole a small portion of his memories. This fragment happened to be a memory of his conspiracy with Sauron. Saruman reacted instantly, his immense mental power forming a solid barrier, fiercely repelling Duel's mental prying. Temporarily blinded, he was like an angry lion, frightened, furious, and uneasy. Duel. I want you dead, Duel groaned. The feeling of being knocked back was unpleasant, his head swam. He immediately severed the connection between the Palantir and the light of Eärendil, stuffed it and the light of Eärendil into his pocket, and quickly disapparated. He had to inform Gandalf, Lady Galadriel, and the others as soon as possible. Saruman had already suspected him of being under suspicion. But Saruman clearly wasn't about to let him go. As Duel disapparated to the next location, a bolt of lightning struck. The lightning struck with such speed, as if it had anticipated his presence and been waiting there. Duel's hair stood on end. Sensing the extreme danger, he had no time to disapparate again. Thunderbolt. Duel attacked the lightning. A dazzling red light shot up and collided with the lightning. At the point of collision, a dazzling light filled the air, blinding the eyes. Then, a deafening explosion followed. The lightning exploded, transforming into countless streams of electricity, wreaking havoc everywhere. The immense force instantly sent Duel flying, landing heavily over 10 meters away. Duel groaned, his face pale, his body pierced by the blast of electricity. Without a word, he pulled out a bottle of drink and gulped it down. The wounds on his body healed rapidly, and his complexion regained its rosy glow. Seeing another bolt of lightning strike from the sky, Duel disapparated without a word. When he reappeared several hundred kilometers away, another bolt struck him with foresight. But this time, Duel was prepared. The moment he appeared, he cast a barrier spell into the sky. Then, taking advantage of the few seconds of delay, he disapparated once more. Reappearing once more, Duel, alert, immediately cast a defensive spell. But to his surprise, there was no lightning strike this time. Rather than feeling relieved, Duel grew even more wary and uneasy. He didn't believe Saruman would give up so easily. Sure enough, the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. He realized he couldn't disapparate. Don't struggle. Your every move is as I expected. I've cast a spell here. Your teleportation magic is useless here. Saruman appeared from a distance, riding a tall white warg. A calculating sneer flashed in his deep, sharp eyes. Don't resist, Black Robe Wizard, I don't want to kill you yet, just follow me. Chapter 199 Extreme Confrontation. Avada Kedavra. Day unleashed his most deadly spell without a word. A dazzling green light shot towards Saruman. But Saruman calmly pointed his staff at a nearby boulder, and it instantly flew over, blocking the attack of the Kedavra curse. With such vile black magic, I see Gandalf is growing increasingly confused. He actually considers you one of his own, Saruman sneered righteously. If I were you, a dark wizard like you should be detained and interrogated to see if you're colluding with the forces of darkness, Day snorted, his face scornful. Saruman, don't you know who's colluding with the forces of darkness? If I hadn't just read your memories, I wouldn't have realized you were so bold to even conspire with Sauron. Aren't you afraid of becoming his puppet? Saruman's face darkened, his sharp eyes piercing him coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. How could I, a dignified white wizard and leader of the righteous, dance with darkness? Boy, you slander me so much? I'll teach you a lesson, and show you what the truth is. He raised his staff and instantly unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Duel. Thunderbolt explosion. Duel reacted quickly, unleashing his own spell. The two collided, unleashing a massive explosion and shockwave that reduced the surrounding area to scorched earth. Duel was flung back by the shockwave, but before landing, he nimbly adjusted his position in midair. The moment he touched the ground, he unleashed his animagus, transforming into an owl and darting rapidly toward the perimeter. While he wasn't sure the extent of Saruman's anti-apparition barrier, escaping it would increase his mobility. Saruman, of course, would not allow Duel to escape. Without a word, his wargs were in pursuit at breakneck speed. Saruman chanted an ancient Quenya spell, unleashing a storm that halted Duel's advance. Then, using his staff, he unleashed massive fireballs, which pelted Duel. The moment they landed, they exploded, creating vast craters. Duel struggled to fly amid the storm, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of fireballs. Seeing Saruman approaching, Duel turned and charged straight at him, instantly transforming into humanoid form midair. Shattered to pieces, while suspended in midair, Duel pointed his wand at Saruman and cast a spell. Saruman raised his staff to block the spell, easily negating it. But before he could taunt Dewey's efforts, a razor-sharp silver spear hurled its way, only moments after the spell had been cast. The spear was indestructible, its edge powerful enough to pierce even magic. Saruman's expression paled. He chose not to confront the attack head-on, but dodged nimbly to the side. But the warg beneath him was unable to avoid the blow. With a whimpering wail, it was pierced by the spear, instantly killing him. Saruman stumbled off his wolf, his face darkening as he gazed upon his dead mount and the spear. Spear of God, Egress. I never thought you would possess Gil-galad's weapon. Your luck is truly enviable. Unfortunately, both the spear and the stone of truth will become my treasures, and you will have nowhere to escape. He slammed his staff down on the ground, unleashing massive halos of impact that barreled towards Dewey. Super armor. Dewey's face darkened, and he wielded his staff with all his might, casting a protective spell. But under the immense onslaught of Saruman's magic, Dewey's protective shield continuously shrank, and he was driven backwards, leaving two plow-like tracks beneath his feet. Dewey gritted his teeth, his face brimming with veins. But the shock waves continued to crash against him like a tidal wave, leaving him like a shaky boat, threatened to capsize at any moment. He finally understood the White Wizard's power. If there were no other solution, he would likely be defeated right here. Saruman, standing opposite him, also scoffed. Stop struggling, Black Wizard boy, you don't understand what a White Wizard means. The difference between you and me is like a stream compared to the ocean. If you weren't still useful, do you think I'd let you keep floundering for so long? He struck again with his staff, sending an even more powerful wave of magical energy crashing down. Dewey's magical shield was instantly shattered, shattering like glass. He was also thrown back, his staff falling from his hand and landing far away. Dewey hit the ground with a muffled groan, his face instantly pale, and his body ached with intense pain. For a moment, Dewey's consciousness slipped into unconsciousness, his vision went black, and he nearly passed out. Saruman picked up Dewey's staff and examined it. Moran Heartwood, the gems are Elisir emeralds. Such a fine staff has fallen into your hands, what a waste, Saruman scoffed, his tone tinged with envy. When he first arrived in Middle-earth, he had begged Galadriel for elf gems in order to craft the strongest staff. But he had not been granted the same privilege as Dewey, the gift of Galadriel's treasured Elisir gems. Saruman, holding two staffs in each hand, sauntered towards Dewey. Dewey had recovered, the effects of the end-drink still lingering, rapidly healing his injuries. With his staff snatched from him, Dewey moved his hand, and a wand bound to his left arm automatically emerged and fell into his hand. He grasped the air with his right hand, and a flaming sword instantly appeared in his grasp. With a wave of his wand, the surrounding trees came alive, attacking Saruman. The flaming sword slashed through the air, unleashing a blazing blade of air that struck Saruman. Trees? I hate them. Saruman, seeing the trees around him, seemingly alive, instantly reminded him of the Ents, his face darkening. One staff cast a defensive spell to repel the tree's attacks, while another unleashed a fireball, setting them ablaze. He quickly dodged the air blades, his agility unbelievable for an old man. As if growing impatient, Saruman shook the surrounding trees aside with force. He thrust one staff at Dewey, unleashing a blast of energy that instantly pinned him to the tree trunk and knocked his wand and sword from his hands. Well, game over, Saruman sneered. He sauntered closer, pressing his staff against Dewey, immobilizing him, then glanced at the wand lying on the ground. Is this little stick the one you created? He picked it up, feeling it carefully, and a flicker of envy crossed his eyes. As one of Middle-earth's foremost sages, he could readily discern the groundbreaking and universal nature of this wand. But such a creation was created by a nobody he looked down upon. The proud Saruman found it difficult to accept. When he tried to cast a spell with his wand, he felt its resistance, its refusal to serve him, and his expression darkened. HMPH, a mere wand dares to defy the mighty Saruman the White. He clenched his wand with such force that it threatened to break. At that moment, Dewey, pinned to the tree trunk, looked at Saruman, only inches away, and erupted. Flaming sword, the sword, which had fallen not far away, heard the call and vanished from its place, instantly reappearing in Dewey's hand. Simultaneously, another wand emerged from Dewey's other hand. All curses end, the wand unleashed a spell, instantly undoing the spell Saruman had cast upon Dewey. Simultaneously, Dewey, multitasking, swung the flaming sword with his other hand, striking Saruman. Saruman hadn't anticipated depossessing another wand. At close range, he quickly raised it to block the flaming sword's attack. Ling. The flaming sword struck the staff with a sound like metal clashing, sparks flying everywhere. While Saruman's staff successfully blocked the flaming sword, the wooden staff itself was scorched by the sword, leaving a gash in its path. The flaming sword even unleashed a burst of air, slicing off a section of Saruman's beard and hair. The unpleasant smell of singed hair filled the air. Missing his strike, Dee swung his sword again at Saruman at close range. Saruman, seeing his severed and charred beard and hair, was enraged. A terrifying burst of magical power erupted, sending Dee flying. Damn you! Saruman unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking Dee. Dee took a deep breath and cast a spell with all his might. Thunderbolt. Armor. The spell and lightning collided again, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Dee flying. However, thanks to the armor spell he'd previously cast, he wasn't seriously injured. Seeing several more massive fireballs coming his way, Dee dodged and deflected them, then took a few breaths and snorted coldly. You're the only one who knows how to play with fire, huh? He summoned Fiery Flame. It quickly spread, transforming into a fiery serpent that attacked Saruman. Saruman's expression grew slightly more serious, and he swung his staff, unleashing powerful magic to repel the fiery flames. Seeing this, Dee increased his magic output, causing the fiery flames to surge again, condensing into a Balrog. He swung his fiery whip and lashed at Saruman. HMPH. I wouldn't fear even a real Balrog, let alone a fake like you. Saruman blasted the fiery flame with his staff, but the flames failed to reach him. Then a bolt of lightning struck the chest of the Fiendfire. The Fiendfire let out a wail, could no longer maintain its form, and collapsed directly. But at this moment, Dew showed a look of joy. It turned out that the Fiendfire was spreading everywhere, but it inadvertently lifted the magic that Saruman had cast on the surroundings. He can now cast the apparition again. Avada Kedavra. Dew instantly flashed behind Saruman and cast a deadly spell. Saruman reacted extremely quickly and successfully resisted Dew's sneak attack. But Dew missed the first blow, and he instantly appeared in another place, and attacked again. Dew played a guerrilla war with Saruman in this way. Chapter 200 Reinforcements arrive. Expelliarmus. Day instantly appeared behind Saruman, his spell successfully striking Saruman's staff. The staff, which belonged to Day, flew out of his hand and landed in Day's grasp. Having grasped it, Day didn't hesitate, disapparating once more before Saruman's attack could reach him. Saruman's face darkened. He hadn't expected that a dignified wizard like him, a white-robed wizard, would suffer at the hands of such a brat. Saruman held his staff high, chanting ancient Quenya spells, his voice low and resonating across the wilderness. The sky suddenly thickened with dark clouds, a black mass. Day stared at the sky, a sense of foreboding. The air suddenly felt solid, and his hair stood on end. The next second, lightning struck directly at him. Day disapparated, but as he appeared in another location, the lightning struck again. It was as if Day had been fitted with a tracking device. The lightning always pinpointed his location. As Dewey and Saruman grappled, an alpatronus flew in from afar, swiftly landing on his shoulder and then merging into his body as if its mission had been accomplished. Dewey, however, beamed with joy. Finally, Saruman, seeing Dewey's smile, instinctively felt uneasy. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your trick," Dewey said playfully. Soon, a figure flew across the sky. "Dewey, am I not too late?" Gandalf arrived on his broomstick. "If you had been any later, you might have had to go to Orthanc to rescue me," Dewey jokingly complained. Then he looked around, wondering, where are Lady Galadriel and Lord Elrond? "Haven't they arrived yet?" Gandalf apologized with a smile. "Didn't I rush from Edoras as soon as I received the news? As for Lady Galadriel and Lord Elrond, they went with the Ents to capture Isengard first, and then came here." Saruman, who was below, was shocked and angry when he heard Gandalf's words. "Gandalf, what do you mean? Why are Lady Galadriel and the others attacking my territory? Are you going to war with me?" Gandalf landed beside Dewey, looking at Saruman with a heavy look of disappointment. "Saruman, you were the leader among the 5 wizards who took the initiative to come to Middle-earth and was responsible for fighting against the forces of evil. But now you have fallen and chosen to collude with Sauron. Do you still remember your original responsibilities?" Saruman's face changed and he denied it flatly. Gandalf, don't try to frame me. For thousands of years, I have been fighting against evil and never stopped. You cannot slander my contributions. I know you have always coveted my position, Gandalf. In the White Council, you formed a private group with Galadriel and Elrond. Just because you have the 3 rings of the elf in your hands, you regard me as nothing, Saruman said excitedly and indignantly. Gandalf, don't think I'm unaware of your ambitions. You usually pretend to be generous and make allies everywhere. Galadriel and Elrond were deceived by you and thought you were a good person. But only I know what kind of person you are. You used the masks to deceive Círdan's trust and made him give you the Ring of Fire. You also wander around and provoke wars, just to become the leader of justice and rule the world. Hearing Saruman's words, Gandalf shook his head and sighed. Saruman, you have been blinded by vanity and ambition. From the beginning to the end, I never considered replacing you or ruling the world. I have always kept my mission in mind. To help the free people of Middle-earth fight the forces of evil. You may have forgotten the way back, but I have never forgotten, and I yearn to return to my homeland. Saruman's eyes wavered for a moment, but then firmed up again, and he sneered, even with all your eloquence, you can't deceive me. Even that fool Daragast had his own little agenda. How could you be so selfless? Gandalf sighed, staring at Saruman's madness, and opened his mouth to speak again. But Dewey, standing beside him, could not bear it any longer. Gandalf, why are you wasting your time with him? There's no point in talking to him. He's been bewitched by Sauron and has long since rebelled. We've finally lured him out now, let's just kill him. Dewey is right. Those who have fallen into darkness are beyond redemption. Gandalf, you cannot awaken them, Elrond's voice called from the distance. Elrond stood atop the giant eagle Thorander, wielding an elven sword, his expression stern. Behind him, the dragon Smaug flew over, with Lady Galadriel perched on his back. 2 elves, 1 dragon and 1 eagle, quickly descended, surrounding Saruman. Lady Galadriel, Lord Elrond, you've arrived. Dewey's eyes lit up as he greeted them joyfully. Now 4 against 1, with the support of a dragon and a giant eagle, the advantage was overwhelming. Thank you for taking so long, Galadriel said to Dewey with a gentle smile. Elrond looked at him appreciatively. Dewey waved his hand modestly. Apart from a few setbacks, there weren't any major crises. It's lived up to expectations. Gandalf finished his greetings and asked the 2, how is it going, Lord Elrond? Elrond nodded with a smile. Things went smoothly. The Ents breached Isengard and eliminated the wargs and enhanced orcs secretly bred there. Lady Galadriel and I, aided by the dragon Smaug and the giant eagle Thorander, successfully entered the Tower of Orthanc and sealed it, temporarily handing it over to the Ents. He then looked at Saruman with a stern expression, produced a stone of truth emitting an evil aura, and presented it to Saruman. Saruman, you recognize this stone, don't you? Lady Galadriel and I found it in your secret chamber. There we saw the wargs and orcs you bred, as well as the blueprints you were secretly researching for the Rings of Power. What else do you have to say? Seeing this, Saruman knew he was completely exposed, no room for excuses. His expression was grim, yet he was deeply wary of them. When did you know that I had betrayed you? When you first came into contact with Sauron, Dewey had already predicted your betrayal, but we had no evidence at the time, and we had always hoped that you would turn back. Galadriel stood on the dragon's back, disappointment in her deep and beautiful eyes. But you finally disappointed us, so you knew it a long time ago, and were still secretly looking for evidence. Saruman suddenly realized, looking at Dewey with complicated and resentful eyes, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you also had the ability to predict, making my plans fail again and again. Then today was also planned by you. Let this kid be bait to lure me out of Orthanc, and then you cut off my retreat. Unfortunately, not really. Dewey shook his head jokingly, but I'm not going to tell you. After all, the villain died from talking too much. I still know the lesson. As Saruman was confused, he suddenly shouted at Smaug, Smaug, kill him. Then he also cast a killing curse himself. He had narrowly escaped death several times at the hands of Saruman, and now he could finally vent his anger. What Dewey hadn't told Saruman was that he had felt a prying eye upon him during his passage through Isengard, a sensation that only subsided when he reached the White Mountains. At first, Dewey thought it was Sauron. After all, Saruman had previously attempted to spy on and corrupt him with a Palantir. But he soon realized it was Saruman using the Palantir. Dewey had long been wary of Saruman, and seeing him suddenly spy on him, he knew he had ill intentions. It wasn't until Saruman attacked him with long-range lightning that Dewey realized he was no match for Saruman, and he immediately used his Patronus to alert Gandalf, Elrond, and the others. This led to the subsequent events. Upon hearing Dewey's words, Smaug immediately unleashed a fiery burst of dragon fire at Saruman. The intense flames forced Saruman to raise his staff to block the attack, while also being wary of attacks from those around him. Saruman's will to fight had vanished, his only desire being to escape his predicament as quickly as possible. Seeing this, the others sighed and joined in the siege against Saruman. Elrond, wielding his elven sword, engaged in a direct melee attack. The longsword displayed immense strength in his hands, not only blocking spells but also shattering incoming fireballs. Saruman, surrender! Gandalf swung his staff and unleashed a blast of magical energy at Saruman, his voice resonating like thunder. If you lay down your weapons, we will not attack you again. Surrender? Dream on, Saruman scoffed, continuing his resistance. Unleashing a powerful surge of magical power, the gemstone in his staff radiated a dazzling beam of light that shot straight into the sky. The next moment, accompanied by an ancient incantation, he chanted. The sky suddenly shifted, darkening in an instant. Thick thunder clouds surged across the sky, and then, like a toppling pond of thunder, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, instantly pounding everyone. Dewey's face fell drastically. He had anticipated Saruman's strength, but he hadn't expected it to surpass his expectations. Even Elrond and Gandalf, standing beside him, looked solemn at the terrifying thunder. Not to mention the trembling giant eagle Thorondor and the dragon Smaug. Faced with the terrifying thunder, a scourge from heaven, Thorondor and Smaug instinctively recoiled, feeling that if struck, they would be gravely injured, if not killed. But then, Lady Galadriel stepped forward. She raised her slender right hand, as if supporting the heavens. Nanaya, the ring of water, emerged from her hand, releasing a dazzling light, forming a vast, transparent, membrane-like shield that enveloped the group, Smaug, and Thorondor. Countless bolts of lightning struck like sharp arrows, impacting the shield with terrifying explosive force. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.